Man, I've really been through it, huh? Drifting above them all was Malik, just a flicker of a soul no one could see. His thoughts were a mess. No more than 10 seconds ago, he was in there, thinking, doing, reliving, embodying. He wasn't just watching his past self, he was him. Dying, a broken bar over and over and over. It was hell. A hell he knew. A hell he remembered. And like an idiot, he thought that he was ready for it. Thought he could handle it because he'd already lived through it once. Yeah, that was a joke. Knowing something, that's easy. Remembering it, painful, but still manageable. Living it again, feeling every punch, every scream, every heartbreak like it was brand new. That was a whole different beast. He was there, even in the moments they didn't see, the ones that weren't part of the show. Every doubt, every decision, every bit of despair. He felt it all. And just when he thought he'd become engulfed by his own flame, ding. That sound. That stupid, familiar sound. What followed was the script, right in his mind's eye, taking over everything. Felicitations, gratulera, herzlichen Glückwunsch, Parabe tilde copyright NS, fifth 3/4 F middle dot F and F degrees F squared F and tilde NZ. Gratulak, FA tilde copyright licitations. Cedilla Yerni apostrophe superscript O. 8 tilde SA tilde A tilde section A tilde diaresis A tilde A tilde A tilde A tilde 8 tilde 3/4 A tilde DM. I circumflex pound I diaresis dot I circumflex cubed I diaresis I circumflex plus minus I diaresis I circumflex middle dot I diaresis I circumflex registered I diaresis I circumflex superscript 1 I circumflex plus minus CHA tilde superscript OC mar NG. Tilik, a inverted exclamation mark in Harabuna. Mazeltov, ugrave.o diaresis O section O plus minus UF. Badai ho, ostitamo. Gratulate tilde inverted exclamation mark look. 8 tilde nitlist. Upsveikam. Tarnaya. Congratulations. It was endless, just congratulations vomited out in every language known to history. Each word was written differently, as if many hundreds of people had penned this script. The thing was so obnoxiously long that it had eclipsed his vision, making him skip most of it. For a second, Malik just blinked, too stunned to react. What a broken bar the fuck? But right as he was about to express his confusion, the mess of letters vanished, replaced by something clearer. Would you like a short break? Your life's first volume, Remember Me, has concluded. A beat, apostrophe dot 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 what? Then, after another beat, the Malik of a few seconds ago stopped hesitating. Yes, he answered, eager, the word barely on his mind before his vision went dark. When it cleared, he was back on the throne, though not for long. He watched as his chained body was left behind, and his essence, his soul, was yanked free. Malik drifted upward, floating away from the crowd below. Many, if not all of them, were still frozen, eyes stuck on the projection. It was for a time much longer than his, even though they barely saw the half of it. Not that it was surprising. They just watched Malik, the man they'd branded as the villain, a devil, a bastard, be reborn. They saw the Sultan they claimed to know, the man they had once followed and feared. But Malik, the one floating above them now, he didn't give a damn. Guilt, regret, maybe they felt it, maybe they didn't. He wasn't privy to their reactions, too busy dying. But either way, he certainly wasn't about to waste his energy figuring it out. Not now when it was all over. Besides, unlike the other Malik, he hated these people, every last one of them. Huda, Safira, Layla, Noor, Roya, Azim, and especially Zafar. They could all rot in hell, for all he cared. If he made it through this mess or survived the showing and his subsequent release, Malik already knew what his next move would be. He'd get the fuck out of this planet and never look back. Somewhere quieter, somewhere that didn't reek of betrayal and blood. Of course, there was still her to deal with, the Lady of Time and her crew. He owed them, and Malik was sure that debt wasn't something small. It never was with gods, was it? Especially when it came to the Sultan of the Sands, or the true Sultan, as the zealots here screamed his name. Apostrophe dot 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 gods never help for free. His thought was bitter, causing a wry smirk to show on his face. No one did, or are broken by almost no one. Malik would have sworn by that once, before his first death. But now, things weren't so black and white. because Malik knew Malik. He knew himself. In any case, he didn't want anything to do with these people anymore. Not revenge, not closure, nothing. His past self? Oh, he'd have jumped at the chance. But this version of him, the one stitched together from memories, regrets, and shards of a man he once wasn't. He couldn't do it. Because he didn't just hate them. He loved them, too. And that was the cruelest part of it all. Yet that wasn't the only reason Malik couldn't bring himself to act. For one, he realized something chilling. The people in this hall, this entire planet, weren't just some randoms from another world. They were from his world, his universe, and he had heard of them before. Almost everyone did. Every Magi on this planet was an irregular or a child of the true Sultan. A black eye. The term was meant as a slur, a mocking jab at those born with natural ether cores instead of relying on the mechanical ones. A reminder of their supposed difference. The universe had hunted their kind for centuries, still did. As far as Malik knew, he didn't have all the answers, and no one of his status really did. But he'd heard of the stories. It had something to do with their corruption, their power, their dominance back in the Third Epoch, back in the age of endless chaos, when the 10 ancient clans waged wars across the stars. Najmat al-Qulud was their title, and they had once been the most formidable force in the universe. Now, they were nothing but whispers, forced into hiding. Their glory days long gone. Malik never believed he would interact with any of them. Yet here they were, right in front of him. Just how would those higher-ups react if they figured out the truth? The irregulars weren't just hiding out on some random, backwater rock in the unknown universe. They were sitting on a literal vent of ether. Right, ether wasn't just some natural resource that magically appeared whenever the universe needed it. It had a source, a real source. Places like Halfora, these abyssal holes that seemed bottomless, weren't just geological oddities. They were believed to be directly connected to the Forgotten Nexus in some way, a cosmic power source, a mystery, a legend. Naturally, a place like this would eventually be discovered, and it was, many tens of times. But the word never got out. The Sultan of each era made sure that the secret stayed buried alongside the bodies of those who discovered it. Malik too had buried the truth numerous times in the past. Because if the world knew Warbroken Bar, if they knew Warbroken Bar, well, they didn't. That was all that mattered, and neither did the planet's netizens themselves. Which again, wasn't really all that surprising. Those dumb bastards wouldn't know their enemy if they were standing right next to them, knife in hand. With that thought, Malik's gaze swept across the stunned faces beneath him. Looking at them now, there was something he still didn't quite get. Why black eyes, though? Their eyes were so far from black. Barely any even had a dark-colored pupil. Was it because the blood of the true Sultan had diluted over generations? Was that it? Maybe. But even if they were 10th generation or younger, it didn't matter. Their power, their power was still ridiculous. Even watered down, even diminished, these Magi were leagues beyond the Celestials he'd known before his first death. Any of them could probably wipe the floor with a Celestial of a higher sub-rank. The difference was that great, and that wasn't the only difference. Here, all Magi followed one of 3 paths. There was Sahir, which he already knew as Spellweaver. Then there was Kahin, which he'd heard called Arcanist. And finally, something he'd never come across before, June Guardiana, or as the religious here called it, Sultan al-Sahara. A path to becoming the true Sultan. That was it. No long-ass lists, just 3 paths. Though still a lot to take in. He couldn't deny that it was simpler than the system his planet had adopted. That decrease in complexity was a godsend. It made adapting to this world's system easier. But that didn't mean he liked it. No, if Malik had his way, he'd be in an even simpler world. One of those ridiculous ones where progression worked like this. Step 1, eat some miracle pill. Step 2, sit on your ass meditating for 10 years. Step 3, boomer, you've gone from rank 12 fuckface to rank 10 face fuck, still about 100 ranks below the golden demonic heavenly dragon body star emperor ancestor god. And that was fine. You have the SSS rank whatever system by your side. What more could you need? Besides, you've got, what, a few hundred lifespans to go before you need to worry about the real heavy hitters, of those no-brained, rotting bastards who can kill you with a wave of their hand. Until then, You can casually wipe out some fuckface clan obsessed with your demise because you courted death by obliterating their buddies in the face fuck clan. All over some jade-like beauty childhood friend, no less. Classic, simple, fun. Well, that last one was arguable, but still, his point remained true. Either way, that wasn't his life. Instead, Malik was stuck here, dealing with a system that was too damn elaborate for its own good. Now, it was his system, sure, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Whatever tilde. Chuckling inwardly at the absurdity of his thoughts, he refocused on the people around him. He could still see tremors running through their bodies, a nervous shiver that refused to die. No doubt, they couldn't help but replay that moment, the one where his body wreathed in golden flames. His eyes, they were the same as the ones they feared, the ones they revered. Such a sight made them lose the ability to think. Indeed, this was the birth of their Sultan. The projection wasn't helping either. It remained frozen on a black screen, the title drop sitting in the middle, almost mocking them with its casualness. A holy relic turned his life here and there into a story, making it feel like some dramatic show for its amusement, with them stuck as the main characters. They'd probably have gotten pissed if they could, but what would be the point? What good was getting emotional about a holy relic? What good was anger when you had no control? So, instead of snapping at the projection or each other, they broke free of their shock. It was slow, but eventually, almost the entire crowd began to talk with one another. Look at his eyes. Safe to say, this is what truly kicked off his ascent. Yeah, seems like he's finally made up his mind. Those dreams he spoke of earlier, especially for someone who was a beggar, seemed unrealistically high. But now, this mere comparison would sully them. Agreed, it's admirable. Almost. If I had been a beggar like him since young, I doubt I'd have any goals except the next day's meal. No wonder he became the Sultan. The more emotional groups couldn't get past his last words, while those nearer to the projection were already picking apart the implications of what they'd just seen. So, he already had Neither. Guess it all makes sense now. How he survived all that. He wasn't immortal. You think his guardian had him do it? Looks like it. That guy had to be something special. No way he was just some random nobody. Yeah, it's surprising he died. The Sultan said that he buried someone once before. High chance it's his guardian. Yeah. Another group was more curious about the specifics. When do you guys think he became a Magi? Has to be a few years by then. Agreed. Everything the former Sultan said makes a lot more sense now. Yep, he had to store his ether somewhere. Also explains that curse of his. Right. Any kind of spell needs a core to work. Another was a group trying to find fault in anything he did. Can you call that a fortuitous encounter? I mean a broken bar if it is. It's a pretty boring one. Yeah, I don't think anyone's read that book since they were 6. No way he didn't get one later on. Cultivating this late will bring mediocre results at most. True. Malik listened to their quiet chatter. Everyone was trying to piece together the puzzle, trying to make sense of a life they'd never truly understood. Well, actually, it wasn't exactly everyone. Those with undying grudges were beyond ecstatic seeing Malik's pitiful state, even though they were supposed to be of the heroic coalition. And they, after holding back for so long, finally decided to join the growing crowd, sensing their chance to tear down his image. Why the fuck are you guys praising him so much? Remember who he really is. Sure, he might have been a great kid once, but look at him now. He's a changed man. Forget whatever sob story you saw with this guy deserves death. Exactly. A sultan who steps on millions of corpses to get to the throne? That's not a sultan, that's a butcher. But they were quickly shut down. Oh, shut up. What kind of sultan doesn't step on corpses? Yeah. You think we live in some fairy tale, you fucking idiots? Another nodded his head and pointed at a younger Magi, the one who started this little back and forth. Seriously, I get that we need all the help we can get, but did we really need brats like him who are still wet behind the ears? I know, right? This fucker is the one always complaining about what the Sultan is doing. Huh? The brat puffed out his chest, his eyes narrowing at the two. I'll have you know I'm the best talent in my guild. Sure, I'm only 50. But I make up for it with actual strength. You old shit. The older man bristled, his face going red. The fuck did you just say? You literally. But the young man wasn't done, cutting him off. And you. He jabbed a finger toward one of the more sympathetic voices in the crowd. If you want to praise him so much, why don't you go die beside him, huh? Many of those around them gasped in response, the already high tension snapping. Oh, now you've done it. The insulted man rushed forward, veins bulging in his forehead as his ether flared up, crackling like lightning above him. But before he could get close enough to swing, a few Magi jumped in, grabbing at his arms to hold him back. Is that right? The young man mocked him further, doubling down as if he had something to prove. Come at me, you rotting trash. Yeah, he was really leaning into it. Eat dirt. But before he could puff himself up any further, another guy came out of nowhere and slammed his face straight into the ground. Stop, you idiots. Within seconds, more people piled in, dragging those three hotheads apart. The rest of the crowd, those that weren't directly involved, went absolutely nuts, yelling, shoving, and looking one bad insult away from throwing hands themselves. While all that happened, those at the front were much quieter. They looked at the projection with somber gazes, each for a different reason. Whether it was shame, regret, or just plain grief, all shared one thing: shock. Absolute shock. Cuda looked the worst out of all of them. She was a wreck, crying so hard it felt like she might drown herself in her own tears. Her face was blotchy and red, her chest heaving with every shaky sob. And why wouldn't she be? In the last few hours, she'd run her mouth more times than she could count, claiming Malik would have abandoned them, not once, but twice. She was so sure, so confident. But guess what? The girl was dead wrong. He didn't abandon them. Cuda promised her uncle would come through, that he'd swoop in and save the day. Or at the very least, throw Malik and Sinbad a goddamn bone. But no, Tilda. Uncle didn't save shit. He didn't even try. All he did was make things worse, ruining what remained of Malik's sane mind. The bastard didn't just leave them to suffer, he straight up kicked him like he was a bug. Cuda had been wrong. Again. Minutes ago, she'd completely fallen apart, and she hadn't stopped since. Now, she was just this whimpering mess, hugging her legs so tight it looked like she might actually snap something. Her whole world had flipped upside down, and it showed. She could no longer look at the projection, it was just too much. Her head remained buried between her knees, trying to block it all out, but failing miserably. Layla and Saphira weren't doing much better, not by a long shot. Unlike the loudmouths in the back or the stone-faced crew next to them, those two still held on to something that no one else dared to admit out loud: a love. They still loved the Sultan, even after everything he'd done to both them and everyone else. Even after all the pain, all the chaos, all the evil he had unleashed. Every time they saw him suffer on that projection, it was like a piece of their hearts cracked, splintered, and broke off. Every wince, every blow, every look of despair on Malik's face, it hit them hard, and with every hit, a tear slipped down their cheeks, whether they wanted it to or not. But even then, they kept it together. Their backs were straight, fists clenched but barely. It wasn't strength, not really, it was desperation. If they were hurt now, what would happen to them later on, when it was their turn? They would fall apart completely, and there'd be no putting the pieces back together. Noor's mind, meanwhile, was a quiet storm. At first glance, she might have seemed completely unaffected by everything she'd witnessed. Her face was calm, her body still, but anyone paying closer attention would have seen the truth in her hands. Her fingers were digging into the armrests of her throne, gripping so tight they were splintering the ether-reinforced wood. It was obvious that she was holding back about what exactly was unknown, but there was no need for that. The pressure she gave off said more than enough. If anyone dared to talk to her right now, they'd probably regret it instantly. Roy was playing a whole different game compared to the rest of them. Sure, like Noor, she looked quiet as hell. To anyone just glancing at her, she probably seemed bored. But inside, she was losing it, emotions bouncing all over the place like one of them roulette machines in every other underground casino. And it wasn't the bad kind of loss, but the complete opposite. Roy absolutely loved what was happening. Every second, every revelation, every raw, brutal scene. She couldn't thank that holy relic enough for serving it up. Still, Roy wasn't just there to sit back and enjoy the show. She had a brain, and unlike many in the hall, She wasn't afraid to use it. Roya knew, or at least she thought that she knew of the Holy Relic's capabilities. But now, the more that Holy Relic showed off, the more questions piled up in her head. And not small ones either, are big, uncomfortable questions. Like, how was it doing all of this? Every time the Holy Relic pulled a new trick out of its metaphorical hat, Roya's confusion cranked up another notch, noticing how it forced them to participate in a bad soap opera. But she, being the information broker, capital T, capital I, capital Bar, wasn't the type to sit back and twiddle her thumbs waiting for answers to just drop into her lap. Oh number. The second that projection flickered into existence, she'd already sent one of her people sprinting off to Templar, the ones from whom she borrowed the Holy Relic. She didn't care how that cut-off, holier-than-thou religious faction managed to get their hands on something as insane as a Ten Commandmenter. That was their problem, not hers. What she did care about. Why the hell none of this was in the fine print when she borrowed it, borrowed. Alright, so maybe it wasn't a traditional loan. More like she acquired it through a strategic long-term leasing agreement. You know, the kind that involved an exchange of favors, veiled threats, and an unhealthy amount of side-eyeing. But whatever. Details. And surprisey, her lackey came back with squat. Lady Roya broken bar. I'm sorry, but they said they didn't know. She slowly blinked, resisting the urge to groan. So they're not willing to tell us? You threatened them? Yes, my lady. And no, they're telling the truth. Roya rolled her eyes so hard she nearly gave herself a headache. Of course they don't know. Useless idiots. She wanted to groan, but that'd give away how annoyed she was, so instead, she kept it together. With a flick of her wrist, she dismissed the woman, who slipped out of the hall like a shadow, unnoticed by everyone else too busy gawking at the projection. If they don't know what else this thing does, then what? She began to twirl her very long blonde hair while her mind spun in 100 directions. Is it safe to continue? And more importantly, a broken bar. Roy looked back at the projection. Just how much more can it do? The thought sent a chill down her spine, a mix of excitement and unease. Her lips curled into a slow, dangerous grin. She couldn't wait to find out. Azim, meanwhile, sat with his legs crossed, his gaze glued to the projection, not thinking about anything beyond it. He wasn't arguing, sobbing, or scheming like the others. He was just there, staring, not moving an inch. The image of the Sultana, his Sultana, had been torn apart and stitched back together more times than he could count in the last few hours. And every time it rebuilt itself, it was something different, something new. The man he idolized, the man he hated, the man he respected, the man he feared, the man he once loved. It was all one person, and that person wasn't someone he knew. Disillusioned? Yeah, that was an understatement. But even that didn't quite cover it. It wasn't just about what Azim had learned or what he thought he knew about the Sultan. No, this was more than that. More than what he could handle. Not from a man like him, not from his Sultan. But just as he was about to sink even deeper into the whirlpool of his own thoughts, a voice broke through the noise, a single word louder than anything else in the room. Leaving. It was barely the sound, but it hit Azim like nothing else. His eyes and everyone else's that heard, darted to one woman. The Lady of Al-Saif, Huda. The hall fell deathly silent, their previous thoughts, arguments, and fights dimming to nothing but an afterthought. All wanted to hear her again. Maybe they'd misheard. Surely they had. And Huda, choosing to be brave, granted their silent plea. I'm sorry, but I can't stay here anymore. Al-Saif will withdraw from the coalition. The words hung in the air like a blade poised to drop. But not for long, as Zafar broke the stunned quiet. You can't just leave. Not now. Not when it's over. It makes no difference to him. Huda's eyes flicked to the hero, her lips pressing into a thin line. I can and I will. She began to move, but Zafar blocked her way. Her camp could have stopped him, but no one made a move. You're running away. Do you think walking out changes anything? That the villain will magically undo what he's done because you turned your back? Huda let out a laugh, short and bitter. I'm not running away. I'm only doing what I should have done since the beginning. Layla's correct. Not one Magi under my flag has the right to be in this hall today. Zafar was about to respond, but she shut him up with a glare and continued, And don't twist this around. You want me to stay here for your benefit, not mine. But don't worry, I'll keep watching his memories until the guilt stops eating me alive, and I'll hate him as much as I hate myself. That's Nota. Sapphire started, but Huda cut him off again, taking a step forward. I'm naive, maybe, but I'm not the dumb broad you think I am. She wasn't shouting, but each word landed with the force of a punch. And though she didn't say it directly, it was obvious what her words meant. Huda could see through him quite clearly at that. Is the coalition falling apart? Al-Saif can't just do that, can they? We need everyone we can't be. The hall buzzed with a ripple of murmurs, quickly silenced by her glare. Azim opened his mouth to speak, to berate her, but the look on her face stopped him. Not because he was scared, no, he wasn't even sure that such a thing was possible. It was for her sake. For it seemed that another word sent her way might just ruin her completely. Because it wasn't just the pain or the guilt that had sent her to this point, but the brewing jealousy that she dared not acknowledge. It was obvious to anyone watching that Malik cared for Sinbad many times more than he cared for her. When they met, Malik honestly claimed that he wouldn't have saved them if not for her. Now, she was sure it was the other way around. Malik only kept her alive because she was Sinbad's sister. Though that was an extremely pessimistic view, and not at all the truth, it still held some semblance of it. That was enough for her. Huda turned away, signaling to her camp to move. Let's go. The sound of steps echoed as they wordlessly followed. Not a soul rained on her parade, and no one wanted to except a certain disciple. Sapphira. Coward. That one word hit harder than any that she dished out, but Huda didn't react to it. She didn't even slow her steps. Her silence, more deafening than any retort, was a statement in itself. Sapphira sneered, but she didn't bother chasing after her or trying to get the last word in. She only stood there, watching as Huda and her camp disappeared through the grand doors. For the next few moments, no one dared move. It wasn't until Azim let out a long, tired sigh that the crowd seemed to collectively remember how to breathe. But even as murmurs broke out and the hall came back to life, there was one question nobody voiced out louder, yet it hung over them like a storm cloud. What now? Only one person had the answer. Up above, still floating around, was Malik, watching the drama unfold below like it was the final act of one of his favorite plays. Then, as if he decided something, the faintest smirk tugged at his lips. Faraway diaresis H. The word left his mouth like a quiet decree, his soul slipping seamlessly back into his body. Down below, the projection flickered, the glowing words twisting and shifting. A moment later, new bold text materialized on the screen, announcing another beginning, Volume 2, for whom the bell tolls. Inside the projection, Malik remained cross-legged in the cave, his body engulfed in golden flames that licked at him like hungry beasts. They devoured his robes first, leaving charred remnants that crumbled to ash. Then, they turned on his flesh, already battered and broken from 7 and now edging into 8 days of relentless punishment. His blackened skin cracked like brittle stone, glowing veins of molten gold spilling through the fissures, spreading like rivers of lava. It should have been horrifying. It should have been agonizing. But he wasn't screaming, wasn't writhing, he wasn't even flinching. His face didn't betray a single flicker of pain. In fact, he looked calm, too calm, as if he was exactly where he was always meant to be, home. Wherever home was. That didn't mean the pain wasn't there, however, because it was there. Outside the projection, the hall had collectively taken a step back when the memories resumed their showing. No one dared stand close to the projection, not wanting a repeat of last time. Still, many were surprised and caught a few unintentional seconds in the hell Malik was going through. They screamed like there was no tomorrow, embarrassing themselves before all. Those who managed to get away in time didn't care for them, though, focusing more on Malik. It starts just like that? No build-up, no rest for the wicked. This isn't normal, right? I've never seen anyone go through that during an ascension. That's because no one has, a random muttered, crossing his arms. It's got to be the heavy ether in him. It's messing with the process. Right. Another snapped their fingers. Didn't the former Sultan mention that? too much unprocessed ether in a Magi screws with their aspect, their divine essence, their balance. Neutral ether fights the transformation, makes it harder to stabilize. So instead of a clean transition, it's like like pulling a carriage uphill with no damn wheels. Azim finished the crowd's flowing words with a grimace. He's no human. Minutes ticked by in a blink, and eventually, the roaring flames that looked like they'd reduce Malik to ashes fizzled out. Everyone in the hall leaned forward, practically holding their breath. After all that, they were expecting a nightmare, a crumbling flesh, a body barely holding itself together. But what they got was the complete opposite. Malik looked fine. No, scratch that, a better than fine. His skin was smooth, glowing even, like he'd just walked out of some spa treatment. The sunken, malnourished look he'd had before, gone. He wasn't just alive, he looked like a whole new person. That's weird, right? Yeah, incredibly weird. Incredibly weird. Us Magi do kinda heal when ascending, but not to this degree. Right? Inside the projection. Right. It wasn't to that degree. But for Malik, none of this was weird. He knew exactly what had just happened, and it wasn't just superficial. The neutral ether that had been stuck inside him, refusing to do anything useful, had finally flipped the script. It wasn't dead weight anymore. It had transformed, reshaped itself into something he could actually use. And that was all thanks to one thing, the aspect he'd chosen. A foundation for his path. That magical book he read had laid out 3 paths for him. A divine trinity. 3 ways to turn his ether into power. And each one came with its own fancy title and promises. Check out the Ether Auxiliary chapter for all the details. The first option, Sahir, a weaver of spells, sounded cool, right? Crafting spells from scratch based on whatever element he wanted. In another life, another timeline, maybe he would have chosen it. But unfortunately, he didn't have time for that. Sahir was the kind of path that required months of foundational practice and careful study to get anywhere. And Malik, he didn't have months. Hell, he didn't have hours. The second option, Kahan, author of runes, both ancient and modern. This one was even more useless for him right now. Its early abilities were all subtle, slow burns, stuff that wouldn't help him survive his next fight. Sure, it would have been extremely powerful eventually, but Malik didn't have eventually. So yeah, option 3 it was. A specialization that the book had oh so dramatically called Sultan al-Sahara. And honestly, it wasn't even a tough call. Sultan al-Sahara was all about immediate strength, pre-pathed abilities, no need to reinvent the wheel, just survival tools right out of the gate. Exactly what he needed. Now, sitting there, looking like he'd just walked out of the desert as its undisputed ruler, Malik could feel it. The neutral ether wasn't just energy anymore, it had been reforged, and with it, so had he. This wasn't just a transformation. This was his rebirth. Crowned Sunday. At those words, Malik slowly opened his eyes and looked at his arms. His hands clenched into fists, feeling a power coursing through him that was unlike anything he'd ever known. It was as if he was in a totally different body. Everything just felt foreign, especially the physical strength. But that wasn't the most important thing on his mind right now. No. Malik's thoughts went back to everything he'd just learned. Ether, or, well, flow of the untainted, sea of life, divinica, Rukalnor, or. All these titles were for the same energy that was everywhere. Of course, it wasn't just some random force, it was a part of the universe, wrapping the cosmos in its invisible grasp. As one of its sources, Malik's new home had ether in everything. Here, it was in the air, in the ground, in the water, in both life and death, in light and darkness, in the divine, and in the cursed. But the thing that really made him stop and think was the way ether worked. As anyone could have figured out by name alone, the natural form of ether was called neutral ether, the raw stuff. Just like iron ore needed to be processed before it could be used to build something, neutral ether needed to be transformed, converted, into something usable. An aspect was the furnace that melted the ore, and the core was the container that stored the iron. This container was a fist-sized organ that sat to the heart's right. It had a direct link to the nervous system, letting the Magi control the flow of ether, sending it where it needed to go. That, in turn, wove abilities into existence. Those abilities formed the foundation of an aspect, the building blocks of a furnace. And those aspects connected to the soul to create something deeper, a divine essence. Malik wasn't some generic Dune Guardian with the same old divine essence as everyone else. No, his essence was unique, just like the rest of his journey. He could feel it in his bones, and it wasn't just some random title either. His soul had whispered it to him, like a secret only he could hear. Jahannam. Outside the projection flickered, showing Malik standing tall, a new aura around him. Everyone in the room was watching closely, but it was clear they were all a little lost. What does that mean? Another of the younger guild members quickly followed up. Not everyone here knows the old language. Someone wanna explain? The hall shifted, most of the crowd looking for an answer. Azim stood up, letting out a quiet sigh as he turned to face them. His gold obnoxiously jingling. All right, as you've heard, his divine essence is called Jahannam. Seeing as none of the elders bothered explaining, he decided to be the one who clear this up. In the old tongue it means hell. Yeah, hell. The same one we know, a place of torment, fire, suffering. He paused a little to let that sink in. It's a place where you get broken down to nothing, only to rise again. Reborn in a way. Azim kept going, his tone a little more tense now. The Sultan's been through his own hell literally. But it isn't just about the suffering, it's also about burning away everything that isn't strong enough to survive. It's why he became the way he is. He looked back at the projection. The fire. It changes you. Inside the projection, it felt like it shouldn't make sense, at least not completely. Something was off, paradoxical. But to Malik, it was perfect. Jahannam. The name it was him. Fire, pain, power. Every internal scar, every death, every agonizing blink it was all there, burning in the flame. This was his soul, untamed, bright, and fierce. And he liked it. Not just a little, either. To the point that a smile nearly made it on his face. Yet, before it could, the sting of Sinbad's death came back. His little brother. That pain was fresh, and his heart never once stopped aching from it. The golden fire burning inside him felt right, sure. But it wasn't enough. It could never fill the void Sinbad's death left behind. Hey, a broken bar. Malik chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. It'd take years or maybe even longer to get back to anything resembling normal. Not that Malik believed that was even possible anymore. His normal, whatever it may be, felt like a foreign concept now. Sighing his lungs out, his eyes drifted across the cave and fell on the book he'd tossed earlier. He went and picked it up, flipping it open. The damn thing had been a lifesaver, literally, and now it was just a shell. Its title had faded to nothing, and the pages were blank. But Malik had learned not to trust first impressions. And sure enough, when he got to the last page, he found what appeared to be Rafiq's notes. His fucking notes. Snake bastard. The notes weren't just some random scribblings, they were information. Maps, locations, secret shit Rafiq had kept for himself. It was all about the first layer, the kind of information Malik needed. The map Rafiq had jotted down was rough, but it was enough to make sense of the layout. First thing Malik noticed was the section he was in. Al-Thal, as he had already assumed, this section of the first layer followed a pattern. A simple pattern at that. The 4 seasons. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. What made it not so obvious was that summer would periodically take over a different season other than its own. It made sense considering how hot the planet was. Each reset occurred at midnight, exactly on the dot. If he wanted to get out of there, he needed to waste not a moment on relaxing. To the southeast was the Manara al-Badiur, or the Lighthouse of the Dawn. Malik's eyes narrowed at the name. He was still not used to that big thing, a lighthouse, out here in the middle of nowhere. It was tall, sitting like a lone finger pointing at the sky, marking something important. One of the only structures still standing in this godforsaken lair, and judging by Rafiq's notes, it was where most fire-aligned monsters were spotted. It's where I gotta go next. That section had a few exit points that Malik assumed to be areas that allowed them to go back out Al-Fara. He didn't know why only a few areas were highlighted exactly, but he was sure there was a reason for it. Something caught his attention far north of where he was, past the river. Gabe, some fantastical mushroom forest. Yes, a whole forest made up of towering mushrooms. The drawings showed them to be as massive as the trees around him. Apparently, this was a beginner zone, the safe area for noobs like him when they first entered the first lair. Those fuckers. Malik's hand tightened on the edge of the journal as he stared at the mark for the camp, rage bubbling up in his chest. That was where Rafiq's group was holed up, using one of the mushrooms as shelter, eating, sleeping, laughing. While their man had Donia. Malik slammed the journal shut, cutting off the thought before it could spiral. He didn't need to picture it again. I don't know how long it'd take me. He looked outside the cave, his eyes directed towards the river behind the hills. But I'll end all your sorry lives. His eyes glowed a bright gold. Malik would burn the entirety of the first lair down if he had to. Althor, the mushroom forest, the lighthouse, everything. I swear it. Outside the projection. There we go. It begins. Indeed it does. A variation of those words rippled through the crowd. Before, they'd seen him change ears, seen flashes of the Sultan they knew. But now it was more than just that. Malik began walking the path of blood, something which, to their knowledge, he hadn't walked before that point in time. It was a complete change of mentality. Still, none of those watching were dumb enough to think this meant smooth sailing for him. Not by a long shot. But what they did know was that whatever came next, Malik wouldn't apologize for it. He'd suffer, sure. But he wouldn't cry. He wouldn't beg. He wouldn't fear. Malik would simply act. And he'd keep walking his path of fire and blood. Though his change was incredible, the Malik inside the projection barely scratched the surface of power. Nada al-Nora, the bringer of light. The name sounded grand, but in reality, it was the weakest of the weak. Class 5, first sub-rank. Malik couldn't even intimidate a stray canine. If he wanted to end Rafiq's little gang without dying in the process, he needed to climb the divine hierarchy fast. Not once, but twice. First, he had to become Nada al-Faris, the guide of the Rook. That'd give him enough muscle to comfortably take on the owls in the cave, but it still wouldn't be enough. His goal was Nada al-Safe, the sword of guidance at the peak of the 5th major rank. That's when he'd stop being just a throwaway name on someone's hit list and start being an actual threat. But getting there wasn't exactly a walk in the park. There were 4 ways to rank up, each with its pros, cons, and bullshit hurdles. Cultivation. The sit and meditate route. Draw in ether, refine it, release it, and repeat until you feel something. Sure, it worked, but Malik didn't have the patience for that. He needed results yesterday, not after tens of years of staying holed up in that cave. Battle. Straightforward, fight and grow stronger. But here in Althor, most of the monsters would either swallow him whole or slice him in half, killing him before he even raised his newly owned Shamsha embodiment. This one was weird, at least to him. Basically, Malik had to become his specialization. As a Sultan al-Sahara, he'd need to live and act like a sultan or whatever that meant. Boss people around, walk around like he owned the place. Honestly, it was too vague, and he didn't have time to experiment. Not to mention, he wasn't in the mood to play pretend while Rafiq's crew was still out there. Ether core absorption. Now this was Malik's ticket. The idea was simple: find a core, absorb its ether, and rank up. Easy, right? Not really. There were a couple of major roadblocks. Malik's divine essence, Jahannam, was tied to the fire element. So, he needed ether cores from fire-aligned monsters. Not exactly common in Althor, which was why he planned to visit the lighthouse. Now, there were 2 ways to absorb a core. First, the safe way: sit next to the core and slowly draw its ether over the years. It was steady, efficient, and waste-free. The problem? It took forever. The second method: swallow the damn thing whole and hope your ether core doesn't implode. It was risky as hell. Most people who tried it ended up dead or permanently crippled. But if it worked, the payoff was massive. It'd be like skipping years of cultivation in one insane burst of power. Malik didn't consider himself lucky. He was cursed, plain and simple. But he had one ace up his sleeve: return by death. If the worst happened and his core exploded, well, he'd just get sent back to his checkpoint whenever it may be, and try again until he got it right. Still, that was a problem for the future Malik. Right now, He didn't even have an ether core to absorb. No point stressing over it until he found the right one. Inside the projection. With that thought, Malik flipped open Rafiq's journal again, his eyes locking onto the map. One last looker. He needed to memorize every detail, every mark, down to the last scratch. I'll write a broken bar. How do I get out of Althor? It didn't take him long to trace a path, his mind piecing it together step by step. After a moment, he closed the journal and glanced outside the cave. First, the lighthouse. Then a broken bar. Them outside the projection. Guess this really is it. Yeah. The Sultan isn't a kid anymore. The random whispers of half-formed thoughts died as quickly as they started. No one really knew what to say, just repeating the same thing over and over. Because, really, what was there to say? They all knew Atar the kind boy was gone. What stood in his place was a man burning with a single purpose: revenge. And for now, they were content just watching the flames that were no longer just fire but something more. They were curious to see what he'd do with it. Inside the projection, time blinked ahead, and Malik could be seen walking down the hill, appearing to have just finished saying his last goodbyes to Sinbad. He wasn't half naked anymore, now decked out in expensive-looking clothes, a random mishmash of pieces like he'd raided a wardrobe blindfolded. Somehow, though, he made it work, even if the fit was a little loose on his lean frame. Maybe it was his now undeniably handsome features doing the heavy lifting, making everything he wore look effortlessly good. Because indeed, it was not the apparel that proclaims the man, but the man who maketh the clothes. The dumb might wonder where he got the outfit, but it was pretty obvious, especially when you noticed the slightly tattered belt holding his shamshur, or the cloth-wrapped gourd at his side, occasionally dripping a trickle of water. The owls. These clothes were the remnants of what Malik so graciously titled delicacies. For all he knew, he could have been wearing something that once belonged to Rafiq, but that didn't matter anymore. Not now. He had revenge to fulfill. Crunch, crunch. Malik's new boots crushed the dry grass with each step, his pace steady but cautious. He had no idea how far the lighthouse actually was. The shams had risen outside Al-Fura, and its light had yet to shift an inch since he'd started walking. Time here was slippery, hard to track, and it messed with his head. Malik shook the thoughts away and forced himself to focus. If this place is alive, it's probably enjoying the fact that I'm lost. His grip on his shamshur tightened, and he pressed on. Without warning, the air shifted. It was cooler now, the ground growing darker beneath his feet. Midnight was near. But then, just like that, as if time had blinked to it, holy shit happened ahead, below, to his left, and to his right. Everything had shifted. The flat plains that once stretched endlessly were gone, replaced by a vast sea of dunes. They rose and fell like frozen waves, towering high enough to block any distant landmark. During and after that change, Malik's feet had yet to pause. He just kept walking as if detached from the world, weaving between the dunes. His eyes, meanwhile, stayed fixed on the general direction of the lighthouse. It was his only constant in this place, a pinprick of light promising salvation, or maybe death. He didn't care which, as long as it led him to them. The bastards who killed Sinbad! Yuga! A bolt of pain echoed deep in his mind. Thinking about Sinbad hurt too much. Damn it. The sound of his laughter. The way he'd trail behind like a cute little chica, always smiling, always talking about the dumbest of things. Gone. All of it. Because of them. Damn it all. With that thought, he clenched his fists and forced the memories down. He couldn't afford distractions, not here, especially not now. The next day arrived, and with it came the scorching heat. Malik could handle the colder. He'd gotten used to it in the cave, and nighttime above wasn't much different. But this heat was something else entirely. It had been bad enough on the streets or away, but out here, it was turned up tenfold. And it didn't let up, not once. Not a flicker. Time really felt like a joke down here, one that Malik wasn't laughing at. But then, as if to further reinforce his thoughts, it blinked, just like earlier. Day turned to night in what seemed to be an instant, and with it came the dreaded moment. Midnight's here. Though Malik had no watch of any kind, he knew when it arrived. He felt it in his bones, the creeping tension in the air that made his skin crawl. Thud thud thud. It hit, but not as smooth as last time. The ground beneath him rumbled, the horizon shimmered, and the darkness beyond the sky rushed at him in an instant. Or rather, he was rushing toward it. Malik stumbled but quickly caught himself, his hand going to his shamshir on pure instinct. Not that it would do much against whatever the hell was happening right now. When the shaking finally stopped, the world had completely changed. The dunes were gone. In their place, jagged mountains shot up like broken teeth, towering into the darkness. Damn, right on top of a mountain? Really? He let go of the hilt and adjusted his belt, scanning the area for another route. Unfortunately, there was nowhere to go but up. Though, at least the lighthouse was visible now, peeking through the craggy peaks. A weak consolation, but one nonetheless. Fuck it, I'll play. The climb was brutal. Every step felt like a battle, his boots slipping on loose rocks, his hands raw from grabbing at jagged edges. The air grew colder the higher he went, thinner too, each breath barely worth the effort. Hours or maybe minutes, who could tell, it passed, and Malik finally reached the top of a ridge. He collapsed onto his back, arms spread out, chest heaving as he stared up at the black, starless sky. And then, like a tease from the universe, the first lights of the shams broke through. Warm, golden, annoyingly hopeful. Day 10. It didn't hang around for long. With a grunt, Malik rolled to his side and forced himself back up. The light dipped behind him as if it knew better than to follow. And then, just like that, the world shifted again. The jagged mountains fell away in chunks, like someone smashing a fragile clay model. In their place, a never-ending sea of snow, blinding white and stretching into forever. Malik laughed dryly, the sound bitter. I'll get there. His steps crunched against the frozen ground, his silhouette slowly swallowed by the frost. Somehow, that word marked the beginning of another distortion. Time seemed to warp, moving at 10 times its normal pace. Every night brought a new landscape, a new obstacle to face. Frozen tundras, dense forests, wet swamps. He adapted, relying on his wits and whatever scraps of energy he could still muster. His gourd was nearly empty, but even that didn't seem to slow him down. And yet, invulnerable was one thing that he was not. One day, the shifts succeeded in messing with his head. Malik began to see Sinbad not just flashes from his memories, but full-blown illusions. He'd walk ahead of him, laughing like they were just strolling through a park. Stop it. You're not real. But of course, they didn't stop. Sometimes, the illusions felt like a rare, fleeting gift of normalcy. Sinbad's laugh, the way he'd roll his eyes when Malik said something stupid, the warmth of his presence, it all felt so real. Other times, they twisted, becoming crueler, distorted echoes of his final moments. To keep himself from drowning in those nightmares, Malik had his nails dig into his palm. Pain was his anchor, his tether to reality, a habit he was way too familiar with by now. A slight bit more than he'd like. Focus. They're waiting for you at the end. Keep moving. Weeks passed of the endless shifts blurring together, a never-changing landscape. Morning, nights, how many times he'd nearly died. He lost track of all that was. It was all the same shade of dull. Until suddenly, it wasn't hope, just the right ahead of him. A color so impossibly vibrant it nearly malfunctioned his brain. In the middle of this godforsaken frozen wasteland, surrounded by a sea of white, that was a patch of green. It stood out more than the lighthouse itself. That's it. His heart slammed in his chest. My way out. Malik ran, pushing himself harder than he'd ever thought possible. He no longer felt the pain in his legs, the hunger gnawing at him, or the fog in his mind. His body was screaming for him to stop, rest, eat, drink, collapse, die, anything. Malik wasn't listening. Midnight loomed, the world holding its breath, waiting for the shift. Almost there. With every desperate stride, the patch of green grew closer, but so did the tremors beneath him. His vision started to tunnel, his muscles beyond shot, but he kept pushing, refusing to stop. Step after step after step after step after step, tick after tick after tick after tick, breath after breath after breath. With one last, desperate burst of energy, he threw himself forward, no different than a lion. Behind him, the world began to change, starting from the edge. Clack! The edge of his foot clipped something solid, a rising hill of green. It spun him around, sending his back collapsing onto the soft grass. His chest heaved from the impact, lungs scraping for air, every breath a battle. While he neared death, the rest of the frozen wasteland did the opposite. It melted away into something new, something alive, and for the first time in what felt like forever. He didn't care. He wasn't in survival mode. Malik had made it. He just lay there, eyes staring at the dark sky, a heavy weight lifted off his shoulders. It felt like a dream, too surreal to be real. Hey. And then, out of nowhere, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Not a laugh of joy or nothing that simple. It wasn't exactly pleasant, a laugh of an injured victory. A sound scraped from the bottom of his soul. Yeah, heartbroken bar. For the first time in so long, he could finally stop running. I'm still alive. Even if just for a moment. Outside the projection, the hall that now had little activity within its chambers. Those near the projection were entirely quiet, each their own. Most of the crowd, meanwhile, was still reeling from what they'd just seen. Man's got more heart than most of us. A voice chimed in at the beautiful scene displayed before them. He didn't stop. Not once. That's wild, man. People don't fight like that, especially when they're so damn tired. Gotta give respect. I'd have died in that snow after the first shift. No way I'm dealing with that crazy shit. A laugh echoed from the back of the hall. Right? The Sultan's like a rock, man. You break him, but most of him still stays together. Comes back even stronger. I can't even imagine what was going through his head back then. Those hallucinations, eh? But hey, he still made it out. Yeah, but for how long? At one point he'll get help. There's no way otherwise. A new voice piped up, almost concerned. That last laugh. It wasn't the laugh of someone who won. It wasn't relief, either. He's been through hell and back multiple times. Some random replied confidently, acting like he had Malik all figured out. I don't think he remembers what winning is. To his right, a woman shook her head. No, I think it was just him realizing that surviving isn't the same as winning. A few people nodded, some still unsure, others getting it, rejecting it. It was like Malik opened some crazy door no one was ready to walk through yet. The atmosphere in the hall shifted again, the crowd quiet now, reflective. There was room for argument, yet no one spoke out of line. That shit was real. More real than anything they've seen in ages. Something none of them could deny, no matter how dumb they might be. Malik didn't move for a while, just staring blankly at the world around him. The lighthouse was closer now, but still far off in the distance, its light unchanging. He let out an exacerbated sigh. Even more walking. The air was warming up, a sign that the shams was rising. It made him feel drowsy, his eyelids heavy. Though he'd been taking naps every other day, whenever he could, it still was never enough. His mind felt foggier than ever, and his body moved with such delay that it felt like his brain was protesting every command. For a moment, he almost convinced himself to stay still just for a little longer. Maybe it wouldn't hurt. But then, he saw it. Him, Sinbad, sitting across from him, legs crossed, a goofy grin plastered across his face. You should rest, you need it. Malik froze, his chest tightening painfully. For a second, just a second, he almost let himself believe it. Almost. But he quickly snapped out of it. Thanks. But I don't need it. Fuck off. Like a bad projection, the illusion flickered and faded into the air. Malik wiped the sweat off his forehead and rubbed his eyes. Get a grip. No time for ghosts. He couldn't afford to lose it now, not when he was so close. With a deep breath, he forced himself to his feet, his legs trembling but steady enough. Just a little longer. It'll all be worth it. After glancing at Althor for the final time, he started walking. The trek through the forest was slow but steady, with no dangers of note, just tiny critters that ran away at the sight of him. Malik kept his eyes on the lighthouse, using it as his anchor, his North Star. And as the hours stretched on, the shams had fully risen, but it was of no issue to him. The shade from the massive trees around him was a relief from its harsh heat. Somewhat of a small blessing at this point. But that didn't mean that his condition was perfect. The increase in humidity reminded him of his dehydration, and his constantly growling stomach grew in volume, reminding him of just how long it had been since he'd eaten anything substantial. Thankfully, he wasn't so unlucky as to not find anything that could quell his hunger. His constant scanning of the trees had finally borne fruit. Literally, in a sense. He spotted a cluster of them hanging from a low branch. They looked ripe enough, so he picked a few, sinking his teeth into the juicy flesh. The taste was sharp and sweet, nothing like what they had back in Elthal. It was like his body instantly woke up from a long, painful sleep, no longer on the verge of collapse. On his way, he took a little detour, following a few critters, and found a small stream not far from his main route, its crystal clear water flowing gently over smooth stones. Malik drank deeply, the cool water soothing his parched throat. Once full, he filled up his gourd and allowed himself to relax. He found himself a tree, leaned against it, and closed his eyes. The sound of the stream, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, it was peaceful. The kids would have loved this. They really would have. But, unfortunately for his tired mind, this wasn't the time for peace. Malik got to his feet with a groan, brushing dirt off his pants before resuming his journey. By the time he emerged from the forest, the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink. Now, the lighthouse was finally close enough for him to make out its details. The thing was colossal, perched on a lone hill surrounded by barren, cracked earth. Its surface was worn and weathered, marked by deep grooves and patches of moss clinging to its sides. His steps faltered as he beheld its magnificence. He just stared at it, the exhaustion in his body giving way to something else. Was it relief, hope? Maybe. Or maybe it was just the weight of finally being here, of seeing it after everything he dragged himself through. It's beautiful, isn't it? Ignoring the familiar voice, Malik entered the area cautiously, every muscle in his body tense. He kept low, his ears straining for the telltale crackle of flames. His curse had taught him one thing: everything in the moor wanted him dead, and the monsters here certainly weren't any different. Hours passed, maybe more. Then, finally, he saw one of them. A faint glow, like embers floating on the breeze. Malik crouched behind a ridge, narrowing his gaze. There it was, effortlessly darting between the trees. Rafiq's journal mentioned their kind. Ifrit or Kurd in short. Looks like one of those weird circus monkeys they mess around with in those caravan shows. His thoughts were spot on. It was a monkey. Well, more like a gorilla-sized nightmare on fire, but that was indeed its kin's origin. His eyes stayed locked on the thing as he started trailing it. No way he was wasting time looking for another one of these bastards. Up close, it was even bigger than he'd thought, radiating enough heat to make his skin prickle. It was like standing too close to a bonfire, except the fire had bulging muscles and could probably rip him in half. But he didn't care. Monsters like these Faryad Rancor were his one ticket for revenge, for a life beyond. Kill one, and he'd snag an ether core, maybe even two if the universe decided to throw him a bone for once. Right, they had a cap of 2 cores, making this flaming monkey his best to hell, his only shot right now. Eventually, the beast stopped near a pile of charred, blackened rocks. Its glowing eyes darted around before it crouched and started digging. Moments later, it yanked out a set of burned-up bones and went to town, gnawing on them with teeth sharp enough to form sparks. Malik's first instinct was to attack while it was distracted, but he stopped himself. Rushing in blindly was a good way to get roasted alive. No, he needed to know more. Play it smart, figure it out. Watch where it went, what it did, how it hunted, how it lived, how to kill it. Patience wasn't his strong suit, but if it meant survival, Malik could wait. So, he kept to the shadows, tracking the Kurd for days, stuck with it like a bad habit. It wasn't easy. The thing was quick, its red glow flickering through the forest, mimicking some sort of cursed lantern. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone, leaving him scrambling to pick up its trail. But Malik never panicked. He took his own pace, learnt its rhythms, the little quirks that made it predictable. By mid-afternoon, it always settled into a nap. Every day, without fail, it climbed into the same gnarled, blackened tree at the base of the lighthouse's hill. The branches were twisted, the bark scorched and no doubt from its fiery body roasting the wood over and over. At night, the Kurd turned into a demon on caffeine. It darted through the area, hunting anything unlucky enough to cross its path. The prey, weird scuttling things with way too many legs and creepy eyes, creatures he didn't have names for. The second it caught one, its flames roared up, incinerating the poor thing in seconds. No chewing, just straight to the ash phase, rubbing the black on its skin. And it wasn't always a solo act. Sometimes other kurds popped up, their bodies blazing with that same fire. But these weren't social calls. Malik's kurd wasn't about sharing its turf. The second they got too close, it went full psycho, screeching and hurling fireballs until they backed off. Malik filed all this away like he was writing a survival guide for lunatics. When it ate, what it ate, where it hunted, the paths it took through the forest. Every detail was a potential weapon for when the time came. He even found out the fiery bastard wasn't without kin. It had a little familiar pair of smaller monkeys with flames that weren't as blinding. They'd pop up during the day, sticking close to the charred tree and mimicking the big one's moves like they were in some flaming monkey boot camp. Watching them stirred something weird and uncomfortable in his chest, but he shoved it down hard. Feelings for those things? No. Not happening. He couldn't let himself go soft for some monsters. Even if they had some semblance of intelligence. A hunter was most vulnerable if they held any degree of captivation towards their prey. Piece by piece, the plan started falling into place. Malik mentally mapped out the Kurd's territory, every nook and cranny he could duck into, every path that could get him out if things went sideways. He tracked its schedule down to the last dota when it woke, when it went hunting, when it conked out. And one thing stood out to him throughout all of that. The Kurd's flames raged like a living inferno at night, but during the day, under the punishing heat of the Shams, it wasn't quite as invincible. Its flames dulled, its energy dipped, and it was likely why it slept heavy in the tree's twisted branches. That brought Malik to a decision. That's when I'll make my move. The next day was blistering like any other, and something somewhere within Malik's twisted brain had found that comforting. His time had arrived. Standing at the base of the scorched tree, he held up his shamshur, pointing it to the sky. His blade was the only thing that stood between him and salvation or fiery death. Sweat dripped down his face, stinging his eyes, but he didn't dare move to wipe it. Every ounce of his focus was on the Kurd above him. It was sprawled lazily across the branch, completely exposed, vulnerable. Its flames were reduced to faint, flickering embers. And its little fire spawns? Nowhere in sight. Probably off learning how to burn something else alive. Everything was lined up perfectly. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Days spent tailing this flaming terror, learning every quirk and habit, were about to pay off. Or they weren't, and he'd get roasted alive, forced to repeat his hunt. No big deal. Let's just do this. Malik adjusted his stance, shifting his weight, every movement painstakingly slow. The starlight caught the edge of his blade as he raised it further up. It hovered just below the branch, aimed perfectly for its mark. Now, he was no different than a coiled spring ready to explode into action. Malik took a final breath, his world narrowing to a single point. His muscles tensed, and then, with all the strength he could muster, whoosh, he drove it upward in one clean, decisive thrust, piercing fur and fire. It went deep, cutting through its muscle, but still, it seemed far from enough. Kurd screeched, a high-pitched cry that echoed across the forest. Malik winced from the sound but didn't let up, yanking his blade out and stabbing again with all his strength. This time though, the blade hit even deeper. Too deep. It was lodged in its flaming body, stuck in bone or something equally unyielding. Before he could adjust, the Kurd twisted, its body writhing in pain. Then, with a burst of flames, it kicked itself off the tree, dragging the blade with it. Fuck! Malik cursed under his breath, watching as it tumbled to the ground. It hit the dirt hard but didn't stop, frantically scrambling to its feet as it tried to run away. Oh no, you don't! Clapping his hands together, Malik shut his eyes tight and focused. In his mind, he imagined a network of glowing lines, a web that mapped out the path his ether needed to follow. It was the only ability Rafiq's dusty book had taught him. His ether core, a tiny, pulsating point of light buried deep behind his sternum, right next to his heart, stirred to life. He commanded it, willed it to follow the pathing he laid out in his head. The ether rushed upward, moving like a molten fire through the central artery. It then split to both his shoulders, branching out to the subclavian arteries, before shooting down his arms, splitting into smaller vessels along his forearms. Finally, it reached his hands, pooling at his fingertips, ready to ignite. Malik clenched his fists, feeling the ether coiling, and whispered the words that came from somewhere deeper than Memoria, straight from his soul. Ember's touch, scorched grace. Golden flames erupted around his hands, charring his forearms black. Unlike before, the fire didn't burn his entire body. It embraced only his arms, licking at the rest without leaving a single mark. But damn, it was hot, rivaling that of the curd. Kayak, feeling his heat, it turned as it realized escape wasn't on the table anymore. Its glowing eyes locked onto him, and it charged, flames flaring brighter like never before. Malik roared back, charging forward to meet it head-on. The curd lunged, both hands swinging down, aiming straight for his chest. Malik ducked, the claws slicing through the air just inches above his head. Mimicking a squat, his legs pushed back up, slamming his body into the creature. Fall. The force of the collision sent both of them crashing to the ground, a loud impact that kicked up a cloud of dust and ash. Malik felt the flames bite into his skin, the searing pain spreading across his arms and chest. But he didn't let go, didn't even flinch. His hands, still wreathed in golden fire, clamped around the monkey's neck, squeezing tight. The curd thrashed beneath him, clawing at everything. Malik could see it clearly now, the primal will to survive burning in its gaze. But will was nothing in this world. His grip tightened, his own fire consuming its. Then, with a final, brutal twist, he snapped its neck. The creature went limp, the fire in its eyes extinguished, literally. Malik stayed there for a moment, breathing heavily, his hands still around its neck. The heat faded, leaving only the scent of charred fur and blood in the air. I actually pulled it off. Thought it'd be harder. Guess all that scouting was overkill. Ki-eek. Not even a second later, he heard it too faint, muffled cries from the left. I should have just stayed quiet. His head snapped up, his body tensing as he turned to look. There, just beyond the charred tree, stood two smaller curds. Their flames were dimmer, their bodies smaller, but their features were the same. Damn it! Malik let go of the curd's body and rose to his feet, yanking his blade free from its flesh. The red-hot metal hissed as it met the cooler air, its hilt nearing its melting point. It was flaming, to say the least, though thankfully he saw no issue in that. The smaller curds didn't move, their tiny bodies trembling as they stared at him. He sighed, raising his blade and pointing it at them. Go. They didn't move. They just kept staring, their small, glowing eyes filled with hatred. He sighed again, deeper this time, and stepped forward. That was all it took. The little curds let out soft cries and turned, scampering off into the forest. Their flames flickered as they disappeared into the distance, leaving Malik alone with the body of their parent. Great. He ran a hand through his hair. Now I'm the bad guy. You are, though. Malik glanced to his right. Sinbad. Clicking his tongue, he looked away and knelt down beside the corpse. Whatever. His hands were steady as he began, the blade making quick work of the tough, charred skin. He pulled it back to reveal the glowing red ether core nestled within. It pulsed faintly, warm to the touch as he pried it free. Malik held it up, turning it in his hand as he examined it. The core was beautiful, its light dancing like liquid fire. Perfect. He stuffed it into his belt, wiping his hands on his pants as he stood. Then, he scanned the area, his eyes landing on a dark spot in the distance. A cave. That'll do. It was a place perfect for his cultivation. He trudged toward it, and as soon as he passed the entrance, Malik let go of his tough facade and dropped to the ground. Slowly, he leaned back against the cool stone wall, letting it take some of the weight off. His chest rose and fell, every breath a reminder of how much his body hated him right now, and his eyes slipped shut as the weight of the past few days finally caught up to him. The red ether core pulsed faintly in his belt, its warmth just enough to lull him into a comfortable sleep. It wasn't just a trophy, it was proof of what he'd done and all the crap that still lay ahead. Malik's lips twitched into a tired, bitter smile. One step closer. With that, and the sound of the wind howling outside, he let himself rest. Outside the projection, the Sultan seems to have always had talent in combat. Was this the hidden skill the former Sultan mentioned? Sure looks like it. But I think it's tied to something bigger than just skill. Maybe, or maybe it's just that a skill but not the full scope of it. He hasn't shown us everything. That's for sure. True. But what if it's more about his understanding speed? The fact that he activated Ember's touch on his first try says a lot. Even with a grimoire guiding him, that's unheard of. Even our most talented youngsters, the ones raised in cultivation, haven't achieved that. Though the projection didn't pause, skipping to the next day, the crowd continued to converse between themselves. It was clear that their earlier tense mood had been relieved slightly, or more likely this was just a collective attempt to forcefully move past what they'd seen, unwilling or unable to confront it fully. Their beliefs, their mental states, and their fragile coalition standing demanded a certain level of denial. He's still kind, though, one of the crowd commented, almost reluctantly. He had to know those Kurds would come back for revenge if he let them go. But he still did it. Was Sinbad's death not the thing that broke him? No, it did. Though whether his mind has already begun to fix itself, or if it's just delaying the inevitable collapse, we can't say for sure. It takes time to process something like that. And with those hallucinations, he's got a long road ahead of him. Indeed. Listening quietly, Saphira nodded to herself. She didn't need the crowd speculations to remind her of the Malik she once knew. She remembered their first meeting as if it had happened yesterday. He was different than a quiet, yes, guarded, of course, but there had been warmth, humor, even. Malik wasn't this hollow shell of a man she saw before Sinbad's grave. And yet, change had come so suddenly. Barely a day after their meeting, his smile disappeared. His personality did nearly a 180-degree flip. Did she or Jasmine do something? Was it not only Huda that broke him? Have they contributed to his ruin as well? That possibility haunted her. And unlike the coward that left, she wanted to know. Malik, tell me. What happened? Inside the projection, Malik sat cross-legged in the damp cave, the faint glow of the Kurd's ether core in his hand. The thing pulsed like a heartbeat, almost as if it were communicating with him. He couldn't help but stare at it, a cocktail of fear and anticipation brewing in his chest. This was his ticket to Al-Safe. No waiting around for years to leech power out of it like some timid novice. No, he wasn't about to play it safe. Malik was going all in or would die trying. Though, if he were being honest with himself, he was sure it'd be the latter. All right. Malik rolled his shoulders as if preparing for a fistfight. Jahannam, don't let me down. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, then shoved the ether core into his own. Instantly, his body jerked as his Kora, his divine essence, reacted. It pulsed, almost like it knew what he wanted, and he shivered. Ether rushed into him, warm at first, comforting. But as he pulled more, that warmth turned to fire, searing and white-hot. His whole body felt tight, like it was too small for the energy surging through him. It was. But he kept at it. He had to do it. More, more, more. He needed more, more. Ether surged, so strong it almost knocked him out then and there. But still, he didn't stop. Malik needed this. The ether was addictive, feeding a hunger that had gnawed at him for years. He could feel it filling every inch of him, overflowing, the heat turning into a scorching pain that made his skin feel like it was splitting apart. The cave exploded with light, the ether core shining so bright, like a second Shams. It was too much, maybe, but he shoved that thought aside. But then, all of a sudden, something shifted. Something that proved his previous thought right. A sharp pain shot through his chest, making him gasp. His core felt like it was tearing apart. And worst of all, the ether wasn't stopping. It kept coming, wild and too much, simply out of control. He tried to pull the core away, but it was stuck to his chest. Deeming it a lost cause, he focused on the inside instead of using what little remained of his strength. Malik tried to push it back, to contain it, to stop it, but it was like trying to hold back an avalanche with his bare hands. The core on his chest fractured, lines crawling across its surface. Ha ha ha. He couldn't breathe. His chest felt like it was splitting open, and the pain. But before he could even process that, a sudden sound resounded. Like a machine straining against an impossible load, it intensified in a second and reached a fever pitch. This, according to Rafiq's book, was a major sign of an ether core implosion. Both the birth of an anomaly and its destruction in one horrifying sequence. It all went down way fast. Too fast. First, a blinding light swallowed him whole, making the world disappear. Then, just between his chest and the core, a tiny ether vortex took shape, instantly pulling all the ambient ether in the area like it was some insatiable black hole. The ground shook, and he heard the splintering of rock as cracks split across the cave. Everything collapsed inward, compacting into a single, terrifying point. An anomaly was born, a living catastrophe, moments from going nuclear. This caused a deafening silence to fall upon the world. Not a single sound. And then, crack-a-boom, destruction. It imploded, unleashing absolute energy, everything, everywhere all at once. In an instant too quick to comprehend. And in that fleeting, final moment, Malik knew death had claimed him. Just like that. It was over. Blink. Outside the projection. While Malik couldn't grasp the exact details of what had occurred in those final moments, the ones watching saw everything with horrifying clarity. After his ether core imploded, his body contorted unnaturally, twisting into itself as if forced by invisible hands. Flames didn't just burn him, they devoured him from the inside, an inferno of ether tearing him apart. It was absolute, total, complete, utter annihilation. Then nothing. The world blinked, his existence snuffed out like a candle in a storm, erased. Such a sight brought many a feeling of disgust, repulsion. Stomachs turned, some straight up puked, others just froze, while many just stared at the spot where Malik used to be. What they saw was beyond insane, sure, but it wasn't the most surprising. Malik knew. He knew his luck. He knew that this was going to be the end of him. Knew it was going to tear him apart, making him feel pain like never before, and still, he went ahead with it. The thought hit everyone, resulting in one single, unanimous conclusion. He's not human. Inside the projection. Haha! Malik gasped awake like he'd just surfaced from drowning. He shot upright, clutching at his chest, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. Wide, frantic eyes darted around the dim space, searching for something. A cave. The sight of the stone walls surrounding him brought relief for just a moment before an unstoppable feeling of frustration replaced it. God damn it! He slammed his fist into the rocky ground. Though he knew that succeeding on the first attempt was impossible, a part of him, somewhere deep down, truly hoped for that. Malik had hoped that maybe he was different, hoped that he was stronger, faster, more talented than the rest, hoped that he'd rise above the odds, like some kind of destined hero. But reality had other plans, ripping apart his naive aspirations, stomping on them without mercy, and throwing them to the hounds. A cruel world, indeed. Yet it wasn't entirely unforgiving. His checkpoint had been updated. If his slightly rested body was any indication, it had been forwarded to when he slept in the cave. Of course, the core was still there, sitting a few feet away, pulsing like nothing had happened. Malik stared at it for a moment, then sighed, rolling his shoulders. All right. Round 2. He sat in a lotus position. No rest, no time to waste. If this was his life now, he wasn't going to spend it whining. He picked it up and shoved the core in again, this time bracing himself. And yet, nothing changed. The whine, the heat, the implosion, death. Blink. Rather, it was arguably worse. Malik didn't even last half as long as last time. He groaned, slumping against the wall as his frustration resurfaced. Damn you! Stupid thing. He glared at the core, wanting to punch the shit out of it. But he'd only hurt himself, so he stopped. Besides, there was no turning back now. Round 3. Malik brought the core to his chest and tried again. Blink, and again, blink, and again, blink. The cycle repeated endlessly. Every failure brought a new explosion, a new round of pain. His core would whine, protest, and then shatter, taking him with it. Each time, he'd wake up gasping, the taste of ash in his mouth, the core sitting there like some smug little devil. He'd live, absorb, die, repeat, and there seemed to be no end to that in sight. Malik dragged a hand down his face as his patient swore thinner than thread. This had to be the 1000th try, or at least close enough. What a fucking joke. Time had lost all meaning. Days, weeks, months, years. The cave became his prison, the ether core his merciless tormentor. He tried everything, slowing his breathing, focusing his thoughts, whispering desperate prayers, cursing the true Sultan, and even some other gods he made up on the spot. Nothing, just nothing worked. Every time, the sequence was practically the same. The whining hum, the burning heat, the implosion, another blink, another reset. Back to nothing, back to square one. And yet, it wasn't all bad amidst the endless loop. It was practically the same. Practically, because in truth, with every death, he learned a little more, gained another sliver of understanding. The parameters, the point of no return, the ways to keep his damn core stably. Malik had pieced it all together like a crappy white-colored puzzle with missing edges. At times, it held out a fraction longer, barely noticeable at first, but undeniable as the loops stacked. The core's pulsing had a rhythm, a pattern, tiny signals just before things went south. When it was on the verge of rejection, usually, by the time he noticed, it was already game over. But every now and then, if he reacted just right or focused his ether at the tips of his fingers so he could delay the inevitable. Delay, not stop. It wasn't winning, not by a long shot. But it was progress. Agonizingly slow, tear your hair out kind of progress. Eventually, the silence of the cave drove him nuts, so he started keeping track. Not of the days he'd lost sense of that ages ago. He counted attempts. By the time he hit 4 digits, he'd memorized every detail of the process, the hum of the core, the way the ether flowed, the exact millisecond his essence would rebel. He adapted, adjusted, tweaked, refined. Total attempt, 3,672. Malik sounded bored out of his mind, his golden eyes dull, lifeless. Increment increase, 0.006 seconds. Local fail, 102. He sat cross-legged with the core balanced in his palms, throwing it from one to the other. It was still as bright as ever, but its color had faded in his eyesight just like everything else around him. The world felt drained, like someone had cranked the saturation slider way down. Though somehow, that wasn't something that he noticed outside the projection. But that didn't mean those watching the projection didn't. It was pretty hard to miss, and they weren't about to stay quiet about it. Am I going blind, or does the world inside look different now? It's not just you. The color's fading. Not just the color, it's everything. The shadows, the textures, even the way the light moves. It's all duller. A weird hush fell over the room as everyone considered the implications. The saturation's tied to him. Someone finally said, to his soul. His Walter Livia, he's still alive. Saphira flinched, not realizing she was defending Malik until she heard her own words. They were more for herself than anyone else. It was what she most hoped to be true. But Layla rejected her hope. He's not really. All eyes turned to her. Look at him. Her tone was way colder than before, knowing that what she was about to say was going to sting her twice as much for herself. His body moves, his heart beats, but everything else? It's gone. She hesitated, struggling to find the right way to say it. He's a ghost. Alive in the most technical sense, but dead in every way that matters. Hey. Ha 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 ha. A nervous laugh broke the tension, surprisingly coming from Azim. That's a bit too dramatic, don't you think? He's still fighting, pushing. That's not what a dead man does. Layla's sharp eyes never left the projection. That's exactly what a dead man does. He fights because he has nothing left. No fear of loss, no sense of self-preservation, just stubbornness. It's all he has now. The projection flickered, showing Malik's death, his body twisting, burning, imploding. Then it reset, and he sat cross-legged in the cave like nothing had happened. He doesn't even flinch anymore. Someone couldn't help but murmur, interrupting Layla, but she didn't mind. Rather, she answered their unspoken question, using it to hit her point home, because he's numb. You saw how he looked at the core just now, like it was nothing. No hatred, no fear, not even frustration, just apathy. Noor, who had been quietly observing from her floating throne, nodded. It's the grind. It wears you down, strips you bare, until there's nothing left but the motions. But why? Saphira asked, trembling. Why keep going if he's already? If he's like that, is avenging Huda really that important? Dot. 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 The room went quiet. No one seemed to want to answer, or maybe they just didn't know how to. Especially not Zafar, as he began to notice the jealousy in her tone. Because he doesn't know how to stop. Though Layla was an exception. It was she who knew him best. Stopping means giving up, and giving up would mean admitting he's already dead. As her words hung in the air, the mood shifted from simple horror and shock to something more complicated, making the hall feel heavier. While the earlier spectacle of Malik's suffering had churned stomachs, left some pale-faced, and others puking, the sheer grind of his efforts now inspired something akin to morbid awe. Blink. The projection flickered again, showing Malik cradling the core like he did Sinbad's dead body. His lips moved, muttering something under his breath, but his voice was too quiet to hear. Is he talking to himself, or is it the same old? Can't say. That's survival, or at least, what's left of it. Total attempt counts. Increment increases. Local fails. These are two. Yeah, but for what, though? He's not making any real progress. Not true. Were you sleeping at attempt 6174? He held the core stable after its warning for almost a second longer. A second? Sure, let's hand him a trophy for that. Stop hating, Damas. You could never do this in a million years. Sultan's gone full-on mad scientist. Mad something, that's for sure. But can you blame him? I'd have snapped thousands before attempt number. The projection flickered. What is it now? 7106. A scoff came from the back. Real inspirational, except it's obviously useless. Sultan's mind went hollow. Maybe he is hollow. But a hollow man doesn't keep going. He doesn't grind himself to dust for a fraction of progress. He'd have quit after the first 100 resets. But the Sultan, the bearded man trailed off, struggling to find the words. Determined? Someone suggested, and he shook his head. Number. That's putting it lightly. This is all just. Inside the projection. Malik caught the core mythos, staring at it with a look that could only be described as jaded. He pressed the core to his chest and took a deep breath, centering himself like some wannabe monk. The whine started. Louder this time. His core pushed back, fighting him with everything it had. But Malik didn't flinch. He just locked his focus in, forcing the ether to flow evenly, ignoring the searing pain tearing through his body. The pressure kept building and building, like a ticking bomb inside him. Then a boom. Death. Blink. Dot. Attempt a broken bar something. 10, whatever, he muttered right after waking up. Again. His face was blank, his tone devoid of emotion. It was just another number now. Time? Who knew how long it had been? Years? Decade? Century? No clue anymore. He'd lost track of how many times he'd died. Cared not about anything but the next damn try. Same cave. Same fucking routine. Same cycle of life and death. Just over, and over, and over. But he never stopped. It wasn't in the cards for him. Not then, not now. Not ever. Like his escape from the Slavers, his fall to Al-Fora, his fight for survival, his broken crawl to the cave, his acceptance of Sinbad's death, the goodbye of Huda, his begging, humiliation that defied anything he'd gone through, his burying hands, tucking away what he couldn't save, his journey outside Al-Thor, his hunt of the Kurd. Malik could not stop, not when he was this close. And then, finally, after what he could guess to be another 10 or so years of attempts, his soul-crushingly monotonous routine had new addition. Attempt a broken bar something. 12, whatever. Malik held the core to his chest, his hands trembling. He was astronomically beyond exhaustion. No, that wasn't even close. His mind felt like it had been ground down to the atoms themselves. Yet, somehow, some insane part of him kept going, because determination. That wasn't enough. It was just a cute little thing that didn't mean squat when against this self-inflicted nightmare. To make it this far, it wasn't about willpower. Number. This was something way more. It was about pure, unhinged insanity. The kind of madness that burned logic to ash and stomped all over reason, or at least whatever reason had remained, which, at this point, wasn't much. Thankfully, though, Malik still had just enough scraps of brain power left to notice this new addition. It wasn't rocket science. It was stupidly simple, only mechanically tough. He started pulling ether in tiny, timed increments at 10 milliseconds at first, then 12 after every fourth pull, and soon enough, the familiar whine began again, but this time, this time it was different. It wasn't as high-pitched, not as strained. The pressure built, but it didn't collapse like it always had. It stabilized permanently. The ether flowed smoothly, filling his core. No resistance, no feedback. It was like he was finally in sync with it. Malik's eyes widened in disbelief. He could feel ether power surging through him, the heat of the Kurd's very essence merging with his own. His body burned, but it wasn't painful. It was exhilarating. This was something else. Holy a broken bar. His voice was trembling. I did it. Finally, the core dissolved into his chest, its ether settling within him like it belonged there all along. Malik's body shook. It trembled from something new, something foreign. Not pain, not exhaustion. For the first time in what felt like centuries, he was shaking from sheer, overwhelming relief. He slumped back against the cave wall, feeling a weight being lifted off his shoulders. After God knows how many deaths. I actually did it. Of a time he spent struggling. I really did. Of a time he spent grinding himself to dust. He had finally done it. Malik had succeeded. Finally. He let out a shaky breath, lifting his right arm. His fist clenched tight, golden flames bursting out like they had a mind of their own. Strength tore through him like a river breaking free. And then, he let it all out. Every ounce of rage, relief, frustration, and triumph he'd been bottling up. I fucking did it. The very earth beneath him began to shake. For just one brief, fleeting second, Malik let himself feel it. Victory. He let himself feel victory. Outside the projection. So? What do we think? Fluke or genius? Noor was the first to speak, her voice low but sharp enough to be heard by all in the hall. Azim snorted, arms crossed over his chest. What I think is we've just watched a madman figure out cheats to some game nobody's even supposed to beat. Noor's lips twitched at his demeanor, but her eyes stayed locked on the projection, where Malik was still slumped against the cave wall, breathing like he'd just run 10 marathons back to back. Cheats, huh? Sure. But let's not pretend that's all there is to it. Azim raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? She turned to him, her floating throne dipping slightly as she leaned forward. I mean, how do we know it's real, that he's cracked the code and not just a broken bar stumbled into a win because he's too stubborn to die properly? His brows knitted together. You're saying it might have been luck? I'm saying it's worth testing. Noor's eyes slid to the man's left, landing on Roya. And lucky for us, we've got someone with resources to spare. Roya, who had been quietly thinking things over, looked up like she'd just been called out in the middle of class. Me? What? You heard me. Noor gestured lazily toward the projection. Send one of your people to an enclosed space. Give them an ether core, run the timing Malik figured out, and see if they don't blow themselves to bits. Roya blinked, then scoffed. Oh, sure. Let me just grab a volunteer for your little science experiment. You want me to put up a flyer, too? Azim chuckled, shaking his head. Come on, Lady Roya. Don't act like you don't have someone expendable lying around. Roya shot him a withering look. You're so charming. Really? But even if I did, and I'm not saying I do, how exactly am I supposed to replicate that? She jabbed a finger toward the projection, where Malik's ragged breathing had finally started to even out. The Sultan's been at this for God knows how long. You think one of my people can just what? Copy-paste his process? Noor's eyes narrowed. You've got the tech. The timing's in your head. All we need is someone with decent ether control and a willingness to broken bar take a risk. A willingness to die, you mean? Roy shot back, and Azim waved a hand dismissively. Details. Point is, if Malik's method works, it could change everything. Imagine if absorbing ether cores becomes repeatable, controllable. You'd be sitting on a goldmine. Roya tilted her head, considering, And if it doesn't, then you've lost one person. Noor answered bluntly. Small price to pay for the kind of gold mine we're talking about. Roya's lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes flicking back to the projection. Malik was sitting up now, his hand glowing faintly as he tested the ether's flow through his body. There was no denying the power radiating off him or the insane cost it had taken to get there. Fine, I'll find someone. But if he blows up, I'm sending you the bill for the funeral. A faint smile curled Noor's lips. Deal. Great. Azim clapped his hands together. Now, when do we start? Because I'm not waiting another decade to see if my Sultan cracked the code or just gotten really lucky. Roya sighed, already regretting her decision. You two better hope this works. Noor's smile widened, her gaze drifting back to the projection. Oh, don't worry. I have a feeling that it will. Inside the projection, Malik stayed in that cave for weeks, letting the power settle, consolidating it, working it into every corner of his being. And man, could he feel it tar that constant shifts in his body, adjusting to the power of his core. It was rewriting him from the ground up. Years of growth packed into just days. His face sharpened, his body filled out, and by the end of it, he looked like he was pushing 20. His golden hair grew longer, matching the speed of his growth, now falling past his neck, messy but undeniably fitting. His clothes actually fit now, hugging his frame like he'd walked into a tailor and ordered something custom. Not that he cared much about appearances, but hey, it was a nice bonus. The real game changer was the fire. What used to feel like juggling dynamite now felt natural, like breathing. Jahannam's flames responded instantly as if they'd been waiting for this version of him. Now, he was the fire, and the fire was him. Only a flick of his will was needed to turn his hands into molten weapons, ready to melt through anything or anything in his way. But this wasn't all. His strength, ridiculous. Well, at least when compared to mortal standards. Before, carrying anything heavier than his sword made him think twice. Now, he could shatter boulders if he felt like it. Not that he'd waste time showing off. His reflexes were many times better. He could swat a fly out of the air with his eyes closed. Even his senses got an upgrade. The cave sounds, the shifts in the wind outside, the faintest vibrations in the earth. It was like someone cranked the world's volume up just for him. If the world hadn't grown so dull, he might have even noticed an upgrade in his vision. And if Rafik had been standing in front of him now, Malik wouldn't have broken a sweat. He'd see every move coming a mile away, and the fight would have been over before it started. Because his speed, that too, had consequently upgraded. The guy who used to trip over his own feet was gone. This new Malik could run laps around his old self, laughing the whole time. It was wild. This transformation, incredible. But he wasn't stupid. Sure, he'd reached Nadir al-Say for the so-called Sword of Guidance rankers skipping Al-Faris, but really, all he'd done was step through the front door. He wasn't lounging in its halls or kicking back in its inner sanctum. No, he was standing at the entrance, almost half naked, clutching his shiny new shamshir like a clueless kid playing Sultan. Compared to the real veterans, the Magi who'd been grinding for decades, stacking experience and honing skills until they were walking arsenals, Malik was just a baby with a sparkler. His foundation was shaky, barely there. They had years of refined fighting styles and multiple abilities under their belts, 3 at least, maybe more. Arts that were probably so intricate they'd make his head spin. Malik, he had fire and a blade. That was it. Not exactly a balanced loadout. And yet a broken bar. He wasn't sweating it too much. If there was one thing he'd learned, one lesson Sinbad's death had drilled into him, it was this: power alone doesn't always win fights, a strategy does. Knowing when to strike, when to hang back, how to read an opponent, their traps, and how to make them think they've got you just to flip the script. That was the real edge. Power was just the icing on the very large cake. Besides, his targets weren't exactly top-tier Magi. If Rafik was any indication, many of them were most likely dormant. They weren't sitting around with years of training and tens of abilities, either. They were scumbags, low-tier opportunists with inflated egos and a handful of dirty tricks. Malik knew their type. After all, he lived with a bunch of them. He was sure he could take them on if they were caught unawares. Still, He wasn't about to get cocky. Even cockroaches could bite if one didn't pay attention. So Malik stayed sharp, spending a few more days in the cave. Again, he spent all that time cultivating his power. It wasn't glamorous, just hours and hours of sitting there, pushing his core, learning how far he could stretch it without burning out. Literally, he built his stamina and controlled his flames until they felt like an extension of his body, more or less consolidating all that he was. By the time he stepped outside, he was ready. The sunlight hit hard, momentarily blinding him. After weeks in the shadows, it felt more alien than comforting. It was even worse now that his senses were more sensitive. Still, Malik adjusted quick. That was his thing. After all, adapting. He stretched, feeling the warmth seep into his skin. His stomach gave a low, discontented growl, and he sighed. The ether in his body made food and water a sometimes thing now, but he still needed a little of both here and there. Guess he wasn't skipping breakfast today. Time to hunt. Malik scanned the area, eyes locking onto a cluster of trees in the distance. There had to be something there, game, fruit, something he could eat. He rolled his shoulders, adjusted his blade, and started walking. Eek, 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 eek. But then came the noise. His head snapped toward the sound. Not now. The world seemed to have other plans, not caring for his schedule. Malik barely had time to draw his blade before they appeared. Two of them, their fiery bodies crackling with ether. Malik recognized the Kurds, but these weren't the tiny, squeaky pests he'd seen months ago. No, these were teenagers, now lean, muscular, and a whole lot more volatile. Eek eek. The Kurds didn't waste time. No preamble, no build-up. They just rushed forward. One came at him from the left, flames trailing behind it like a comet. It was closing in fast, a second or two from reaching him, but Malik didn't budge. He raised his shamshir, holding the hilt steady just in front of his chest, the blade angled to cover his face. His other hand rested on his lower back, loose. His whole stance screamed calm, looking like a royal in a duel. Malik waited, watching the Kurd close in, its fiery claws inches away. Then, just as it pounced, he shifted. A simple sidestep. The Kurd missed, swiping at empty air, and hit the ground hard. Malik didn't waste a second. His sword flashed in a clean arc, slicing through its legs. Shink. The creature screeched, collapsing in a heap. It wasn't dead, but it wasn't getting up anytime soon. Seeing its sibling on death's row, the second Kurd went berserk. Eek. Its flames flared, roaring hotter than before. Malik felt the intensity even from a distance. It charged at him, no strategy, just blind rage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Balls of fire suddenly emerged from its flash, aimed at him. And yet, he didn't flinch. Again, weaving the least bit of his ether into the blade, he easily cut them in half. Then, with a single step, he closed the distance. One moment, the Kurd was rushing him, and the next, he was in its face. It wasn't ready for that, and before it could adjust, fall, his shamshir came down in another decisive strike. The blade bit deep into its side, shoving it into the ground and spraying its blood. Still holding on to his blade, Malik stood over it, his face blank. The creature looked up at him, its eyes wide with terror. It knew it couldn't win. It knew this was the end. Kayak. He tightened his grip on the hilt, ready to end it. But then a broken bar. What? For a split second, the Kurd's trembling form blurred, and in its place, he saw Sinbad, kneeling, beaten, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Malik froze, his breath catching in his throat. Little brother. The illusion shattered as quickly as it came, and the Kurd was back. Just a monster. Just another obstacle. He shook his head, exhaling sharply, his expression softening just slightly. Sorry. Malik pulled the blade free and turned away, ignoring the faint, pitiful whines behind him. The fight was over. While he wiped his blade clean from blood, he noticed the first Kurd dragging itself over to its fallen sibling. The two leaned against each other, staring at him with what looked like a broken bar. Understanding. Go. Malik raised his shamshir, pointing it at them. Don't make me regret this. For a long, tense moment, neither of them moved. Then, slowly, they turned and limped away, their bodies flickering like dying embers. He lowered his weapon, letting out a quiet sigh. I don't have time for this. outside the projection. A broken bar. Did anyone see that? The Sultan's just a normal beggar, right? His sword technique. A royal sword style. The entire hall fell silent for a beat, like its author had hit pause. No fucking way. Then chaos erupted once more. That has to be coincidental. Nah, the Sultan must have had his guardian teach him, right? Like anyone can just pull that shit off. That's years of training. If that's true, then why the fuck didn't he use it against that shit-faced seeker? Their voices overlapped in a mess of disbelief and speculation. I knew there was something weird about him. The relic's hiding the real shit. Hiding? It's lying. A beggar? My ass. Then explain why he'd let himself get beat down in that fight. Huh? That doesn't add up. Maybe it's strategy? Bullshit. You don't just strategize getting your face kicked in. The argument spiraled, growing louder and more ridiculous with each passing second. At the front of the hall, Azim, still sitting on the ground, palmed his forehead. Fools. That's undoubtedly the royal sword style. Nor had her eyes wide with disbelief. Hold on. That's not possible. As far as I know, his guardian's not of noble descent, and I'm sure he wasn't a Bana Sulaymay Diaresis either. None of them were missing around that time. Malik doesn't have the background, the training, or the pedigree for something like that. So how? Maybe he found a manual? Layla raised both eyebrows in a half-joking, half-serious way. You know, like that Magi for Dummies grimoire. Madam Layla, please. Roa pinched the bridge of her nose. You can't just find the royal sword style. Layla snapped back, folding her arms. Well, excuse me for trying to make sense of the impossible. While those two went on, Azim was too busy muttering to himself, counting on his fingers. Okay, so there's the stance, the timing, the counter-slasher. That was at least 3 hallmarks of the style right there. And the way he baited that Kurd textbook. I mean, what the hell? That guardian of his must have known somehow. Forget the style for a second. He probably lucked off somewhere and got it. Zafar cut in, his voice sounding more annoyed than he would have liked. He let them go cause they reminded him of Sinbad. The villain's already gone insane. And Safira shot back. It's not like those 2 Kurds were gonna get up and start a revolution. It isn't about that. He jabbed a finger towards the projection. You don't let things go in the more, not unless you want them coming back 10 times worse. So what? I'm saying that he's trying to look kind, but he's only making it worse for the other seekers. Safira glared at him dryly. Maybe he's just not as heartless as you, hero. Ignoring any rebuttal he might have, she turned, continuing to watch her teacher's memories. It seemed that even after all that happened, his luck hadn't improved a single bit. Inside the projection, Malik hadn't gotten far from the lighthouse before he felt a shift. The air seemed to thicken, crawling up his back like a bad omen. And it seemed that he wasn't the only one who had felt that change. The forest had gone quiet, save for the faint rustling of leaves. No critters scampering around, no distant growls, no whisper of the wind. Just silence. It didn't take a genius to figure out why. He'd just killed the top dog of this fiery monkey circus. The rest? Oh, they noticed. Of course. Malik's right hand hovered over his shamsha. Ki-e-e-eek, ki-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-eek, ki-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e-e. Then came the sound. An army of screeches and roars, each one more pissed off than the last. Trees shook as the Kurds began pouring into the clearing. Dozens of them, their flames painting the forest in shades of orange and red. Well, this escalated. Before he could get another word out, the first Kurd lunged at him, a burly one. Malik sidestepped, swiping his blade across its side. A clean hit, nearly ending its life, but before he could follow up, ki-e-e-eek, 2 more Kurds rushed him, flanking him from both sides. He ducked under one swipe, kicked it into the other, and quickly spun his blade around, striking back another 2. Thud, 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 thud. 4 bodies hit the ground in quick succession. Malik barely spared them a glance. Instead, he used that moment to activate his only ability. Scorched grace. The words barely left his lips before his heat hit him like a rampaging bull. It surged through him, veins glowing gold, and both arms blackened. With a flick of his left hand, a small flame danced to life in his palm. Then, without missing a beat, He cocked his fist back and punched the air. A short burst of fire shot out, slamming straight into the closest Kurd's chest. The thing staggered back, screeching like a banshee. Eek! Malik didn't even get a second to enjoy the moment. Another Kurd darted in from the left, aiming straight for his ribs. Ah, hella! He twisted just in time, his shamshir meeting its claws with a sharp clang. Sparks flew as he shoved the beast back hard, knocking it off balance. Before it could recover, he stepped in close, his palm igniting. He slammed it into the Kurd's face with a solid whoomph. The flames exploded outward, swallowing its head in a fiery wreath. It flailed like a drunken idiot, crashing into a tree as Malik let out a dry chuckle. Tough. Outside the projection, the hall exploded again. Only metaphorically, of course. He cold. Seriously, just where did he learn that? He's a beggar for fuck's sake. Even with a grimo eye or two, fighting like that is impossible. Yeah, you see that counter? He's got experience. The holy relic is hiding shit from us. Their voices overlapped in an incoherent storm. Shock, disbelief, confusion. Some pointed wildly at the projection, and others gestured to each other, screaming. Layla, looking proud, clapped her hands, barely stopping herself from laughing. Guess that's what you can expect from a man like him. Safira nodded in agreement, and Azim couldn't help but do so as well. The others didn't react much to her words, and, as expected, only Zafar was the outlier. Maybe the guardian of his stuffed him with grimoires or relics. Their hero looked ready to burst a blood vessel, his screams doing his image no good. He has to have a holy relic or two boosting his skills. Layla rolled her eyes. No, that was pure technique. You saw the form. Azim waved them all down, trying to get them to shut up. Calm yourselves. You're disturbing my viewing. Enough. The hall fell silent so quickly as if someone had flipped a switch. Not because someone yelled a plenty of that had been happening, but because that one word came from someone they least expected. Roya. And while she only meant to silence the crowd, she interrupted those next to her as well. Still, though, none of them said much about it, more interested in what she had to say. Do you all hear yourselves? Her voice was cold. A coalition of supposed experts, scholars, and warriors reduced to bickering children over a damned sword style. Buta. Zafar, ever the retard, started to pipe up. But she shut him down with a glare so sharp it might have sliced him in two. No buts. You're so caught up in your own egos, you can't see what's in front of you. Whether or not Malik is a beggar, a noble, or some interdimensional wildcard isn't the point. She gestured toward the dying Kurds. Here's a thought. Maybe instead of dissecting every move he makes, you should learn from it. Or better yet, to figure out how you'd survive in his place. For once, no one dared argue. Now, shut up and watch. Or leave. I don't care which. Malik barely had time to breathe before two more were on him. One came low, trying to swipe his legs out, while the other leapt high, aiming for his head. He jumped back, his feet skidding on the dirt as the high one's claws nearly raked across his face. His blade flashed in a quick arc, clipping the low one's arm and sending it spinning to the ground. The second Kurd landed rough and pounced again. Malik sidestepped, driving his elbow into its side midair, then followed up with a slash across its back. The creature hit the ground in a heap, snarling for a moment then dead the next. You guys gotta work on your coordination. He flicked the blood off his blade. A loud screech from his blind spot made him whirl around. Another Kurd, a big one, its flames burning brighter than the Reester, came barreling toward him. Oh, shit. Malik threw himself to the side, narrowly avoiding getting flattened. The beast skidded to a halt, then turned back to face him in what seemed to be a blink. Without pause, it charged again, its claws leaving scorched marks on the dirt. Malik planted his feet, gripping his shamshir with both hands, nearly sizzling the hilt. Kaika! At the last second, he stepped forward instead of back, meeting it head-on. Shut. His blade sliced upward. Clang. Sparks flew as it clashed against the Kurd's flaming claws. The force of the impact sent vibrations through his body, reaching the ground, cracking it. It was a strength surpassing his own, but he held firm. Kneel. With a twist of his wrist, He redirected the Kurd's momentum, sending it stumbling past him. He spun on his heel, bringing his shamshur down in an arc that split its legs clean. It howled, collapsing onto its side, and he stepped close, raising his blade. But before he could finish it, two more were on him. One lunged for his back, its claws aimed for his neck, while the other shot multiple fireballs at him. Malik dropped to the ground in a roll, narrowly dodging the flames as they whizzed past, exploding against a tree. Popping up to his feet, he swung his sword in a wide arc, forcing the Kurd behind him to back off. The other one rushed him, thinking it had an opening. Big mistake. Malik turned on a dime, his free hand igniting in flames. With a sharp thrust, he shot a fiery blast straight into its chest. The Kurd was lifted off the ground, flying backward into one of its friends, dead. Malik grinned, spinning his blade lazily. Next time, think before you try to dogpile me. That grin didn't last. More Kurds flooded into the clearing at 10, maybe 15. They formed a loose circle around him, flames flaring like torches in the forest. He let out a low sigh, gripping his hilt tightly. All right, then. You wanna do this the hard way? Let's go. The Kurds attacked as one, a chaotic wave of claws, fangs, and fire. Malik moved like a man possessed, his blade a blur as he parried and countered. One Kurd came too close, and he slammed his fiery palm into its stomach, sending it sprawling. Another leapt at him, and he ducked low, slashing upward to open a gash across its chest. A small one, undetected until the last moment, latched onto his arm, claws digging into his skin. Grrh, he growled, head-butting it hard enough to daze it, then blasted it off at point-blank range. They just kept coming. For every Kurd he put down, 3 more seemed to take their place. They weren't just random attackers anymore, they were coordinated, surrounding him, pushing him into corners that forced him to start thinking outside the box, use all he had to his advantage. Malik didn't just fight them, he outsmarted them. Using the terrain he'd spent days scouting, he lured Kurds into tight spaces, forcing them to bottleneck. He used fallen branches as distractions, leading them into ambushes. Even baited a few of them to charge into his blade. The man was good, no doubt about that, but he wasn't invincible. No, he was so very far from that. Exhaustion had arrived. His breath came in ragged gasps, struggling against all the smoke and fire. His muscles screamed in protest as well, showing signs of failure. Malik couldn't keep this up forever. There was no way out of this but escape. He glanced around, spotting a few landmarks belonging to a nearby stream. You'll be my ticket. A risky move, considering his past experiences with water, but better than slowly getting overwhelmed and ripped apart piece by piece. Time to go. He sheathed his shamshur, then shot another fire blast at the nearest cluster of Kurds. It didn't do much damage, but the explosion bought him a few precious seconds. Then he bolted, weaving through the trees and dodging fireballs as they gave chase. Using his knowledge of the terrain, he darted through narrow paths, leading them into traps or places where the terrain worked against them, away from trees. He simply gave them a hard time. One by one, they fell behind, tripping over roots, crashing into, and shooting each other. And yet, many of the Kurds remained hot on his tail, literally. Though he didn't seem to mind that as much as one might expect. Just as he reached the small stream, Malik skidded to a stop, his eyes scanning it for danger. Unsullied blue water glistened under the flickering light of the flames chasing him. Nothing was revealed to be hiding in its currents. A broken bar got to do it. Taking a deep breath, he waded into the stream, his fiery hands glowing brighter. He pressed both hands down, boiling the water for a moment before it quickly formed a thick wall of steam that blanketed the area. The Kurds screeched in confusion, unable to understand what was left from right. Using that chaos, Malik swam away, moving as quickly and quietly as he could. By the time the steam cleared, he was gone, back on land in the distance. Panting, he leaned against a tree, wiping sweat from his brow. His body ached, and his hands ached, but he was alive. Public enemy number 1, 8 tilde. The lighthouse was now to his southeast, bit of a distance away. Malik stared at it, then looked back at where his destination lay. They better be there. Inside the projection, it had been weeks, perhaps even months, of Malik sneaking and fighting his way to Gabe. The journey wasn't a straight show to it never was in this cursed land. Once he passed the river, there never came a day where he didn't spot a few seekers. They were everywhere, increasing in number the closer he got to the north. Malik avoided them like the plague, sticking to the underbrush, crouching low, and just generally avoiding any open routes. And the monsters? Yeah. They weren't much better. A couple of them had even been bold enough to attack him. The first was some kind of oversized lizard with a face full of spikes. It lunged at him from underneath, hidden deep in the ground. Fast for sure, but Malik Shamshur was faster, slashing through its thick hide like butter. The second was a bit worse, a towering mantis with claws the size of his arms. That fight had left him with a torn sleeve and a long, shallow cut on his forearm. Nothing life-threatening, but it stung like hell. Still, he made it. Finally, the towering mushrooms of Gabe loomed ahead of him. Their massive caps glowed faintly, like pale lanterns in perpetual twilight. A beautiful sight, one that he didn't bother to admire. All right. He took his first steps into the eerily quiet forest. The air hit him immediately, a damp, thick with a tang of wet earth and something electric. Ether, no doubt. It buzzed faintly in his veins. Stronger here than anywhere else he'd been. A feeling more comfortable than he'd like to admit. Straight, then left. The map burned in his mind, guiding his every step. He moved carefully, his feet light, his breaths shallow. Everything about the current him was subdued, camouflaging himself with his surroundings. Malik wasn't an idiot. He avoided the larger, brighter mushrooms. He'd read a few mentions of them in Rafiq's grimoire. Rocks. Those glowing towers were their homes. And they weren't the kind of company he was in the mood for. Hours passed as he wound his way through the maze of fungi, their stalks so thick they blotted out the already dim sky. Their sheer size was truly ridiculous. Each one could have supported a whole town if someone had the guts to try. But, as wondrous as they were, Malik didn't have much longer to dwell on them. Because, finally, he found it. The spot, the area marked in his mind. A small clearing tucked beneath the canopy of an enormous mushroom. Its cap was so wide it felt like standing under the shadow of a mountain. At first glance, it seemed empty. Just another stretch of damp earth. But as he circled the area, he spotted them. Small, hidden tents clustered together under the mushroom's protective cover. They were tucked so neatly into the base of the stalk that someone less observant might have walked right past them. "I found you." His lips curled into a faint smile, a face he hadn't shown ever since that accursed day. "And now, I land you." Malik's first thought was to charge in, blade swinging, and tear them all apart. The thought of it, the thrill of slaughtering those he deemed less than human, fulfilling his revenge, cleaning up what needed to be cleaned, buzzed beneath his skin like an itch he couldn't scratch. But he stopped himself. Barely. Rushing in without a plan was a good way to end up dead. Even if he'd survive, it was the kind of stupidity he wouldn't stand for. He forced a slow, deep breath, the air cold against his lungs, and made himself calm down. From the cover of a relatively small stalk, Malik crouched low and watched the camp. There were about 24 people, maybe more, moving in and out of the tents. Most were rough-looking men armed with swords, axes, spears, daggers, or crossbows. Their movements were lazy, confident to the kind of arrogance that came from thinking no one would dare cross them out here, or at least a belief that those who might visit them were too weak to bother with. Then Malik saw the cages. His eyes narrowed as he spotted them, tucked behind the tents and partially obscured by a pile of supplies. Metal bars, rusted but sturdy, holding girls inside. From his angle, he couldn't see how many there were or what condition they were in, but the sight was enough to make his blood boil. "Slavers," he muttered under his breath, the word dripping with disdain. Of course, it had to be slavers. Smugglers, too, judging by the crates stacked near the tents. Probably part of a larger ring, using the dense gabe as their base of operations. Perfect cover, remote, a little dangerous, and hard to track. Wait. Malik's mind worked quickly. piecing things together. That snake bastard. Rafiq's arrival at Althal made a lot more sense now. His idiot roommates back at the inn must have ratted him out to these bastards, either out of desperation or sheer stupidity. And these slavers, smug as ever, sent someone over to see what was what. One guy, though. Just one. That means they didn't know Sinbad and Huda were all safe. If they had, Malik doubted they'd have sent a single scout. No, they'd have come in force, the whole group armed to the teeth. Fucking bastards. Malik, ignoring his rising urge for aimless violence, spent hours watching them, memorizing their movements, their routines. One man stood out to a scrawny figure who seemed to be in charge. He barked orders at the others, his voice carrying across the camp. The rest of them didn't seem particularly disciplined, lounging around or drinking from flasks when they weren't on watch. Sloppy. They'd been out here too long. Think they were untouchable. They were wrong. So very wrong. All right, that's enough. Satisfied with his findings, he stood up and began to move. Malik crept along the edge of the clearing, circling wide until he neared a man standing by himself on the camp's outskirts. The guy was a scruffy-looking type, leaning on his planeted spear while staring off into the distance. Easy pickings. Malik approached slowly, his shamshir hidden at his side. When he was close enough, he called out, "Hey, brother, you got a minute?" The man turned, startled, yanking the spear out of the ground. "What? Who the hell are you?" Malik kept walking, closing the distance. "I'm lost. Need some help." The man's expression shifted from confusion to anger. "Get the hell out of here. Do you even know where you are?" Malik didn't respond, though his mind couldn't help but quip, "Didn't you just hear that I was lost?" Dumbass. He just kept walking, his eyes locked on the man's. "Do you want to die?" the man shouted, raising his spear and pointing it at him. Malik chuckled, a low, dangerous sound. "Maybe." In one fluid motion, his blade lashed out. It caught the man's neck, slicing it clean from one end to the next. His head slid off and hit the ground before he even realized what had happened. Malik stepped over the body and kept moving, circling the camp. He proceeded to take out the guards one by one, lobbing off their heads. To them, he was no different than a ghost. Not a single one saw him coming. A quick slash, a stab to the kidney, a blade across the throat. A silent, efficient, brutal. By the time he was done, the outer edges of the camp were littered with bodies, and no one inside had a clue. 14. Malik wiped the blood off his blade and turned his attention to the heart of the camp. The tents, the cages, the smugglers, and the slavers who thought themselves as safe. A slow, cold smile spread across his face as he started to close in. "You're next." Malik crouched, hiding behind one of the outer tents for a short moment. Each breath he took was purposeful, measured like a predator preparing to strike. Meanwhile, his prey was lively, unaware that their deaths were now a countdown. 9. The first one sat near the perimeter, a lantern dimly illuminating his bored expression. Malik crept closer, his shamshir drawn, the curved blade catching the faintest glint of light. Just as the man scratched his neck and yawned, he moved in. His hand clamped over the man's mouth, cutting off a startled gasp, and his blade pierced cleanly into his kidney, inflicting as much pain as possible. While staying just as quiet, he let go, and the body slumped to the ground. 8. Deeper in, he neared another. "Who you are?" Arkin 8 Tilda. "These cuties will make us a killing." A man leaned against a cage containing frightened captives, muttering to himself about the profits they'd make. Malik approached from behind, using the sound of the man's own voice to mask his movements. A quick jab to the back of the neck with his blade severed the spine. His body stiffened and fell onto the cage, fumbling down. Malik stepped forward, catching it before it hit the ground, easing it to its final destination. He glanced at the captives, his blank expression softening for a brief moment. Soon. With that whisper, he melted back into the shadows. 7. This one was patrolling near the supple leak grates. He moved towards him, and the guard paused, sensing something. But it was too late. Malik's blade pierced his neck and swung down, splitting much of him in half. 6. Pulling his shamshir free, he already began scanning for the next target. 2 of them this time, standing near the central fire, sharing a drink. Malik slipped closer and hurled a small rock into the bushes to their left. Fuck was that? Probably a critter. Go get it. Didn't eat fresh meat for a while now, Tilda. Yeah. No way one came around here. It must have been the wind or something. When the weaker of them turned to investigate, Malik crept up and struck the still one. His blade sliced through his neck in a single clean motion. 5. Whoa. The second man turned back just in time to see Malik's blade flash again. His body toppled forward, lifeless. 4. A woman near the tents, sharpening a dagger. Her focus was admirable, but it was her undoing. Malik approached from her blind spot, driving his blade through her neck and into her heart. She let out a soft gasp before collapsing. He wiped the blade on her cloak and took the dagger. 3. It was a heavy-set man who seemed to be in charge of guarding the cage keys. Malik's lips twitched, showing off. He hid behind a nearby tent and waited. The man walked directly past him, humming a tuneless tune. Hey! Malik stepped out, standing behind him. A single upward slash cut him from bottom to top, slicing him in half. The keys jingled as they hit the ground, alongside his body. Malik pocketed them before slipping back behind cover. 2. One of the men, a tent away from the leaders, paced nervously, muttering about something or another. Malik didn't bother to register any of that, approaching him much slower than the others. He walked behind a few tents to avoid the central campfire. When close, he purposely made a noise, stepping hard on the grass. Just as the man stopped moving and looked around, Malik lunged towards him. He drove his newly gifted dagger into the base of his skull. 1. Nearing the final number, he dragged the body behind a tent, ensuring it wouldn't be found. For whatever reason, this man was nervous, so Malik doubted the leader to be any different. The bastard might just decide to randomly exit his tent. But, just as he was about to reach a small little hiding spot, "Are you the fucker that did this?" a man's scream echoed from the camp's perimeter. It appeared that someone was away in the hours that he scanned the place. How unlucky. Why do things never go smoothly? Sighing, Malik dropped the body and picked up a crossbow from his belt. I'm just lost. He aimed the crossbow at the man's head. Don't shoot! Thwip. Before he could even finish his plea, a loud arrow found its way into his neck. 0. Yeah. Malik looked at the crossbow, surprised that he actually managed it on the first try. Guess I should have learned this instead. Shaking his head at that thought, he quickly hid behind the tent, knowing that the leader was about to come out. And sure enough, out he came, tearing through the flaps, crossbow, and sword in hand. His face twisted up, first in confusion, then in full-blown fear, as he spotted the bloodied figure standing not too far off. His eyes darted around, taking in the carnage. His people, dead. All of them. Panic set in fast. Fuck. He trussed his weapons and scrambled at his belt, yanking out a scroll. Hands shaking like a leaf, he fumbled to activate it, his voice cracking as he shouted into it, "Please, guild leader, a broken bar, we're under attack. All my men are dead. I can't see them, but they can see us. Me, please, for the love of God, help." Then he bolted, running out of the camp with Malik silently tailing him. Ghosts. I didn't even hear any of my men die. He tightened his grip on the scroll. I don't wanna die. I want to go back. I need help. I need support. He stumbled, tripping over his own feet, but quickly scrambled back up, barely able to keep his eyes from glancing left and right. They showed up out of nowhere. The scroll began to dim. Send help. Please. You don't understand. Seekers aren't hunting us, it's ghosts. Ghosts. It dimmed completely, its light snuffed out, leaving him alone with his terror, his frantic words unanswered. No, don't do this to me. The camp's leader hurled it in frustration, his head snapping around only to freeze. Malik stood right in front of him, calm as death. Business is over today. Not business is closed. It was over. Why the hell are you doing this? Desperation dripped from his screams, every syllable. Not caring for them, Malik stepped forward. His shamshir that dripped blood gleamed under the faint glow of nearby mushrooms. A promise of death. To the man, he looked like a reaper, one hell-bent on claiming his life. And his voice was as dead as he was soon to be. For Sinbad. Swing. There wasn't even time for another scream. One clean flash of Malik's blade and his head hit the ground with a dull thud. You'll regret this. Somehow it spoke its last words even without a neck. It stopped only after its body followed suit, crumpling like a puppet with its strings cut. Fuck. Malik exhaled sharply, flicking his blade to send blood splattering onto the dirt. Then, as he looked down at the pale corpse, a small, bitter smile crept onto his face. Old man, a broken bar, he muttered to himself. You're wrong. He sheathed his blade, his voice as cold as the steel at his side. If revenge feels hollow, you just haven't suffered enough. Outside the projection. Yep. Can't deny it. He's cold. Real cold. I can't look at him and see just some 12-year-old. Yeah, nah. Even back then, dude wasn't any different than any of us here. Better, you mean? The way he moves. The way he just knew what to do, like it was nothing. No one would think him a first-timer after seeing that. Right. You got to admit, it's something. That was the common sentiment within the crowd. Something, you say? Yet, as always, nothing was ever one note. It's fucking terrifying, that's what it is. Who just strolls through a camp full of people and cuts them down like it's a trip to the market. Doesn't matter who they were, slavers or nota, that shit's wrong. Wrong? Someone scoffed, loud enough to turn heads. That's a load of bull. You're all just like hearing yourselves complain. Another chimed in, smirking. Man's all business. Yeah? A bitter laugh cut through. Tell that to my buddy Heidi. The group paused, turning to the speaker. Years back, he and I were just walking down the street. We spotted the Sultan, didn't even say shit to him. The Nabuma Heidi's a stain on the floor. From what I've seen, unless you're dumb enough to poke the hornet's nest, you're golden. Oh, shut the fuck up. The bitter guy snapped, fists clenched. You wanna start sympathizing with tyrants now? A couple of others followed up, their voices filled with frustration. Do you wanna be next? Half the people in this hall have beef with that bastard. Watch your damn words. The tension in the hall skyrocketed, a repeat of last time. It seemed that no matter how they acted, things remained volatile. Silence crept in, thick enough to choke on, as everyone shut up and started throwing side eyes at each other. Nobody wanted to be the idiot who said the next thing that set it all off. Meanwhile, at the much calmer front, Zafar sighed, rubbing his temples. Here we go again. Letting things spiral wasn't an option, and not after last time. The outcome was nothing short of disastrous. Kuda ditching the coalition had left cracks everywhere. Cracks they'd only figure out after all this blew over. A repeat of that wouldn't follow the same path. It'd show immediate consequences. Zafar needed to step up, even if it cost him alienating himself or burning bridges with the heroines. Still, he wasn't sure who would be next to snap under all this pressure. But if he had to put his coins on it, it was Saphira. Unlike the others and himself, she wasn't noble, or at least of noble blood. She hadn't been born into power or privilege, making it possible that she'd come dangerously close to living as a slave. If the holy relic showed Malik's important memories as they'd suspected, then the moment he saved them had to be the start of his connection with someone who'd truly left a mark on his life. Saphira fit that picture perfectly, or rather, she was the only one who could fit that picture. After all, she supposedly was his disciple hundreds of years before he became a professor at Nzado Academy. Zafar turned to her, his expression ugly as the thought of her came to mind. A slave, huh? He shook his head, pushing down the disgust building up in his chest. Whatever. Even if the world knows what she was before, once she marries me, no one's gonna bat an eye. Hey Tilda, that could even be a good incentive. The hero cracked a smile, trying to mask his feelings, and spoke, his voice rising with forced bravado. Not heartless, huh? Cause, fatty, yeah. That looked pretty damn heartless to me. Saphira's gaze met his, calm, though her fingers tightened around her sleeve. No, not really. He doesn't see them as human. To him, they're monsters wearing skin. Worse than the monsters themselves. Oh, I see. Tilda, Zafar drawled, his joking demeanor failing to mask his unease. With a deep breath, he straightened up, shaking his head slightly, then added, so now We're the arbiters of humanity. Decide who counts and who doesn't. Sounds an awful lot like someone else we know. Sapphira showed no reaction to that jab. If you think that's going to change anything, you're not paying attention. Am I not? That villain didn't think your rebel family was human either. Remember how that turned out? The memory of burning villages and broken families flashed in her mind. Anger filled her, yet before she could respond, Azim interjected, "So, you're telling me that he thinks a Kurd's life is worth more than his own kind?" He piled on, siding with Zafar, interested to see how Sapphira would answer. Yes. Her reply was immediate, blunt, catching everyone listening off guard. The simplicity of it was chilling, especially when it came from her, the fairy of Devil's Moor. Wasn't she supposed to be kind and motherly? Where did that all go? If he sees them as fair game, that's what they are, at least to him. Zafar let out a short, bitter laugh. So not you? No, of course not. They were my family. Then shouldn't you hate him instead of defending him? I don't understand. Her lips curled into a faint, almost melancholic smile. He only took away what he gave me. Nothing more, nothing less. As their back and forth reached an end, nor had her fingers tap against her knee. Her mind wasn't on the morality of Malik's actions. It was on something else entirely. He learned this from that guardian of his. Tap, tap, tap. That old man taught him to be like this, to see the world like this. Nor's gaze drifted, her lips pursing. Just who are you? Unregistered Bana Sulaymay Diarasisen? Surely not a noble nun would stomach a day in Zaway. She closed her eyes, her thoughts turning darker. Were you of mine family? Have you raised the Sultan to ruin me? Her taps paused. Unfortunately for you, my system's quite useful. Godlike even, creating things out of nothing but ether. It made me what I am today. So a systemless man like you had no chance in the first place. And that was a reincarnator's privilege. Inside the projection, Malik took out the keys, his hands still slick with the slaver's blood. He unlocked the first cage, then the next, and the next. When he was done, he tossed them away and turned to the girls inside. Damn, it was a grim sight. They were a mess of trembling bodies, their faces streaked with dirt and dried tears. Their hair hung in tangled mats, some strands sticking to their sweaty foreheads. Most of them couldn't have been older than 8 or 9, yet to hit puberty. Skinny as hell, they clung to each other like it was the only thing keeping them alive, a shield from whatever nightmare they were in. The flickering campfire light wasn't doing them any favors either. It made the hollow look in their eyes even worse, eyes that had seen way too much shit, gone through much, endured too much. Their clothes were little more than scraps, hanging off their malnourished bodies. Bruises fresh and uglier decorated some of them, while others had scars running deep up their arms and legs. Angry against pale and dark skin alike, Malik didn't move, didn't even breathe too loud, not wanting to scare them any more than they already were. And in that silence, their quiet murmurs reached him as loud as screams. Who is he? Another slaver? No, a broken bar. He killed them. In fighting? He doesn't look like them. Others shushed the last one quickly, afraid that her words might provoke him. Malik didn't bother reacting to that. Instead, he crouched low, resting his forearms on his knees. You're safe now. He smiled at the group, trying to appear less intimidating. I'm not here to hurt you. Just a broken bar. Come out. The girls didn't move. Their murmurs only grew more frantic. Don't listen to him. It's a trick. It has to be. He's doing the same thing as them. What if he's not lying? What if he is? I don't want to die. One girl, clutching her knees to her chest, began to cry silently. Her shoulders shook, but not a sound escaped her lips. Malik watched her for a moment, his jaw tightening. He knew that kind of fear all too well, the kind that rooted itself so deep it suffocated you. Look, you can stay in there if you want. He sighed, leaning closer to the bars, though he made sure not to touch them. But I just took out everyone who could hurt you. I promise, no one's gonna touch you. Still, no one moved. The air was thick with their hesitation, their doubt. I know you're scared. Malik shifted and sat cross-legged. He ran a hand through his hair, exhaling slowly as he thought about what to say next. Hell, I'd be scared too. But I'm not one of them. If I was, Do you think I'd be talking to you like this even after hearing what you said?" With that obvious fact, the murmurs died down a bit. A few of the girls exchanged hesitant glances, their fear battling with curiosity. One of them, older than the rest, maybe early teens, finally stepped forward. The little girl had tangled dark hair and a fresh bruise across her cheek. She didn't speak, but the way she edged closer to the bars told Malik she was listening. "You don't have to trust me." He locked eyes with her, holding her gaze. "But trust this, the people who put you in here, they're gone. Dead. I made sure of it." The girl hesitated, her fingers twitching as if debating whether to reach for the cage door. Another girl, a blonde-haired one, tugged at her arm, whispering something too soft for Malik to catch, but the dark-haired girl shook her off. Slowly, she reached out, her hand shaking as it touched the rusty latch. The door creaked as she pushed it open, the sound startling some of the others. They collectively flinched, pulling back into the far corner of the cage. Quite unlike them, Malik didn't move, not even an inch. He waited, letting her take the lead. The girl stepped out cautiously, her bare feet dragging across the dirt. Her legs wobbled like she might collapse at any moment, but she eventually managed to keep herself upright, her head held high. When she was fully out, she looked up at Malik, her eyes filled with something new, something closer to hope. "They're really all gone." Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Malik nodded. "Yeah, they're gone. You don't have to worry about them anymore." The girl turned back to the others, her hand still resting on the cage door. "It's okay. I think he's telling the truth." Her words broke the tension like a dam bursting. The rest of the girls began to stir, clinging to each other as they stepped into the open air. Most still kept their distance from Malik, their gazes darting to him nervously, but the braver ones stood closer, their eyes scanning the camp as if expecting an ambush. All right. Thank you." Malik stood slowly, careful not to make any sudden movements. "If you can walk, help me search this place. Weapons, food, anything useful. If you're too tired or hurt, find a spot to sit and rest. I'll take care of the rest." The girls exchanged uncertain glances, but a few nodded. The dark-haired girl who'd first stepped out gave him a small, almost imperceptible smile before limping toward one of the tents. Malik watched her go, then turned to the others. "You'll be fine. You've got a lot more fight in you than you think." Some nodded, and others just stared at him, unsure what to do. One girl, though, stood out. She was the blonde clinging to the dark-haired girl earlier. She stepped forward, her blue eyes fixed on Malik with an intensity that made him pause. "You're handsome." Outside the projection. What the hell? No way. That's a. Lady Saphira? Wait. What? Hold up. That's how she met the Sultan. No way. No damn way. She almost got turned into a slave. Yo, someone explain how the fuck that happened. Our fairy was almost made a slave, for God's sake. Those not the smartest of minds screamed about, trying to process what was on display. They not expected the memories to have taken this direction, not in the least. Most though, Magi with functioning brain cells, remained quiet, shocked in their own way. Zafar, who could barely be considered one of them, looked like someone had just smacked the face with a wet fish. His jaw dropped so hard one could park a whole caravan in it. She called him handsome. Slowly, he spun toward his entourage, needing to appease his ego. It's not all about being handsome, right? It was not a question but a demand for them to do what he needed. And his yes men understood that perfectly, jumping into action like trained parrots. "Of course not, my lord." "That'd be shallow, my lord." "You're way more handsome, my lord." Amidst their spree of bootlicking, an old man in the back whispered, "Brothers down bad." Zafar whipped around, his face red as he jabbed a finger in their direction. "I am not." Silence. No one responded. Whoever had said it now had likely and most wisely blended into the crowd. Clicking his tongue in frustration, Zafar waved his entourage. "Quiet, idiots, all of you." His face reddened a slight bit as he treed her and failed it to look unbothered. While the hero tried not to embarrass himself any further, Saphira wished she'd sink into the ground, her face so red it could have been mistaken as the ripest of tomatoes. "Oh, Number. No, 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 number. Why did I say that? Why did I say that? Layla, standing next to her, leaned in and patted her back gently, a knowing smile on her face. Don't worry. I felt the same way the first time I met him. Saphira groaned, burying her face in her hands. It's not just that. Everyone's gonna think I'm shallow now. Like, who even cares about looks in a moment like that? Layla chuckled softly. Oh, we all care. Some of us are just better at hiding it. The crowd wasn't letting it go, either. Damn. Imagine surviving all that just to simp for the villain. He's out here saving lives and stealing hearts. Ha 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 ha. I don't blame her. Have you seen him? He's got that rugged, I'll save you but also burn down your enemies vibe. Our hero's punching the air right now. Shut up, Zafar barked, not bothering to look behind him, knowing that the old troll was still hiding. Some girl chimed in, smirking, Nah, for real, though. If I was Lady Saphira, I'd be saying the same thing. That's not helping, Saphira hissed, still covering her face. Layla gave her another reassuring pat, her expression softening. It's okay. They'll get over it eventually. Just maybe not today. Saphira peeked through her fingers, glaring at her friend. You're not helping either. Layla grinned. That's what friends are for. Inside the projection, Malik blinked. What? You're handsome, the little girl repeated, this time with a slight smile. Her confidence was surprising, almost jarring compared to the others. Malik scratched the back of his neck, unsure how to respond. You are broken bar, thanks. He then quickly turned away to focus on the search. Let's just a broken bar get to work. Yes, Sir Tilda. Over the next hour, the group scoured the camp. Malik and the ones strong enough to move rummaged through tents and overturned grates, pulling out anything that could be of use. The haul was decent to coins of both bronze and silver, several swords, spears, axes, and crossbows, a handful of scrolls, and surprisingly, no grimoires were found. Instead, they got a collection of strange-looking holy relics. They had caught Malik's attention immediately. He picked one up and turned it over in his hands, frowning at the familiar design. It was what that bastard Rafik had used on his descent on the first lair. They looked like backpacks, sleek but clearly worn from use. What's this holy relic? He held it up for the group to see. The bold girl from earlier is Saphira, as she introduced herself and nudged her friend forward. Jasmine knows. She'll explain. The brave girl, who apparently was called Jasmine, stepped up. She was quieter but equally sharp-eyed. I'm surprised you don't know about it. It's how they get us in and out of the Alfora. You just need to wear it, and our broken bar kind of makes you fly. They used it to smuggle some of us to the surface, straight out of Alfora. Malik's frown deepened as he realized what those exit points on Rafik's map meant. I see, that's a broken bar efficient. His voice was flat, seemingly uninterested, but his mind raced with the implications. After a few more seconds of staring, he handed the relic to Jasmine and Saphira, then began distributing the rest among the group. Each girl got one, and he made sure they knew how to use it. But as they neared the end, it became glaringly obvious they were short. 2 holy relics too few. The realization hit like a stone dropping into a silent well. There's not enough. What do we do now? Someone has to stay behind a broken bar. There's no way we're leaving anyone behind. There has to be another way. Maybe someone could share? Take turns or something? Yeah, that's right. There's Noah. Jasmine interrupted the poor girl, reining in on their parade. Unfortunately, these relics don't work that way. Once activated, they bind to the user for a day. You can't just swap them around mid-use, and you can't carry another person either. It deactivates. I know. It tried it before. Unless we somehow avoid the faraway and find a way to get back, these 2 are staying here. Panic set in. It's not fair. One of the 2 girls cried, clutching at her hair. We can't stay here. We can't. The other joined in, her voice rising in a wail. We'll die. You can't leave us here. Malik didn't have the heart to tell them the truth that staying behind wasn't optional. They had the luck of the draw, and their luck fell short. There was nothing more to say about it. He opened his mouth to calm them down, but little Saphira stepped forward, pausing the words that sat on the tip of his tongue. We'll stay. Jasmine was at her side in an instant, nodding in agreement. "Take ours. The rest of you can go." The two girls who had been crying fell silent, their wide eyes darting between Sapphira and Jasmine. Without hesitation, they snatched the holy relics out of their hands and strapped them on, avoiding the other girls' gazes like cowards. They didn't say thank you, didn't even look back. They just sat in the corner, clutching at their newfound salvation. Sapphira and Jasmine didn't spare them a glance either. Their focus was on their savior. "Do you think of yourselves as martyrs?" Malik turned to them, his expression unreadable. They didn't reply and just stared back at him. Hey. He smiled, a small, genuine curve of his lips. "You sure about this?" "We're sure." Jasmine spoke first, her voice now steady. "You said that there was no need to trust you." Sapphira's smile returned, lighter this time. But we do." Malik shook his head, both amused and resigned. "You two are something else." Sapphira tilted her head, her smile widening. "You know, sir, you really are handsome." Malik blinked, caught off guard once more. "You already said that." "Doesn't make it less true." Jasmine groaned, dragging a hand down her face. "Focus, Sapphira." Malik chuckled. All right, enough of that. Let's figure out what's next." He turned, expecting some final words, maybe even more protests, but what he saw stopped him cold. All of the girls had knelt. Every single one. Heads bowed low, a few had their hands clasped tightly, others spread out, palms pointing upwards. It wasn't rehearsed, it wasn't planned. It just happened. All their hearts connected, pulling them together towards a single light. Malik. And in the silence that followed, their voices rose, not loud, not in unison, but overlapping like waves lapping at the shore. "Thank you for blessing us with him. The man who carries your will." They whispered their thanks not to him, not directly, but to whoever or whatever had led them to this moment. To fate, to luck, to God, or some other higher power none of them could name. A prayer, not to those who'd long turned their backs, but to whatever thread of mercy might still linger in the cracks of this unforgiving world. For the boy who bore the weight of a world they couldn't see, but felt all the same. For the boy who, even now, didn't ask for thanks, didn't need a tar, but who, in the end, deserved it all the same. Whoever's out there, thank you for sending him to us. Bless him as you blessed us. Comfort him as you comforted us. Sapphira kneeled, joining the prayer. And forgive him. Jasmine did as well. For everything he carries, for everything he can't let go. Please comfort the man who bore the burden of our lives. Bless this man, who stood when no one else would, and grant him mercy, your pity, your compassion, for he has given us everything. Malik didn't interrupt. Couldn't. He wanted to laugh it off, make some stupid joke, but the lump in his throat wouldn't budge. All he could do was stand there, his hands tightening into fists at his sides as the weight of their belief, of their hope, he wrapped around him like a mantle he hadn't asked for but couldn't refuse. It was heavy but warm, grounding him in a way he didn't know he needed. And in that moment, he realized something. To them, this wasn't just about survival, it was about faith, about handing over their fears, their doubts, their everything to him. And he, for all his bravado and half-baked plans, knew he had to carry it. Because if he didn't, who would? There was no one there for kids like him. He had to be that someone. Malik had to be that light. Outside the projection, beautiful. The word came from somewhere deep in the crowd, like a whisper carried on the wind. A beat passed, and then another voice chimed in. That was something else. Then another. Didn't think I'd ever say this about the Sultan, but it was pure. Then another. Really was enough to make a groan cry. Then another. Yeah. Those Magi went quiet after that, going through the motions. Silence returned to grace the hall, but not for long, as the two dumbasses began arguing. Bro, I'm not crying, you're crying. Shut up. You're bawling like a baby. They hated Malik's guts down to the very last atom, but even they couldn't run their mouths after witnessing that. No. Not this scene. For once, they had nothing to nitpick, no smug little comments to throw around. Didn't mean they'd stop tearing him down later, though. Oh, they'd be back at it soon enough, trashing his name like it was their life's mission. But right now, Even they had to admit this scene hit different. Something about it stirred something in them. Something innocent they hadn't felt in a long time, maybe ever. And man, it was annoying. Made them squirm. Cry. An emotional wave they couldn't stop. And they weren't the only ones feeling that way. Magi sniffled, a few openly wept, and others just stared at the now paused projection with wide, glassy eyes. Even Noor and Roya, the two usually indifferent characters, looked misty-eyed, muttering a quiet, wow. Azim smiled a sad one, jealousy nearly apparent on his face. Once, only he and a rare few others knew the kindness of the Sultan, a beautiful heart he believed buried under tons of evil. It was why he remained under him for so long. But now, he lost the sole privilege. The whole world knew. Zafar, meanwhile, was on the other side of jealousy. His jaw worked like he was chewing on words he couldn't spit out. Safira, his woman, fawned on another man and even kneeled for him, giving him a whole prayer circle in his honor. Fucking bastard. The woman herself didn't care about any of that. However, her focus wasn't on anyone else except that little friend of hers, Jasmine. She was reminded of her, a friend that she deeply loved and cared for. A girl who'd been an anchor in a life that wasn't even hers to begin with. Slowly, her memories played back, reminding her of her sorrowful past. One day I just woke up in that body. Transmigrated, dropped into a mess I didn't understand, about to be shipped off to God knows where. Her fingers twitched as the thought stabbed deeper. If not for her, I probably would have gotten myself killed. For a second, her face softened, a flicker of the warmth she once felt. I really loved her. But it didn't last. The smile vanished, replaced by something darker, something venomous. Too bad she tried to take what wasn't hers. But before anyone could notice, a loud, fervent shout echoed from the far side of the room. All hail the true Sultan. Everyone turned toward the commotion, and the same group of white-hooded figures raised their hands to the heavens above. Praise him. Even the depraved carries his will. Blessed be his will. We were right to believe, right to be thankful. His light shines even in the darkest places. This is proof of his mercy. His grace. The true Sultan watches over us, even now. All hail. All hail. Most of the crowd groaned collectively, starting to get annoyed. Ah, man. The zealots are at it again. Can't they stay quiet like the other two? You Templar are not the only religious faction here, you know. Learn something from their books, it might do you some good. Complaints poured in from half of the crowd, and yet, all hail. They weren't listening. Inside the projection, for a very long second, Malik closed his eyes. He didn't believe in miracles. Not really. But tonight, standing there in the dim light, surrounded by these voices, these hearts turned toward him. He almost wanted to. When he opened his eyes again, he found them all watching him. Not with fear, not with desperation, but with something deeper, something purer. Maybe, and for that, Malik let himself relearn what he lost. Hope. It's okay to hope. Outside the projection, hey. The memories continued playing. But these guys are still screaming. Azim's frustrated words were directed to Roya, as she was the one who brought Templar into the coalition. Nothing I can do about it. She shrugged her shoulders. They've lent me this 10th commandment. They know they're a level above the rest, and they're abusing that fact. So you're saying we can't do shit? She shook her head. We can. But I'd rather not sour our relationship. He stared at her for a while, then turned back to the projection. Whatever you say, lady. Inside the projection, Malik glanced at a map, some torn scrap of parchment he'd snagged from the leader's tent. He traced the crude lines with a finger, lips pressing into a tight line as he tried to make sense of it. The so-called exit points marked on it weren't far, at least, not if they kept up a steady pace. All right, listen up, he called, gathering the girls near the camp's edge, surrounding him like ducklings to their mother hen. Malik shook his head at the thought and cleared his throat before addressing them again. We're heading for one of these exit points. It's not far, but we got to move quick and stay sharp. Keep your weapons ready. If anything jumps out, you fight like hell until I reach you. Got it? A mix of nervous nods and determined expressions met his words. Good. He proceeded to walk through the group, checking their makeshift belts where jangling weapons hung. Those with too small a figure for belts had to hold their weapons. Some of them couldn't even properly do that, their grips unsure. "You," Malik pointed to a scrawny girl barely taller than the blade she held. "Don't grip it like it's a snake about to bite you." He adjusted her hands, showing her the proper way to swing. "Hold it tight, yes, but not too much. Stiffness in combat might be your downfall." She repeatedly nodded, too nervous to give her thanks. "Don't mind." Malik moved on, making sure each girl had something to defend herself with, even if it was just a sharpened stick or a small knife. "Coins? Everyone got coins?" The group shuffled awkwardly, some holding up small pouches. "Make sure you never lose them. You never know what the faraway will ask for." He sighed, stepping back to take in the sight of them. They looked ridiculous, a ragtag group of scared kids trying to play pretend. But it didn't make him laugh, not even a little. "All right." His voice was soft. "You're ready. Let's go." The walk to the exit point wasn't as smooth as he'd hoped. Uneven ground, wet dirt, and narrow paths. Though thankfully, it didn't get much worse than that. Malik stayed at the front at all times, his hand resting on the hilt of his shamshir, ready for combat. He'd glance back occasionally, making sure no one fell behind. Midway through, he slowed down, joining Saphira, who walked near the middle of the group with Jasmine. You doing okay?" Saphira smiled. "We're fine." "You?" he snorted, spilling as much sarcasm into his words as he could. "Never better." Their conversation ended there, dry as the desert. When they reached the exit point, the group hesitated, staring up at the opening above. It looked like any other opening between the mushroom caps, but Malik was sure that it was the location. "Let's do this." He clapped his hands and turned to the girls. One by one, he began helping them activate their holy relics. Each of the strange-looking backpacks hummed to life, parachute-like structures unfolding above them. The girls gasped as they were lifted off the ground, floating just above it. "Whoa. I'm flying." Chuckling at their reactions, he, with the help of Saphira and Jasmine, began to push them up. They shifted, feet dangling for a few moments more before they started ascending. "Keep going." Malik couldn't help but smile, waving at them as they flew up into the darkness. "Don't look down." All the girls waved back nervously, even the two who fell short of their luck earlier. They offered no reply back, too terrified to speak, but Jasmine and Saphira didn't mind. Those two kept waving like maniacs, tears threatening to fall from their eyes. It wasn't long before they disappeared into the night sky, swallowed by the darkness. How? Malik let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding and turned back. Saphira and Jasmine stood there, arms crossed, looking way too calm for his liking. Weren't they crying just now? It was as if the girls from earlier had left alongside those up above. Malik started, but Saphira interrupted him. "Master, can we ask something?" He froze, blinking at her. "Master? Wait. Hold on. What?" "I'm Nota. We want to be your disciples," Jasmine said firmly, her voice cutting through his protests before they could even form. Malik stared at them both like they'd just lost their minds. "Disciples? What are you even talking about? I'm not a master. Hell, I'm barely a Magi." Outside the projection, Saphira stood frozen, staring at the projection. Her heart felt like it had been dunked in ice and lit on fire all at once. The scene she'd just watched, either those girls, Jasmine, Malik's fumbling words, so it all brought back so many damned memories. Back then, she thought Malik was holding back, acting modest. She'd assumed it all was a part of some act, the way those from noble families did things to experience the common folk or whatever ridiculous reason they had. But now, my God, he was telling the truth. Though the past her prayed for him like the rest, she'd written him off as some rich kid slumming it for fun, probably waiting for a chance to brag about how he'd saved the day. Only now did she understand just how unfair she was. The boy had gone through literal hell. There was no arrogance in his words, no air of superiority. He hadn't acted like he was better than Thema. He'd just helped. And there she was, judging him and planning to use him. Saphira exhaled roughly, thoughts in her mind clicking into place like a cruel puzzle. He didn't think he was a big deal because he wasn't. He didn't come from some grand family or a guild. It was just him. Him and his stubborn will. She felt a laugh bubble up, dry and bitter. And I called him master. God, what an idiot I was. Inside the projection. We don't care. Sapphira stepped closer. Her blue eyes unwavering. You saved us. You're strong. You know things we don't. That's enough. Jasmine nodded. Please. We'll learn. We'll work hard. Just a broken bar. Let us learn from you. Malik sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Look, I'm flattered, Buta. Please. Their voices were quiet but resolute, their eyes both determined and vulnerable. Malik groaned and glanced at the side, spotting Sinbad leaning on a mushroom's stalk. You should do it, big brother Tilda. Don't you want to replace me? He shook his head, dispelling the illusion. Fine, I'll be a broken bar whatever. But master, you're no slave. Call me teacher. Thank her. But he cut them off, getting back at them like a child. Only until we're out of here. Once we're in the clear, it's over. Got it? They nodded eagerly, their faces lighting up. Good. Malik sighed and looked away, muttering under his breath. What the hell am I getting myself into? A broken bar? He took a beat, then glanced at the map again, plotting their next move. I'll write a let's get moving. We've got a long way to go, and I'm not babysitting you forever. They fell into step behind him, their spirits seemingly lifted despite the daunting path ahead. And as they began their trek toward the South Dunes, he couldn't help but feel a strange warmth. For better or worse, he wasn't alone anymore. You still didn't tell us your name. Malik looked at the bathed Sapphira, who now wore freshly cut male clothes. He was about to reply, but before he could, Jasmine asked, is it, like, some kinda secret or something? He shook his head. What? No, it's fine. Just didn't find the right moment. Anyway, it's Malik. Sapphira froze, and Malik caught it. A look that screamed absolute, bone-deep fear. It wasn't just that, though. It was disdain, hate, fury. Like someone had just killed her family and used their faces as masks. It was so out of place, he almost did a double take. This was Sapphira, the little one who acted carefree ever since they met. And yet, there she was. For a heartbeat. Then poof, gone. Just like that. By the time Jasmine turned to ask, what's up? Her face was back to her usual demeanor as if nothing happened. Nothing. Malik almost thought he imagined it. Almost. But number. He'd seen it clear as day. Why does she know me? He wanted to ask but knew better than to. Digging into that wasn't a can of worms he wanted to open right now, and it wasn't something he liked either. Sapphira stammered suddenly, her voice desperate. Is Malik, like, a super common name where you're from? He narrowed his eyes just a little. The suspicion meter in his brain ticked up a notch, but he played it cool. Not really. Can't say I've met anyone else with my name before. Sapphira looked down, her face tense. Yeah, broken bar. I see. Jasmine, bless her oblivious little heart, immediately jumped in with a subject change so clumsy it almost made him laugh. So, teacher, since you're a noble and all that, a broken bar, did you, ever meet the Sultan? Malik raised an eyebrow at her, but hey, whether obvious or not, distraction accepted. Nope. Don't even know his name. He didn't bother correcting her about his nobility. There was no need to. It just better explained his position. Though, if he were honest, it was mainly because he was too lazy to explain. But funnily enough, his answer would have been a lie either way. Quite ironic really. Malik did in fact meet the Sultan and he did know his name, Cyrus. He just didn't know that he did. Me neither. Tilda. Sapphira got her act together and skipped ahead, totally ignoring Malik's careful attempts to safely guide them through the gabe. Why you can't do that? Judging by Jasmine's reaction, Sapphira's antics could be considered disrespectful. Malik didn't though. He cared not for the stiffness of the old. She was free to enjoy her freedom. And enjoy it she did, practically radiating confidence. The girl poked at strange, tiny mushrooms and peered into hollow logs. She acted as if Gabe was her home's little playground. Jasmine, on the other hand, stuck close to Malik. Her steps were cautious, eyes flicking nervously at every rustle or creak around them. But even then, she never said a word of complaint. Even as her grip on the hem of his clothes made it clear she was ready to bolt if something jumped out. Malik let out a small sigh. One's too reckless but is more afraid, the other's too cautious but is braver. Perfect balance, I guess. Teach. Saphira called back, her voice brimming with excitement. What's ether really like? Is it like magic from those novels? Malik chuckled. Ether is much more than magic. It's the very essence of what is and isn't. The flow that binds the cosmos together. Everything you see, touch, breathe, and feel carries ether within it. Jasmine tilted her head curiously. Even us, especially us. He ruffled her hair. We Magi are unique because we can harness it, shape it, and make it our own. The girls exchanged glances, their curiosity ignited. Saphira tugged on his hand. Tell us more. Like a broken bar. How does it work? Malik gestured for them to follow and stepped into a small clearing. One where shafts of starlight just began to dance on the forest floor. Ether starts as a neutral energy like the breeze that stirs these trees. He crouched, drawing in the dirt with his finger. But we Magi transform it into something personal. Our aspect. These are like a reflection of what our path is, a combination of abilities. Neutral ether greater than ether conversion greater than absorbed ether in core greater than abilities greater than aspects greater than divine essence greater than specialization. He pointed at the rough diagram, showing them each step from beginning to end. Now that you understand the basics, know this. Every person has an ether core. Malik tapped his chest for emphasis. It's like a second heart, right here. It absorbs ether, lets us control it, and gives us the power to shape our abilities. But it's not just about raw strength though, it's about balance. Push yourself too far, and you could turn hollow, losing everything. Jasmine's eyes widened while Saphira leaned in closer. So we have them too? Are they dormant or something? What about the ranks? Like a broken bar. How do we know who's the strongest? Malik grinned. Right on the coin, Jasmine. And yeah, we've got the divine hierarchy. It's how we measure ourselves, or how the world measures us, I guess. At the bottom are the Nada, the Ascendants. They're the first to cross the ether threshold. Above them are the Jinn, the Seraphim, followed by the Mythkala, the Archons who regulate the balance of worlds. And then, Saphira pressed. Then come the Maladiarisis K, the Paragons. The Angels. Malik's voice took on a note of reverence. They're galaxy-level beings, the strongest most of us will ever meet. And at the tip the Rook, Jasmine whispered, her voice filled with awe. Malik nodded. The apex. They are gods, beings who shape reality itself, Magi of laws. But even they are not the end. What? How can someone be stronger than God? Well, this isn't something I'm sure of, but I've heard it from the local preachers. A rank beyond the Ruka broken bar, the arrow of the diviner of the book. He paused for a moment, feeling lightheaded just from mentioning the title. The true Sultan is supposed to be one, a cosmic emperor who governs everything and writes the laws themselves. But again, I can't say for sure, so don't take my word on that. The girls stared at him, their expressions a mix of awe, fear, and wonder. Can we become one of them? Saphira's question would have been laughed at by anyone else, but Malik's number. He would never. After all, his goal wasn't so different. It is possible. If you're brave enough to walk the path, talented enough to ascend, lucky enough to live. But remember, every step comes with a cost. Ether is a gift. His words took pause as he closed his eyes, seemingly remembering something, then continued as he opened them back up, but it demands much in return. Too much at times. Noticing his hurt, Jasmine did the same as earlier, asking about whatever came to mind. She couldn't have the insensitive Saphira say anything that'd further ruin his mood. What about monsters? Do they use ether too? His expression darkened slightly. Yes, but not like us. Monsters are bound to the cursed hierarchy. And they don't just have one ether core, they have many, which makes them much stronger compared to us, especially later on. He then went on to describe the stages, from the relatively weak Faryad to the diff. The A superscript 1 negation A diaresis Kia, the Simurg, the Zak, and finally, the godlike Ahriman. 1. The girls listened intently, their faces now showing more fascination than fear. And when he finished, Saphira leaned back, grinning. I think I know what I want to be. Malik raised an eyebrow. Oh? And what might that be? She puffed out her chest. I want to be a Sahir and master the life element. That way, I can heal you whenever you get hurt. Malik smiled, his heart warming at her innocence. It seemed that he totally forgot what happened just a few minutes ago. A noble choice. Jasmine tugged at his sleeve again, her voice quieter but no less determined. I want to be like you, a Dune guardian. Her decision caught him off guard. Are you sure? Malik knelt to meet her gaze. The desert is a harsh path. Jasmine nodded. But I don't want fire. I want ice. Opposites working together, that'd be cool, right? For a moment, he said nothing, lost in thought. Then, he placed a hand on her shoulder, tapping it. Jasmine, you've got the spirit of a true Magi. She beamed at him and her friend as their laughter rang through the forest. Saphira doesn't seem like it at times, but he joined them, letting out a few chuckles of his own. They really are kids. The world remained dull, but these two retained their true colors. Blindingly bright. Good kids. Faryad, youngling. Cry or call, representing their nascent stage and growing potential. Diff, fiend. Demon or devil in Persian folklore, embodying chaos and malevolence. I superscript 1 negation a diaresis tyrant. Tyrant in the Arabic language, representing overwhelming dominance and destructive power. Simurg, behemoth. Legendary bird of Persian mythology, symbolizing wisdom, mystery, and commanding presence. Zak, chaos. Commander of demons in Persian mythology, a snake of chaos embodying the power to warp reality. Ahriman, mythic personification of destruction and evil in Persian mythology, Bible, a cosmic force that predates creation itself. After they had their fun, Malik stood up and headed back to the route. Hey, Saphira skipped towards him and held his hand. You still didn't tell us. How do we start? Jasmine did the same but only tugged at his sleeve. Yes. How? He glanced at them and then continued walking. Well, there's only one way, and that's by unlocking your mutation. Activating the core. Before they could reply to his words, he held a finger to his lips. Actually, hold that thought. Malik untied a bundle of scrolls from his belt. The girls exchanged curious glances, Saphira leaning in from his left while Jasmine peered from his right, her head tilted just enough to see what he was doing. He laid the first of the scrolls out carefully on his palm, its edges curling from being tucked away for so long. What's that? Magic homework, Saphira and Jasmine asked back to back, their eyes gleaming with the same curiosity. Malik shook his head. Not exactly. These are scrolls or mediums of ether. I didn't realize it before, but they contain ability paths. Think of them like maps for ether. Each one shows a different path through the body, like the trails we're following right now, but for your ability. The one he revealed had a drawing of a human figure with thousands of lines crisscrossing its frame. Let's see here. He traced them with a finger, his brow furrowing. It had the same general layout as a usual ability path. Wait. Or so he thought at first. The pathing had major intricate differences. Malik began to switch from one scroll to another, seemingly on the cusp of realizing something. He scanned them from top to bottom, disappointed each time, but then suddenly, his hands paused, roughly clutching the scroll. There was no mistaking it. The lines on this one were strikingly similar to his own ability path. Would you look at that? Saphira leaned closer, her nose almost touching the parchment. What is it? This path. Malik showed it to her. It's almost exactly like mine. But see here? He gestured to a tiny, subtle, barely noticeable curve of lines near his shoulders. This part had a 2-line detour. It was removed. The flow was optimized. Outside the projection, the hall exploded once more, a seemingly common occurrence by now. But this time the energy was different. It wasn't outrage but shock, disbelief, and an expectation fulfilled. Way. Did he just a question mark? Wait. Really? That's path optimization. No way. He just guessed that. A high-level technique. Didn't they only start teaching that after you become a djinn? And it's not in any beginner grimoire, let alone that dummy's one he read. I had to get drilled on that for months. Same. And he just figured it out on his own? This is him, right? The same guy who was eating breadcrumbs off the floor not long ago? Yeah, Zafar yelled, throwing his arms up. joining the tide of dumbases. Cyrus called him trash. He's no prodigy, so are we sure he's never been trained? The holy relic might be lying to us. Nora's throne dipped back as she leaned into it, her face a display of suspicion. It is somewhat ridiculous. Even for him. This is like someone who's never held a sword inventing fencing techniques. Ridiculous. Azim was on his feet now, practically shouting, his face all smiles. It's impossible. That's years of research condensed into one moment. The subtlety alone requires work. Don't even get me started. And the Sultan just stumbles onto it in the middle of a forest while babysitting kids. Though his words were of surprise, they were dripping with something else too, pride. If his face didn't make it obvious enough, he quite enjoyed seeing their reactions to the one he once proudly served. And he wasn't the only one puffing his chest over this. Both Safira and Layla, who stayed quiet throughout, couldn't help but reveal soft smiles. Yes, he'd done them unspeakable evil, but for now, this moment, before it all went down, they wanted to appreciate him, show off a little. Maybe the former Sultan was wrong, and he really is a genius. Someone from the back shouted, or a liar. Another voice chimed in. Do you think he's actually been trained and just faking this whole clueless beggar act? You can't rewrite cognitive function, you idiot. And why'd he even fake it? What does he gain from hiding this kind of skill? Maybe the relic is doing it, or maybe that grimoire was some special edition. Roy looked at the crowd with blank eyes. You all realize that the former Sultan's words still hold true, right? He said that the Sultan has brains. Please think before you speak. Nora snorted. A special edition? What's next? A self-writing grimoire? Azim joined in the bashing of the dumbases, enjoying Zafar's embarrassed face. Oh, yeah, sure, let's blame the parchment. Clearly, it's the tree's fault. He's a better Magi than most of us. Oh, wait, no, it's the oxygen we breathe. Yes, that's it. Brilliant deduction. And for the recorder, before he could even finish his sentence, Layla suddenly burst into laughter aloud, unrestrained, and utterly contagious. The sound rang out, drawing every eye in the hall. It was a sight that shocked most, as it didn't match her demeanor at all. Dressed head to toe in black attire, one of mourning, and looking all serious a second ago. Oh, this is rich. She gasped between breaths. You're all scrambling to know the how, forgetting that you've been outclassed by a man who probably thought path optimization was just a fancy term for a shortcut. Dot. 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 The hall shut itself up. Inside the projection, Malik shut his eyes and let out a slow breath, focusing hard as he started channeling his ether within. It mimicked the path on the scroll. Almost instantly, he felt his veins tingling as it surged differently than what he was used to. It was faster, smoother, cleaner. But of course, that wasn't all. It was rougher, more dangerous. The control he usually had felt tenuous. He also noticed a level of backlash that wasn't there before, a sharp, biting resistance that made him wince. Whatever changes the author of this scroll had made weren't as subtle as they might have seemed. Not at all. They had stripped the ability path of its natural safeguards, replacing stability with unfiltered efficiency. It wasn't just a high-level technique, it was a gamble, a delicate dance between speed, power, control, and the ever-looming threat of self-destruction. Interesting. Malik opened his eyes, a slow grin spreading across his face. You clever bastard. Who's clever? Safira asked, tilting her head. Whoever made this. He held up the scroll. They saw the flow and figured out how to tweak it just a bit. Makes the element blast faster, stronger. Jasmine leaned in, her small fingers brushing the edge of the parchment. Can we learn it too? He rolled the scroll back up and slipped it under his armpit. Nah, this technique is a no-go. Way too dangerous. With that, he went back to work, picking through the rest like he was shopping for fruit at the Thursday market. He tested each with a quick spark of ether, sifting through what felt decent and what was plain trash. Most unremarkable, basic stuff. Useful, but nothing he could use as studying material. Except a few caught his eye, ear healing scrolls, judging by the soothing vibe they gave off. And, of course, the one that mirrored his own ability. Once he'd checked them all, He packed the rejects back into his belt. "All right, pay attention, Sapphira. These are yours." He handed her the healing scrolls. "You said you wanted the healing element, right? These should give you a head start. Just don't go playing doctor until you've got the hang of it." She grinned, absolutely beaming as she hugged them to her chest. "I won't. But just you wait, I'm gonna be the best healer ever. You'll see." Malik turned to Jasmine, handing her the scroll with the optimized path. "And this one's yours, Jasmine. It's not beginner friendly, but I think you can handle it." Her eyes went wide as she gingerly took the scroll like it might bite her. "You mean it's like yours?" "Yep. Ember's touch is the same for all elements, but it's got its own twist. You'll see." The girls stared at their scrolls in awe, already brimming with questions. But before they could launch into a million of them, Malik held up a hand. "Hold on, let me explain something first." He stopped walking and crouched down to their level. "As I said, these paths are their instructions for your ether. It's like drawing a picture in your head, except the lines aren't just lines. They're how ether flows through your veins, through your nerves, even down to your fingertips." Sapphira raised a hand like she was in school. "So we're drawing with our insides?" Malik snorted. "Sort of. But it's not just drawing. You've got to practice a lot. It's called pathing, and trust me, it's not easy. You mess it up, and you might end up with a nosebleed or worse." Jasmine frowned. "Worse? Like what?" "You'll be fine." Malik quickly waved it off, worried that he'd make her cry if he said anything more. "Just don't overdo it." Sapphira looked at her scroll, her face scrunched in concentration. "So we have to memorize them?" "Yes. They have to get stuck in here." He tapped the side of his head. "That's your job for now. When we find a good spot to camp like a cavea, I'll help you activate your cores. Your fun will begin then." The girls nodded, their excitement bubbling over into giggles. Malik couldn't help but smile too as he stood up and continued walking. "All right, let's move out. Keep those scrolls safe, and don't go trying anything until I say so." Sapphira saluted. "Yes, sir." Jasmine just tugged on his sleeve again. "You'll show us everything, right?" He looked at her, then at the horizon. "Everything I know, and hopefully, a few things I don't." With that, they set off, the two girls already absorbed in their scrolls. "I don't know when or how, but these two are going to change the world someday." Outside the projection, the hall, still buzzing from the path optimization bombshell, was finally starting to chill. Most of the Magi were either muttering among themselves or had their faces stuck somewhere between disbelief and grudging admiration. "All right, fine," Noor groaned, rubbing her temples like she was fighting off a migraine. "Maybe the Sultan's a fucking prodigy. Whatever. Can we all agree we've wasted enough brainpower freaking out over this?" Her pride was clearly taking a massive hit. She'd always thought she had him beat in this department easily, especially after finding out about his whole return by death thing. She chalked up his success to him abusing the hell out of that cheat. Because come on, how could someone with infinite retries not just brute force their way to the top? But here he was, making her precious system the one that practically handed her all the theoretical knowledge on a silver platter, look like a child's toy. The nerve. That's one way to put it. Zafar snorted, crossing his arms. "But yeah, whatever. I'm done. Let's just move on before I blow a fuse." Azim chuckled, finally looking like he could breathe after the mess that just unfolded. "Glad to see we've come to terms with the idea that a clueless Sultan just redefined what a Magi should be. Nothing humbling about that at all, Tilda." His sarcasm was thick enough to cut with a knife, and Noor shot him a glare that promised death if he didn't shut up, her dark eyes screaming the words, "Say one more word, I dare you." Roya, who had been quiet for most of the argument, opened her mouth, about to add something. "My lady." But then she froze. Mid-breath, mid-sentence. Her eyes darted around for a split second and landed on a hooded figure in the crowd. The one you assigned to attempt the Sultan's timing combination during core absorption. The figure's telepathic voice paused for a moment, seemingly still in disbelief. "He just succeeded. The results are incredible." Roya's stomach flipped. "No way." For a fraction of a second, her calm exterior cracked, her eyes widening slightly before she slammed her mental walls back into place. Share this with the rest and begin buying cores en masse. Just don't make it obvious. Understood. Straightening up, she fought to keep her composure, her mind racing. That kid actually pulled it off? Just some nobody on death's row? Was it that easy? The implications were staggering. Should I tell them, or keep it under wraps? Her gaze darted over the hall, lingering on Azim and Nora, the ones who had pushed her to run the test in the first place. They'll find out eventually, and when they do, they'll declare war on my monopoly. Can't have that. Besides, it's better to stay ahead of the storm. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, her voice cutting through the lingering murmurs. Azim, Nora, both turned to her, eyebrows raised. You wanted proof, right? Her lips curled into a sharp smile, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. Well, congratulations. My camp just confirmed it. Someone successfully replicated Malik's timing during his core absorption and it works. For a second, there was absolute silence. What? Nora practically roared, her throne wobbling as she bolted upright. Are you kidding me? Safar's jaw dropped so hard it looked like it might hit the floor. I thought so. Azim, who she expected to be most surprised, appeared to be expecting such news. The rest though? Not so much. Get to the market. Buy an ether core now. Out of the way. Move it. Move it. We're not getting left behind on this. They erupted once more, and it wasn't just yelling this time around. Half the Magi in the hall scrambled for the exits, practically tripping over each other in their haste to leave. You heard her. Go. Get as many cores as you can carry and start testing this immediately. Azim joined the chaos, barking orders at his camp while still sitting on the ground. Why are you still sitting here? Go. Nora was no better, snapping at her subordinates. Safar's yes men, meanwhile, were already halfway out the door, shouting over each other. I'm not waiting around for you idiots. First one to confirm it gets free drinks for a week. You think I'll risk my life for fucking drinks? In less than 10 minutes, the massive hall was nearly empty, save for 1,000 or so Magi who either didn't have the resources to act or were too stubborn to follow the crowd. Though a rare few of those were also more interested in the projection before them than a quick power-up. Well, that escalated quickly. Layla had a faint smile tugging at her lips. You realize you just caused a stampede, right? Roya, still perfectly composed, gestured to the now spacious room. That's why I told them. Layla's smile widened. Fair enough. Inside the projection, a fire crackled softly in the quiet night, the only sound breaking the stillness of a flat plain. Malik sat cross-legged, watching the flames dance as Safira and Jasmine slept soundly on either side of him, both their heads laid on his lap. He watched them for a moment, his gaze soft, before it shifted to the side. There, just outside the glow of the fire, sat a boy, small, maybe just a year younger than Safira, with messy crimson hair and an expression he had memorized. One that would have lit up his darkest days. Sinbad. Malik blinked, his chest tightening. It was his little brother. The same one he buried not too long ago. For a while, Malik didn't say anything. He just stared, his throat becoming dry. The firelight flickered over the boy's face, making him look real, like he'd always been there. It was weird. Do you like them? Malik finally asked, his voice low and careful, like he might scare him off. There was no answer. Of course, there wasn't. He knew this wasn't real. It couldn't be. Sinbad was gone, buried in the cold earth. This was an illusion, a trick of his mind. But still, he couldn't stop himself. They remind me of you. His voice was as delicate as could be. Safira's all fire and energy, kinda like you can be sometimes. Jasmine, though, well, she's not as much of a stuttering mess as you, but hey, she's getting the tilde. His lips quirked into a sad smile. It's like I'm seeing bits of you in them. It makes me miss you so much. You don't understand. You and Huda. It's not fair, you know. You should have had more time. Both of you should have. I wish I could have done more for you. Been more. He laughed lightly, though there was no joy in it, just a hollow ache. You'd have liked them. Talking like this, Safira would have dragged you into all kinds of trouble, and Jasmine would have just rolled her eyes and cleaned up after you two. It felt good, like the weight in his chest was just a little lighter. And yet, it was never that easy, was it? So, they're my replacement, huh? A bitter voice cut through the air. His head snapped towards Sinbad, his heart skipping a beat. The boy's face wasn't soft anymore. His features twisted into something unrecognizable, demonic. His bright crimson hair darkened to blood red, his grin curling into something cruel. His pink eyes began to bleed, and his neck was cut, flowing down blood like a waterfall. No. Malik stood, sending both Jasmine and Saphira away, their heads hitting the dirt. His hand reached out as if he could grab him, hold him, fix whatever this was. No one could replace you. No one. But the illusion didn't care. It didn't listen. It existed to torment him. Sinbad's figure dissolved into the shadows, melting away before his outstretched hand, and then he was gone. Malik stood there, frozen, his arms still reaching for nothing. His chest heaved, and for a moment, he thought he might let the tears fall. But none did. They weren't even there. Slowly, he let his hand drop. His gaze shifted back to the fire and then to the two small forms that somehow didn't wake up. Saphira and Jasmine. They were just kids. Kids who'd gotten stuck with him. Kids who must be his responsibility, nothing more. I have no right to enjoy my time with them. His voice was barely audible, but it was heard louder than anything else. And with that, he sank back down, staring at the flames until sleep claimed him. Capital city of the inside, the Holy Land. Al-Saif Mansion. Huda sat in the middle of her bed, her knees pulled up to her chest, head buried between them. Her room was dark, save for the glow spilling in from the massive projection outside the window to her left. It lit up the skyline like a 13th moon, showing Malik standing by a fire, looking, well, wrecked. His thoughts drifted through the open air, soft but cutting, a whisper she couldn't escape. She peeked up at it, her chest twisting as she caught his expression of the hollow look in his eyes, the way his hand reached out for someone who wasn't there. Sinbad. I'm sorry. The name hit her hard, hanging heavy in her mind, just like it had in his, only 10 times less. Slowly, Huda squeezed her eyes shut, the sting behind them threatening to spill over. He thinks that's what Sinbad would have wanted. Not with sadness, but anger. Anger she couldn't aim at anyone, not even herself, because it just was. That cutting himself off, shutting everyone out, and drowning in guilt is some kind of tribute. Her hands curled into fists, nails digging into her palms hard enough to sting. What an idiot. The words were bitter, biting, but they felt meaningless. Just like everything else, because deep down, she couldn't stop thinking it. He's doing the same thing I'm doing. The parallel wasn't lost on her. She could see it as plain as day. Malik, who she thought had healed even a little since that accursed day, hadn't changed at all. No, that wasn't it. If anything, he'd gotten worse. The cracks he used to hide so well were now laid bare for anyone to see, and such a scene was even harder to stomach. Though the reasons were as far as life was from death, both were broken. Both isolated themselves. Both let guilt eat them alive. Both pretended that shutting out the world would somehow make things better. That it was the answer to their guilt. Wrong. It didn't make anything better. Huda knew that. She knew it because she was living it out right here, in this room, in this suffocating darkness, alone. And the Malik from back then probably knew it too. But both still did it anyway. The reason was simple. They just didn't know any other way to cope. You think? Her head snapped up, her glare locking onto the projection outside. You think Sinbad would have wanted this? She couldn't tell if those words were meant for him or herself. You think he'd want you to sit there, wallowing in guilt, instead of actually living? Her chest tightened even more, her breath coming out shaky. She hated that she could see it so clearly now, hated how it made everything more complicated. The betrayal she'd clung to, the hurt that felt like it could swallow her wholly, it all felt muted now. It was hard for her to loathe him, so very hard. She wanted to. God, she wanted to so badly, but she just couldn't. Malik's unreasonable guilt, his isolation, his belief that this was somehow right. She hated it not only because it was a mirror of her own but also because it gave her a reason not to loathe him. One she so adamantly wanted to reject, but like her righteous anger, She couldn't. Her emotions were no longer hers to control. It made her chest ache in a way that felt unfair, like he'd taken something from her without even realizing it. And so, it was only natural that it drained out of her, leaving something aching behind. Sinbad would have wanted you to be happy, you idiot. The words spilled out even though they felt futile. He wouldn't have wanted this. She choked on the lump in her throat, burying her face back into her knees once more. He wouldn't have wanted any of this. The truth of it was so obvious it hurt. I know that. I know it. But again, knowing didn't make it easier. It didn't stop the guilt, or the pain, or the endless spiral of what-ifs. Outside, the projection kept playing, displaying Malik's descent into madness. Big brother. Forgive me. Forgive me for killing you. Huda squeezed her eyes shut tighter as if that could block out the sound. The truth of what they both couldn't let go. Holy Palace, Sultan's Hall. Saphira stared at the projection as if just woken up from a dreamless sleep. She blinked a few times, barely breathing, watching him from under her lashes. Now she knew why. Why he changed. It all started clicking into place right in front of her. The careful, gruff, but easygoing teacher. The sarcastic but protective older brother figure. This Malik was gone. He went somewhere else, far away, hidden deep, never to return. After this point, he'd no longer stare at her like he was trying to solve a puzzle. He'd stop pressing her about the weird things she said or did. She'd brushed it off at the time, but now watching him like these it made sense. Malik had stopped caring about them, or rather, he forced himself to stop. He was protecting himself. Saphira swallowed hard, guilt playing with her insides. I thought it was because of me. She thought maybe her slip-ups had shaken him. Maybe her being different was too much for him to handle. But no, it wasn't her. It was something else entirely, someone else. Sinbad. The ghost who haunted him. Huda. The coward who had run. That was why Malik had changed. Not because of her. Because of them. Yes, them. Saphira's hands curled into fists under the eyes of many. A part of Hera, an ugly, selfish part of felt something she hated herself for feeling. Relief. She hated it. Hated that she was glad. Hated the way her chest felt lighter. Hated that some ugly part of her thanked God that it wasn't her. But at the same time, she couldn't help it. Malik's change wasn't her fault. It was theirs. And that brought her relief like nothing else. Inside the projection, days blurred into seconds, weeks into minutes. The early mornings crept in like sneaky little thieves, robbing the night of its quiet despair and dumping them into yet another day of trudging south. Crunching grass, the screeches of monsters in the distance, and, every now and then, the blood-curdling scream of some poor seeker biting off more than they could chew. That was their soundtrack. Malik was always the first one up, moving before the shams even had a chance to wake up. His steps were lighter now, and not in a carefree way, but in a way that spoke of his cowardice. His eyes were fixed on the horizon as if it held all the answers he'd been searching for. Behind him, Jasmine and Saphira dragged their feet, noses buried in their scrolls like zealots reading their holy scripture. Every second of them not talking was an extra second to memorize every damn line. Not because they wanted to, no, not at all. They were long past the honeymoon period. It had gotten boring to say the least. Now, they only did it because they had to. And it was also used as a way to escape their current mood. Yet no amount of studying could completely distract them from that. Malik was obviously different. They'd noticed it the first morning. How could they not? But saying it out loud, acknowledging it, that felt like the kind of move that might just snap the thread holding him together. So, they played dumb, pretended not to see it, hoped, prayed, wished that if they ignored it long enough, it'd disappear like a bad dream. But dreams didn't last forever. And after enough time passed, reality hit. They couldn't keep pretending. They wanted to ask him. Wanted to just rip down the wall he'd built around himself. Demand answers. But every time they got close, all it took was one look at his face to stop them cold. That look? Yeah, that look wasn't something they were equipped to handle. Their courage just crippled when against it. Jasmine's brows pulled together, twitching like they were begging her to do something. Say something. Anything. Yet she did nothing. Only stared at her scroll. Saphira? She didn't share her struggle. Well, at least not in the visual department. Her eyes were practically drilled into the back of his head. Her lips parted like she was about to say something only to snap shut again. The cycle repeated a few times before she gave up, her frustration bubbling over. Leaning closer to Jasmine, she hissed under her breath, finally letting the words out. What's with him? He's different. Jasmine glanced at her, her own unease mirrored hers, plain as day on their faces. I don't know. Buta broken bar. It's like he's not here anymore. Their voices were low, cautious. Yes, but Malik didn't miss a word. Still, that didn't mean he'd react. Hell, even if they had screamed at him, he probably wouldn't have given them any mind. His face stayed blank, eyes scanning the landscape without truly seeing it. And that lack of reaction of that answerer hit harder than anything he could have said. After all, what was the feeling furthest from love? Indifference. It wasn't just frustrating, it hurt. Did we a broken bar? Saphira's voice cracked as she hesitated. Did we do something wrong? Jasmine's heart clenched at the sound of it. The vulnerability. She reached out, resting a hand on Saphira's shoulder and giving it a soft squeeze. I don't think it's us. It wouldn't make sense if it was. Buta broken bar. She bit her lip, her gaze dropping. I don't know how to fix it either. Saphira turned her eyes back to Malik. Ahead of them, his figure stood tall, shadow stretching long under the morning light. And yet, it felt like he was slipping further and further away. Helplessness curled up in their guts. Silence screamed louder than anything else. Too scared to reach him, no matter how badly they wanted to. This tension between the three of them was almost comical if it wasn't so damn heavy. I wish he'd tell us what's wrong. Jasmine's gaze flicked toward Malik again. Maybe he doesn't know how. Maybe he thinks it's easier this way. Easier for who? Saphira's words came out sharp. Because it's definitely not easier for us. Jasmine didn't reply. What could she even say to that? She didn't have the answers. Neither of them did. And any words she could come up with felt empty. So silence stretched between them again until Saphira finally let out a sigh. Fine. She yanked a scroll out from her belt. The enchanted parchment unrolled with a soft shimmer. Might as well do something productive. Jasmine nodded as she pulled out her own scroll. The two of them fell into their usual rhythm, studying as they walked. Their eyes scanned the lines. Their lips moved silently, muttering directions, trying to commit the path to memory. For a while, the world around them blurred out of focus. Their escapade ignored the ache in their chests. The million questions they weren't ready to ask. But because they were so focused on that, they almost missed it. What they needed most besides Malik's validation. A mountain. There it was, sitting not too far off in the distance. It loomed, jagged peaks stretched like claws aimed at the sky. By then, the air had cooled, and the light was dipping lower, casting long shadows across the grassy ground. Finally, progress. Finally, something that made the whole miserable journey feel just a little worth it. They were almost upon a cave they could finally ascend. Saphira's heart jumped, and she almost let out a cheer. But one glance at Malik's face stopped her dead. Hey, we're about to. Jasmine noticed it after her, though she, unlike her little friend, barely reacted, at least not outwardly. Why yeah, quiet. At that word, both of them shared a quick look, their excitement dimming. This wasn't a celebratory moment. Not even close. For whatever reason, the mood was off, way off, and it wasn't because he shut them up. No, it felt like the world itself waited for something to explode. Malik's whole demeanor screamed danger. His shoulders were locked up tight, his steps heavy like he was bracing for a fight, and his eyes darted left and right like something was stalking them from up above. What's with him now? Jasmine didn't answer Saphira's mutter, her focus entirely on Malik. But before the blonde could say more, a strong gust of wind came out of nowhere. It whipped through the terrain, kicking up dust and sending their clothes flapping like mad. Malik paused mid-step, his body freezing like he'd been hit with a spell. His hand shot to the hilt of his shamshur, clutching it, knuckles turning white. Shudders racked his body, each one feeling like a herald of death. What's going on? Saphira's voice was barely a whisper, quickly followed by Malik's command, stay close. His tone was as flat as could be. He didn't even glance back, eyes locked upward. Another gust ripped through the area, stronger this time, sending dirt and pebbles flying, and then they saw a massive shadow cutting across the ground. Saphira gasped, instinctively stepping closer to Jasmine. "Is that hay?" Malik's grip on the shamshir tightened further, his jaw clenching so hard it ached. He was braced, ready for whatever fresh nightmare was about to drop on them. The shadow circled once overhead before descending, and when its owner came into view, the tension in Malik's body didn't ease but it shifted. Confusion. It wasn't fear or anticipation of an attack anymore. It was utter confusion. Like Saphira, he expected a rock, one ready to tear them apart. Instead, he got an owl. Right, an owl. Not just any owl, thought Ufanumber. It wasn't the type Malik saw in those circus caravans. This one was massive, its shadow doing it a disservice. It easily dwarfed them all with its frame, its eye as big as he was tall. Its feathers shimmered like metal, rich crimson with streaks of white around its beak and its horn-like plumicorns. The owl was regal in a way he couldn't quite describe, as if it belonged in some divine palace, not the wilds. Its eyes were the most unsettling putter, huge, unblinking, and bright pink. It tilted its head, its gaze sweeping over them with a curiosity that felt almost human. Saphira clutched Jasmine's arm. "What the hell is that?" Neither of them answered. Malik's hand stayed on his shamshir, but he didn't draw it. The owl let out a soft hoot and then, with a slow flap of its massive wings, whoosh, it ascended, disappearing into the sky as quickly as it had come. Dot. 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 The silence it left behind was deafening. For a moment, none of them moved. None of them spoke. The tension broke only when Saphira let out a shaky laugh. "Seriously? A crimson owl? I thought we were about to be lunch." A grin spread across Jasmine's face. "It was so cute, Tilda. Do you think the pharaoh would let us take one home? I mean, it's basically pet material, right?" Saphira grinned back. He maybe. Imagine rolling into Zaway with that thing perched on your shoulder." Total boss move. Their laughter echoed across the flat terrain like they were trying to convince themselves the danger had passed. Malik, though, his face showed not a single change. No smile, no chuckly, nothing. He just resumed walking, his eyes resuming their scan of the skies, acting as though the real threat was just waiting for them to let their guard down. His shoulders were hunched, his hand never straying far from his weapon. And then, as if promised, it happened. The wind picked up again, harder this time. It wasn't the playful breeze that had accompanied the cute owl. Nope, this wind carried weight. Malice. The air grew heavier, literally, pressing them down onto the ground. A shadow fell over Thema, huge, oppressive, dark. The hairs on the back of the girls' necks stood up straight. "A broken bar teach." Malik. He didn't respond, too busy trying to calm himself. His breath couldn't help but hitch as his head snapped to the shadow's origin. "Move." Then, louder, "Move." Now. Jasmine and Saphira didn't argue. They bolted out of there, ducking behind a few lone trees some distance away. Malik, meanwhile, stayed put, planted right where he stood. One hand pressed on his back, the other gripped his shamshir, hovering in front of his chest. But, learning from the last time, he calmed his grip, knowing not to be stiff. The shadow circled overhead, savoring the moment. And then it grew bigger, closer. Whoosh! The visitor made itself known. A rock. Not just any rock or an adult. It was a monster in every sense of the word. Its wings spread wide, blotting out the sky like a storm cloud with feathers. Every beat of its wings sent shockwaves through the air, making the ground tremble beneath their feet. "That a broken bar." Saphira peeked out from behind the tree, her mouth dropping open. "That thing's talons are bigger than the owl from earlier." She was right. Its talons alone eclipsed that crimson owl in size. They were like curved blades, glinting in the fading starlight. "You'll regret this." The memory of that bastard's final words surfaced unbidden. Regret. Yeah, he was definitely feeling that now. The pieces slammed into place in his head like a fucked-up puzzle. His little rising in Gaber hadn't just stirred up trouble, it had poked the wrong beast. The slavers, the smugglers, the bastards, with all their smug strutting and holier-than-thou swagger, hadn't been bluffing. They'd had a plan, a failsafe, a nasty, vindictive little trap. One that would ensure that even in death, they could enact their revenge. One that was likely public knowledge, info that only he, the nobody, didn't know. Malik was the sucker who'd walked right into it. Probably a scroller one set to trigger the moment they bit the dust. Its job was to wake up the rock nesting on top of that giant mushroom stalk in their territory. It was also obvious now. Their arrogance, their cocky smirk, so it wasn't just ego. They had this. And now, well, Malik saw that regret manifest right in front of him. He was once their ghost and now they were his, though in a more literal sense of the word. The rock let out a deafening screech that rattled their bones. Its beak snapped shut with a sound like a boulder splitting in two. It didn't just sound angry, it sounded like vengeance, and Malik was the pitiful man standing on its warpath. It dove, death coming straight for him. His brain screamed at him to move, run, dodge, something. But he could not. Feeling a painful copyright AVU. Up close, the rock was gargantuan. Not just big, impossible. Chaos wrapped in feathers. A force of nature that had no business existing. Malevolent, wicked, unholy, vile, depraved, fiendish. He could only describe it with such words. Truly, it was like staring at death itself. One that he was familiar with, having stared at it once before, and for a second, all Malik could do was gape like an idiot. Teacher, Malik. Yet, thankfully, their scream snapped him out of it. His legs finally kicked into gear, and he rushed to the side, running like his life depended on it. Because, well, it did. But, unfortunately, it wasn't enough. The rock moved too fast. Way too fast for a creature its size had any right to. Malik barely had time to glance back before its massive beak opened, a black pit of doom ready to swallow him whole. Tiaka. Nu. Saphira's scream, Jasmine's panicked shout, and then nothing. The rock's beak snapped shut with a horrifying, final crack. Just like that, he was gone. Swallowed whole. The world outside went silent. For Malik, there was nothing but suffocating, endless darkness. Blink. Outside the projection, the hall wasn't just cold anymore, it was freezing. Not from the temperature, of course it was the tension. They were glued to the projection, their expressions a display of awe. Their Sultan was alive until yesterday. That meant that he killed the rock, as escaping it was impossible, at least not with Saphira and Jasmine in tow. He, an Al-Saif, was up against a Dith, a fiend, a monster with 4 ether cores. Usually, such an achievement wouldn't be that extraordinary, but rocks, especially adult ones, they were something else. What was hard became nearly impossible, and the state of those who realized that reflected it. However, not all of them were like that. While they were all high-ranking Magi, it didn't mean that they dove into Al-Fora. Of course, many of them might have, but they had likely not gone up against a rock. Those monsters weren't so common, you see. In turn, that made most of the hall split into small groups. Distinct, each discussed different aspects of what they'd just seen. One particular group ignored the threat completely. They were more interested in the emotional aspect. Did he even sleep? No, I think he's been cultivating instead. Insane. Really? Guess his mind's been upgraded by all those deaths. Yeah. No Al-Saif would survive otherwise. I don't dare say that's a good thing. Me neither. Lady Saphira and Jasmine were the only color in his life. And now? Forget all that. Did you see his face? A woman in the middle of them hissed. How can someone even look like that? It's what happens when you lose too much. An older man muttered, his tone bitter. You stop looking for a way back and just a broken bar. Keep walking forward. A hush fell over them as Malik's figure on the projection continued to reverse his time. You think Lady Saphira realized the extent of his loss? A young woman in a different group asked, voice soft, that he's willing to shut them out completely just for it to lessen a smidge? Of course. She did. You think they're blind? They were just too scared to do anything about it. Scared? The young woman echoed, frowning. Why would they be scared of him? A scoff came from a young man next to her. You saw what he did to those slavers, didn't you? Would you want to be the one to push him? But he saved them. How can they think that? He shook his head. Emotions aren't logical, I'm afraid. Besides, that wasn't all they thought. While those two went back and forth, another group, more interested in the owl, spoke loudly. Was that a broken bar? Was that an Aluka? No way. Didn't they go extinct? Extinct my ass. Back then they might have been hella rare, but they were still spotted every 10 or so years. Though I do admit, this color is a first. I know, right? Crimson and pink is extremely unusual. Who cares about the color? It's still a monster, and they don't just show up like that. Yeah, why was it there? You think it was just passing by, or a broken bar, or what? Someone scoffed from the corner. You think it came to warn him or something? Actually, that's exactly what I think. A round of murmurs rippled through them as they went on and on. A round that didn't quite reach the group next to them. These Magi were the loudest in the crowd, and for good reason. Holy shit, that's a broken bar, that's a rock, that's a full-grown, pissed-off adult. Oh, they're so screwed. Screwed? They're past that. Another barked, gesturing wildly at the projection. You see the size of that thing? Its talons could snap a whole house in half. And the Sultan? He just stood there like an idiot. Hey, he moved eventually. Yeah, after staring at it like a kid seeing a monster under his bed. What? Don't forget he was 12. Or 13. I don't know at this point. Either way, seeing a diff so suddenly naturally shocked him. Either way, he was swallowed whole. Twice now. He seriously has bad luck. Huh. The hall fell quiet again, though only for a moment. Okay, but what's the plan here? How's he supposed to go past this? Return by death, of course. Tilda. I'm not asking about that, you idiot. I know, but who cares? Don't question it and watch. We'll know soon enough. Adamus, who surprisingly stayed, sighed, sounding annoyed. Great. So we're stuck watching him die over and over until he figures it out. At least it'll be entertaining. Both of them earned glares from those around them. Entertaining? This isn't a damn game. Sure, it's the Sultan, but he's fighting for his life in there. The group fell silent. Again, shame washing over them. And yet, as they turned their attention back to the projection, even they couldn't deny it. For all the cold, the distance, the horror, the shock, the tension, and the envy, they were hooked. Because if anyone could find a way out of this mess, it was Malik. There was something about him that held them captive. Fear, maybe, or perhaps just the raw, brutal humanity of someone trying and failing to hold themselves together. That was something special, and they were damn sure they weren't going to miss a second of it. Inside the projection, Malik's eyes shot open. The world snapped back into focus, and he stood in the same place as before, her feet crunching against the grass, Jasmine and Sapphira just behind him, their whispers barely audible. The faint rustle of the wind played round them, carrying the soft coo of the crimson owl as it glided past. Slowly, he closed his eyes and exhaled a sigh. He didn't panic, there was no room for that now. He turned sharply towards the little ones, his voice cold. Both of you, back away. Now. Jasmine blinked, startled. What are you talking about? Sapphira frowned, her brows knitting together in confusion. Teach, water, move. Now. The intensity in his tone left no room for argument. They exchanged a brief, uncertain glance but obeyed, retreating behind a tree in the distance. Sapphira's mouth opened, no doubt to ask another question, but Jasmine grabbed her arm, shaking her head. Malik didn't explain further. He didn't need to. The explanation they wanted was on its way, and he would make his stand here to welcome it. A stand before the answer. A stand before death. His grip tightened on his shamshur, the familiar weight grounding him. The air grew heavy. The ground trembled beneath their feet. The sky parted. It writhed. The rock had its monstrous wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the landscape. Even from such a distance, every beat sent storms of wind that whipped against them. It forced Jasmine and Sapphira to their knees, the tree offering them little protection. They put their hands above their heads and rolled into a ball against the ground. Whether it'd be of help or not was questionable as they were up against that, but it still was way better than doing nothing. Unlike them though, Malik didn't bother to protect himself. He didn't need to. With what little protection prowess he had, the beast could snuff his life out in an instant. So instead, he focused on what his royal sword style worked best with: evasion, feints, rapid movement. And this time, He was ready for battle. Fear no longer clouded his mind. It let out another ear-splitting screech and dove straight for him. Last round, it played with its meal a little, circling it, acting cocky now, though. The rock was not messing around anymore. It decided that its meal was served up perfectly nice and ready, standing proud on a silver plate, awaiting to be enjoyed. Malik, of course, had other ideas. It won't end the same. And just like that, his instincts took over before his brain processed what he was to do. He blinked to the side, and in his place was the rock. Its beak slammed into the ground with enough force to shake the earth. Dirt, rocks, and God knows what else exploded outward like shrapnel, belting everything in the immediate area. Malik skidded across the grass, nearly eating dirt before he managed to dig his heels in and stop himself. His heart was hammering so hard he could hear it in his ears, and his brain was screaming 1,000 different things and none of them helpful. All right. Round 2. But he ignored all of that. No time for hesitation, no time for doubts. He launched himself at the rock, attacking it before it could get its beak out of the ground. Scorched grace. Flames erupted from his left hand as he jumped high, leaping onto its back. Or at least he tried. Reality was not so kind. He missed badly. Shit. Malik ended up slammed into its side, scrambling for a grip on its massive feathers. Disliking his tickling, it let out a furious screech, twisting and bucking to fling him off. But he managed to hold on, flames flickering dangerously close to scorching himself. Eventually, the beast seemed to pause, if only to figure out what the hell this annoying human thought he was doing. Malik took the chance, letting go with one hand to reach for his shamsha. Gotcha now. Raising the blade high, with all his strength, he drove it back down a clang, only for it to bounce off like he'd just whacked a steel wall. Not even a scratch. Fuck. The rock retaliated instantly, spinning midair in a move that defied its massive size. Cheetah. Malik's grip on its feathers failed as centrifugal force did its thing, sending him flying like a ragdoll. His body hit the ground with a bone-crushing thud, the impact stealing the air from his lungs and lighting every nerve in his body on fire. Pain. Blinding, sharp, all-consuming pain. Before he could even think to push himself up, a shadow grew large upon him. The darkness. Blink. The world reset. The crimson owl cooed softly as it passed overhead, its feathers catching the light. Jasmine and Sapphira stood behind him, their expressions confused. Malik didn't hesitate. Back. Now. Teach. What's going on? Sapphira's voice was obviously frustrated, but Jasmine pulled her back. Again. Something in his tone cut through whatever doubt she had. Good. He turned, his eyes already scanning the skies. The hum of the rock's approach vibrated in his chest, and he gritted his teeth. Let's try this again. This time, when the rock dove, Malik didn't just dodge. He countered. Scorched flames. Flames roared to life in his palm, and with a sharp thrust, he hurled a blast directly at its face. Yet nothing much happened. No explosion, no satisfying screech of pain or nothing. His fire blast looked like a mosquito bumping into a human's hand. It fizzled on impact, a pathetic ember against its massive frame. The size difference was just that humiliating. But Malik wasn't stupider. He knew his attack wasn't going to hurt it. That wasn't its purpose. The fire was a distraction, a smoke screen to mask his real attack. Just as the flames fizzled out, he emerged from behind them. Now, he was directly in front of the monster, just a few meters below it. And unlike last time, instead of dodging to the side, he continued forward and charged underneath it. Their rock, not expecting such a move, tore through the air above him, too fast to slow down. That gave Malik all the freedom he would have liked. Planting his feet deep, he raised his shamsha high up, letting it scrape against its underbelly as it went by, the blade trailing feathers. Where? His eyes narrowed, searching, feeling for any soft spot, any sign of weakness in the seemingly impenetrable armor of feathers. In a second, the rock almost fully went past, its talons nearing him. And at that point, Malik had yet to find anything. The realization hit hard, but he didn't stop. If there was no weakness, he'd just have to make one. The rock's talons had now reached him, slicing through the air like scythes of death. He wasn't fast enough to dodge, he knew that, so instead, he took a stance, shifting his blade to the left while loosening up his feet. A beat passed, then, clang. Their weapons connected, sparks flying like fireworks. Not for long, though. Malik was sent tumbling to the right, the force behind its attack proving too powerful. A jagged fracture snaked up the steel before the shamshir shattered in his hands. Yet, he barely had time to mourn the loss of his blade. Malik's own end was announced a second later. Before he could get up, a shadow of its wings darkened all that was around him. Whoosh! He looked up and saw a blur of feathers. Splat! Darkness, blink, crimson feathers, uneasy glances. The faint coo of the owl. Move! Now! Malik ordered, his voice devoid of emotion. He didn't look back to see if they obeyed. His focus was entirely on the horizon, on the rock that would come for him again. But he didn't need to check on them. Jasmine nodded, pulling Saphira with her toward the tree. The girl could easily pick up on his mood shifts, it seemed. Malik inhaled deeply, his mind already cycling through strategies. Fire distracted it for a moment but didn't even slow it down a smidge. His shamshir couldn't cut through its skin, and not even its underbelly. He could use its force against it, plunge his blade like a stake, but it wouldn't go deeply enough to matter. This gargantuan beast might not have an exploitable weakness, at least none that were the least bit accessible. The rock appeared, its shadow swallowing the light. Again, Malik didn't wait for it to strike first. Scorched grace. He sprinted forward, flames trailing from his left hand as he launched another blast. This time his aim was better, going after its eyes. The rock screeched, twisting midair to avoid the attack. He used the opening to leap onto its wing, his shamshir slashing at the joints. Nothing, just a repetitive clack, clack, clack was heard. Not even its joints were steel-bound. K.O. Malik's grip suddenly slipped as it flipped, spun, and bucked, dislodging him outright. On the way down, he repeatedly stabbed his blade into its flesh. Yet, again, not one time did he succeed. He hit the ground hard, his vision swimming. The rock's talons descended like a guillotine. Darkness, blink. Over and over, the cycle repeated. Each time, Malik learned something new. He learned how the rock moved, how it anticipated his attacks, how it used its massive size to its advantage. He learned the rhythm of its strikes, the timing of its devastating flips. But each time, it wasn't enough. He died, again and again, crushed, impaled, torn apart. Each death was brutal. But like always, Malik didn't stop. It seemed that nothing in this world could stop him. He might have been weak relative to his adversaries, but that spoke of his insane spirit. Beyond determined, beyond indomitable, beyond insane. By the 10th blink, his movements became almost mechanical. Duck left, fireball to the eye. It spins. Leap to its wing, climb. Aim for the spine. The sequence burned into his mind. Incredible progress for sure, but that wasn't all. Malik had chosen to sacrifice his blade, knowing that victory without doing so was impossible. What was that sacrifice exactly? Scorched grace. It was simple. The fire, instead of just leaving it burning his palms, he could infuse it into his shamshir, make the blade a fiery but strong mess. He needed a way to pierce its defense, and this was the only way he knew of. Attempts 1 to 5 were all busts, but he succeeded in his most previous blink. And now, he did so as well. A red flame made its way around the steel, charring it black, but not melting it. Malik's lips curled into a tiny smile. This time, he would win. Malik didn't move an inch. Like a statue, he stayed rooted in that stance. The air shifted around him, now carrying the promise of death. Both his hands were locked tight around his shamshir's hilt, holding it before him. Its charred steel hissed and crackled with barely contained flames, the heat licking up his arms. Then, the rock's shadow arrived, swallowing the land around him. Each wing flap rumbled the ground, playing with the fire he wielded. It screeched a second time as it descended, opening its beak wide. An invitation to the afterlife. Not so keen on that, Malik darted to the left and jumped. Midair, he stabbed forward, his blade shooting out a concentrated blast, aimed right at its freakishly huge eye. But then, as if following his earlier words like a script, the beast trolled before the flames could reach its weakness. However, unfortunately for it, the move was a bit too fast. It couldn't stabilize itself in time and its beak dipped into the ground. Ka-toomf. The impact was stupidly powerful, chunks of dirt and rock flying all around it, that, in turn, slowed it down a bit, an opportunity that he did not hesitate to grasp. Malik bolted straight for it, timing his leap perfectly. Hup! His boots slammed onto the edge of its spread wing, flames roaring up his blade as he quickly drove it down, straight into its flesh. The Shamshar hit resistance like stabbing into a tree trunk with a toothpick, but he wasn't about to let that stop him. Rah! With a shout, he used all his weight, driving it deeper, twisting it viciously. K.O. The rock let out an ear-splitting cry of pain, one that might have sent him reeling if he hadn't been expecting it. Still gripping the hilt, he poured flames of gold into the wound he'd carved out. They surged, charring feathers and blistering flesh, making for quite an acrid stench. This attack bypassed its defenses, hitting the rock from within, causing it to thrash wildly, lose control. Its massive form crashed into the ground with a bone-shaking boom, though only for a moment, as its control was reclaimed as quickly as it was lost. With another flap of its wings, it flew high, sending gusts strong enough to make him almost lose his grip, almost, because in that short moment, Malik had already begun his climb. Hand over hand, nearing its spine with every crawl. His Shamshar was left behind, buried too deep to retrieve, at least not under such circumstances. Every crawl forward was a small victory. Closer and closer, he could feel its heartbeat through its body. Each thunderous thump vibrated beneath his hands. He was nearing its spine, the real prize, and he wasn't about to stop now. The rock twisted, bucked, and thrashed with the fury of 1,000 storms. I won't be going anywhere. But Malik was stuck to it like glue, just holding on for dear life. Nothing was going to take him away from his prize, not even the violent wind. Then, just as he nearly reached its spine, which stood like a hill among the flat, the rock tucked its wings and flipped a complete 180. It headed straight down, intending to crush him with its weight. Though his stomach dropped as gravity took over, he didn't panic, not one bit. Malik never expected his plan to go smoothly. Calmly, he looked at the ground below. It rushed toward them in a blur of greens and browns. What now? No Shamshar that he could change its mind with. No time to climb back up, reach a more vulnerable point that it might not want to damage. No tool he could use to avoid becoming a smear on the landscape below. Except a broken bar. Maybe there was. Yeah, I just got to generate enough force. Releasing his left grip, he used its feathers like monkey bars. With every swing, he got further away from its massive form, inching toward the edge. When he finally let go, he free fell beside it, the wind screaming in his ears. The ground was now upon them, reaching the rock first. Crack-a-boom. The impact was cataclysmic. It hit the earth nearly with the force of a meteor. A deafening explosion of dirt, rocks, and debris, obliterating them. Trees splintered, the ground caved in, and for a second, it felt like the planet itself had flinched. It was that powerful. Malik, though, he was about to join the same fate, testing just how durable his idea could be. Raising both arms, he summoned every ounce of ether he could. Flames roared to life in his palms as he aimed downward. Blast it all. With a guttural shout, he blasted the ground with everything he had. Whoosh! The recoil hit like a rock's slap, jerking him upward for a split second before the flames started to fizzle out. His momentum slowed, but not enough to stop entirely. He was falling again, faster than he wanted but slower than certain death. Shit, Sheeta exclamation mark. The ground came up to meet him, but this blink wasn't as catastrophic. Malik tucked into a roll, his landing more of a graceless tumble than a heroic save. His body jarred with the impact, pain flaring up his back and sides, but it wasn't fatal. He came to a stop just outside the explosion's range, sprawled out on his back. Dirt and debris rained down around him, the air thick with the scent of scorched earth. For a moment, he just lay there, staring up at the sky. Okay. He sucked in a breath. I survived. K.A.O. The rock screeched softly and flipped around, standing back on its talons. Its eyes turned towards Malik, and he soon did the same, meeting its gaze. They stared at each other for a long moment, a man before a hill, an ant before a man. It was an incredible scene. But that scene was ruined by his next words. Fuck it. Gotta waste them now. He was the type to never use an item, always thinking that it might need it later. In a worse circumstance, a less favorable fight. Now though, even he saw it as necessary. Malik reached into his belt, pulling out multiple scrolls. In his right hand, his dagger caught the light as he unsheathed it with a practiced flick. Holding it steady in front of him, he dropped into his usual stance, knees bent, weight balanced. The calm before the storm. Now, he only needed to wait. He didn't have to wait long, though. The rock was ready to end the battle as well. Screeching once more, it went forth, like the world's strongest war horn. Malik stayed still, watching as it approached. The damn thing looked like it was going to swallow him whole in one bite. And maybe it would have if he hadn't been ready to flip the script. 10 meters. The scrolls in his left hand began to glow, the path etched into them flaring to life. 2 of the 8 lit up instantly, their surfaces burning away as their power activated. What happened next was too quick for the mortal eye. A circle of light flashed into existence above him, then another did right next to it. Both displayed the abilities. Path 1 was white-blue and the other a dark brown. Crackle. A bolt of lightning cracked through the air, striking the rock dead center in its head. Exclamation mark. The impact was so powerful it jerked to the side, its screech cutting off as its body quaked from the shock. Smoke curled off its feathers, and the smell of singed birds filled the air. But the gargantuan bird didn't stop. Now it was but 3 meters away from its meal. Malik didn't look surprised by that fact. Rather, he seemed to find it more than acceptable. Its beak opened wide, jagged edges glinting like giant daggers. Now, whoosh! The ground beneath him trembled. Eat dirt! In a blink, a wall of jagged earth erupted from the ground, slamming into open mouth. The resulting sound was thunderous, too loud for him to even process. Same for the impact. Tremors sent rippling through the field. Dust exploded outward, and for a moment, he couldn't see anything. Though he didn't need to. The wall didn't hold it for long. But again, it didn't need to. Malik was already upon the rock. He had rushed the downed beast and jumped. His dagger launched forward. I got you now. Before it could even process what had happened, its left eye an orb thrice Malik's size ear ceased function, now impaled by a dagger buried to the hilt. That was the target. The plan since the beginning. And finally, he'd nailed it. Cause for celebration for sure. But Malik didn't stick around to admire his work. Nope. He hopped off, not wanting to be taken on a ride again. The rock staggered back for a second, unnervingly quiet. No screech, no cry, just a low, guttural growl, almost like the thing was choking on its own fury. Then it snapped. Its talons lashed out with blinding speed, slicing through the air with such force it felt like the atmosphere itself was being torn apart. At the very last moment, Malik jumped up, limbs tucked into a tight roll mid-air. The blades sliced the air above and below him as he slipped through a gap between them, barely avoiding a fate that would have split him into 2. Holy shit! His boots hit the ground in a rough landing, sending a jolt of pain up his legs. No time to care, no time to think. Malik was up again in a second, wheeling around to face the rock. Its left side was a mess, blood dripping from its ruined eye, staining the earth below. But that didn't slow it down. It was already turning, its remaining eye locked on him. The rage that fueled it was now gone. It wasn't just trying to kill him anymore. It was fighting to survive. The rock swiped its talons, and Malik rushed forward to meet it. He jumped through like last time, only to see them come back around. Fuckers learning. Malik blasted the air above him, sending his body to the ground. Thud. Just as his feet touched the dirt, he weaved back, dodging the attack completely. Immediately after, he went back in, closing the distance in a few steps. Leaping onto its wing, he unsheathed his shamshir from its flesh, instantly noticing the cracks that adorned it. Just one more big attack. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward. With a jump, he flew up and went back down like an arrow. His blade pierced into the spine, just behind its head. KO. The rock roughly convulsed before it caught in extreme pain. Malik reveled in that pain. He drove the blade deeper, the flames burning its flesh. Sizzling blood spurted from the wound, staining its brown feathers. Malik then withdrew the blade and stabbed again, his free hand clutching it for balance. The rock bucked wildly in response, but he held firm, stabbing it over and over. His screams were now louder than its own, as he used all the strength he could muster, using his adrenaline rush to its fullest. Every stab felt like his last, yet he never stopped, knowing what the result would be if he did. But then, just as he stabbed it once more, he pulled out nothing but the hilt. The blade had broken off. No sound was heard for a long moment. Malik, in his rage, seemed to have forgotten what he had just pointed out. He was stunned. That gave the rock a break from pain. Taking advantage of the free second, it let out a piercing scream, rumbling his brain. Its wing lashed out on the ground, the wind bouncing back and throwing him up. Then, as he was high in the air, it flipped its body, catching him with one of its wings. He was smacked across the field, tumbling until he slammed into a nearby tree. All the air in his lungs escaped him, and he heaved hard, struggling to breathe, his vision dimming. Yet luck had not forsaken him entirely. The tree that nearly claimed his life was next to the same tree that Jasmine and Sapphira took cover behind. Malik, teach! Both screamed as they rushed towards him, their little legs working on overdrive. Use this. Sapphira crashed to the ground beside him and shoved the healing scroll into his chest. Malik held her wrist and looked at her eyes. Did you memorize it? Dumbfounded, Sapphira froze, not knowing what to say to that. But Jasmine, displaying her bravery, screamed at him loud and clear, "This isn't the time for that." Glancing at her for a moment, he shook his head and softly pushed Sapphira away. His gaze returned to the rock. "I'll take the other one. It looks like you still didn't memorize this." Sapphira opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She gave up convincing him before she even tried and took out the other scroll. This one wasn't as good as the other, only capable of healing minor wounds, but that was enough for him. Just as he pressed the scroll to his chest, a circle and an ability path appeared above him. With it came a golden light that engulfed him, immediately beginning the healing process. But before it could even finish, Malik forced himself to his feet, stumbling forward to his foe. Their rock, stabbed up and burning, clawed at the ground in a desperate attempt to rise. Its eyes, one blinded and the other burning with hate, had again locked onto its approaching enemy. Malik had one leg dragged behind the other, his dagger now held by both his arms. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body near malfunction, but his resolve burned brighter than ever. This ends now. With a final surge of strength, he charged. The rock lunged and they met in the middle. Its beak shot forward. He did so as well. It snapped shut, aiming to clamp him within. Malik slid under it, the beak mere inches from his face. He rolled onto his feet, took a step, and then jumped. Like a spear, he pierced into its throat. The dagger went deep, severing arteries and sending a torrent of blood over him. The rock gurgled as its lifeblood drained away. Yet, even then, when victory seemed cemented, Malik didn't stop. He grabbed onto its feathers, and like earlier, he struck again. Die, and again, 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 die. Each blow was fueled by the memories of his countless deaths. A nightmare beyond any other. Then, finally, just when it showed signs of collapse, he bolted out from under its throat. The rock dropped to the ground, creating another crater, no smaller than the others around it. It convulsed one last time before falling still. Malik stood before its corpse, his chest heaving, his whole body dripping with blood. He swayed, his strength leaving him as the adrenaline faded. "We got you." Malik, Saphira and Jasmine caught him before he could fall, their faces pale with fear. Though they could barely hold him up with their little bodies, they did their best, softly landing him on the ground. "Is it?" Saphira began, her voice trembling. "It's dead." Malik confirmed the end of the endless, feeling his body deflate. For a while, the three of them stared at the carcass, one so big it could be mistaken for a building made of flesh. Eventually though, one of them closed their eyes. It was Malik, accepting a moment of rest. This time, there was no need to blink. He could sleep. Outside the projection. "Let's fucking go." "Let's go, Sultan." Holy shit. That was so intense. All hail. Such screams drowned out the hall, a chaotic mess louder than any before it. Magi were hollering, laughing, slamming fists, and even tossing drinks into the air. Some of them celebrated so hard you'd think they themselves had just pulled off the impossible instead of Malik. Hell, a few looked more hyped about his win than they'd ever been about their own success. These reactions weren't all surprising, though. Context mattered, and for the Sultan, this context had them all losing their minds. A beggar with a hidden past turned Magi, facing off against a being so gargantuan, coming out on top like it was written in the stars. How could anyone not be amped? Well, actually, some couldn't be amped. Not everyone joined the party. A chunk of the crowd stayed silent, looking like they'd seen a ghost. A few just shook their heads, muttering to themselves like they couldn't wrap their brains around what they just witnessed. And then there was Saphira. God damn it, her voice came out in a hiss, unheard by most. The woman was a standout among all that was around her. She paced back and forth, her feet pressing against the ground so hard like they were trying to punish it for existing. So useless. I'm so useless. I didn't even notice a thing. Layla, who stood next to her, gave her an annoyed look. Relax. Just who'd expect you to figure it out? You're no mind reader. Pausing her steps, Saphira turned towards her friend. Yeah? Well, I wish I was. Like, what if his next blink was his last? What if? What if? Layla rolled her eyes. It happened. It's done. There are no what ifs. They've killed my husband. Your Mazza teacher. The past doesn't matter, Anya. It does. Saphira cut in. You don't understand it now, but when your turn comes, you'll realize. A shivered breath left her lips. You'll realize just how much regret a heart can hold. Layla looked at her for a long while, then turned to her camp. Regret, more than what I feel now? I don't think that's possible. As she did so, the hero muttered under his breath, fucking shit. He so absolutely despised how they cheered for the villain. What envy he felt before was now nothing but a joke. The feeling gnawed at him, festering like an open wound. It wasn't just the usual pang animal, it had grown, multiplying tenfold. Each cheer of the crowd stabbed deeper into his pride. If his hair hadn't already been white, it would have been after this. No doubt he'd be sprouting a few stress-induced grays by the end of the day. All thanks to how much shit his mind was going through. Of course, all that shit was self-made and self-inflicted, but still stressful either way. So, he stood there, trying to play it cool, nonchalant, pretending he wasn't fazed. But anyone giving him more than a passing glance could see right through it. His arms were clenched so tightly that blood spilled. The remnants of his entourage, his ever-loyal yes-men, stayed quiet as well. Normally, they'd be the first to jump in with a snide comment to back his image. But right now, they knew better. And though they secretly enjoyed the spectacle, they had to toe the line. Their lord's desires came first, and right now, he had only one: make Malik look bad by any means necessary. A goal that seemed as laughable as it was impossible. The crowd had already made up their minds. The Sultan within the projection wasn't the same one sitting on that throne, chained up. No, this Malik. He'd clawed his way out of the dirt, fought and went through things they'd never have imagined before today. Whether they liked him or not, he was commanding their respect. That realization burned hotter than anything else. Zafar certainly was going through it, but he was not the only one. Azim sat in his usual lotus position, quiet as a mouse. A word one would never expect to be used to describe him. Noor was the same, leaning back on the throne. She seemed lost in thought. Roya, meanwhile, was busy with her camp, likely still buying up ether cores. A few belonging to Layla's merchant group were with them, negotiating prices. The Thousand Nights caravan held many cores in stock. After all, business. Pretty boring. Not something that'd be said about the current state of the crowd, however. That actually worked. He killed it. That madman actually killed it. Yeah, after, like, what, 10 deaths? Still counts, bro. Still counts. Someone in the back let out a low whistle. Man's built different. Huh? Built stupid, you mean? Cause who the hell fights a rocket that drank? Shut up. He had no choice but to. What? You wanted him to leave behind Lady Sapphira? Dee didn't say that. Then what are you trying to say? Just saying that it's insane. Amidst the back and forth, a group near the center stayed eerily quiet. They weren't the loud, rowdy type. These were the old Magi, the same ones that always discussed the interactions of what was before them. Analytical to every degree, he knew exactly what he was doing. What do you mean? Some junior leaned closer like they didn't want to miss a word. His first attempts were never to kill it. It was to figure out its weak points. Obvious, I know, but the execution is what matters here, not the idea. Indeed, every move he made was all part of his plan. He wasn't just dying, he was learning. The group murmured in agreement, though a few skeptics rolled their eyes. Yeah, but what about that last move? A young dumbass piped up. That wasn't strategy. That was pure dumb luck. No way he wanted it speak that close. A scarred woman smirked, crossing her arms. Luck, maybe. But he made that luck, didn't he? Or would you dare call a cursed man lucky? While those Magi dunked on the now quiet young dumbass, a few others focused on Malik's technique. You catch what exactly he did with the shamshir back there? Wasn't it just using the blade as a medium for his flames? No, not just a medium, you idiot. He infused it. That blade wasn't just on fire, it was burning with ether. Hold up, you sure that's what he did? Yeah. He poured ether straight into the blade. But that's impossible, right? I mean, infusing ether into a weapon takes years to master. And even then, it's dangerous as fuck for any beginner. Exactly. A grizzled older man chimed in, stroking his beard. Ether is volatile when in conversion, even more so when it belongs to the fire element. One wrong push or pull, and the weapon would have blown up in your face. Most people who try it end up dead or with nothing but shards in their hands. Then that's probably why the shamshir broke. His technique was rough as hell, beat a broken bar. But it worked. The scarred woman interrupted, her tone sharp. You saw what happened. The flames bit into that rock's flesh like nothing else could. Yeah. Though how do you even figure that out mid-fight? That's not something you just a broken bar wing. You don't. An old man replied, a hint of admiration in his voice. You learn it the hard way. Trial, error, and a lot of pain. My guess? He's been trying to crack ether infusion for a long time during their journey. It's just that we didn't see it, his mind not deeming them important memories. Long time, my ass. Sure, he could have reset a few thousand times, but that's still considered incredibly fast, especially for someone with no mentor. Just how did he even manage it? The question hung in the air for a little while, unanswered. Then finally, the scarred woman spoke again, her voice firm. Does it matter how he did it? What matters is that he did. He took a technique that almost all of us were taught and turned it into a weapon when he most needed it. Her group fell silent, the weight of her words sinking in. Even if it was rough, even if it destroyed the blade, it saved his life. That's what makes him dangerous. He's not just a fighter, he's a problem solver. He's born to be a sultan. All right, Tilda? As they came to that conclusion, a group at the furthest back whispered amongst themselves, acting like thieves in a jewelry shop. Hey, where's the guy who bet he'd die 50 times? Oh, he left after the 9th blink. Guess he already realized the Sultan had it in him. Kekik, guess I win 10 gold. Tilda. That last voice was a familiar one. It was Azim's. Right, Azim was among them. And judging by the glow of the black stone ring on his finger, his body in the front was an illusion. Indeed you have, sir. Guess it wasn't enough for you to massacre us but also steal our money. Azim's smile died, and he looked at the man who held out a pouch of coins. Slowly, he raised his hand, reaching out for it. Just as he got close, the man pulled away, making Azim pause. They glared at each other and then, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, laughter rippled through the group. Even the Magi listening in let out a few chuckles of their own. It seemed that even death couldn't stop them from having a good time. But, before they could continue their banter and exchange, their mood suddenly died down. Their eyes had turned towards the projection. It resumed, displaying the night. First, it zoomed in on Malik's face. His eyes closed, blood smeared across his face like war paint. Jasmine and Saphira were on either side of him, tightly holding his hands. God, I still can't believe he survived that wing slap. Survived? A snarky guy from before laughed. He's probably half dead, even with that scroll. Bet he'd cry about for a week. You forget that Lady Saphira has another scroll? She still didn't completely memorize it. He won't use it yet. Azim turned to them with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Men, whatever you think of him, one thing's clear. The Sultan's got more guts than anyone else here. So how about you show some damn respect? I don't wish to repeat Lady Noor's words. They fell quiet, save for a few muttered apologies. Then, just as the hall's atmosphere started to settle, Malik opened his eyes. The projection flickered again. It showed the rock's carcass, massive and imposing even in death, and then a broken bar. The faintest movement, a twitch, inside the projection. But that was all. Just thrashing woes. The rock was truly dead. And the three, after healing Malik to a movable state, walked to the mountain in the distance. They reached it by the end of nightfall and the start of a new day. Saphira and Jasmine were beyond exhausted at that point, sleeping the moment they hit the cold stone. Malik joined them. The cave was dark and damp as the usual. It wasn't the worst place he'd been stuck in, but it was definitely up there. Once awoken, Malik leaned against the wall, cleaning his dagger from dried blood. Jasmine and Saphira sat nearby. They woke up an hour or so after him, fidgeting and leaning on the wall facing his. The tension between them was thick. Nobody really knew what to say. Every time someone opened their mouth, they thought better of it and shut up again. Finally, and unsurprisingly, Jasmine couldn't take it anymore. Okay, what? What happened back there? Her voice was both sharp and shaky. A broken bar. You knew that thing was coming. You didn't even hesitate. And what you did to it? A broken bar. Malik, who are you? Saphira nodded, chiming in. Yeah, you said that you're barely a Magi. Was that a lie? And now? You're a broken bar acting different. It's like you're not the same teacher anymore. Just what's going on with you? Malik looked at them for a second, then looked back at his dagger, continuing his work. The girls glanced at each other, starting to get annoyed at how they were being treated. If you're going to act this way, then you shouldn't have saved us in the first place. At those stuttering words from Jasmine, he sighed, rubbing a hand down his face. He looked exhausted, more mentally than physically. You two ask a lot of questions. Unsheathing his dagger, he locked eyes with the two. If you want to survive, you need to stop sitting around wondering about me and start focusing on yourselves. Jasmine frowned even further and glanced at Saphira for backup. She knew that her words were not getting to him anytime soon. But the girl just shrugged, clearly having given up, accepting the change. With that, Malik took away their opportunity to debate, pointing at the center of the cave. Both of you, sit down over here. Lotus position. They hesitated for half a second before reluctantly following his orders. Saphira's legs were a little wobbly, but she managed to get into position. What's next? Teach. Jasmine did it with a huff, clearly still emotional about his actions. Oh okay, now what? Shut up and focus. Malik replied, deadpan. Close your eyes. Clear your thoughts. No distractions. Just focus on your breathing and your body. The girls muttered something under their breaths but closed their eyes anyway. Soon, the cave fell into silence except for the occasional drip of water echoing from deeper inside. Breathe in. Breathe out. Slow. Steady. His instructions came like a metronome. Feel every muscle in your body. Every twitch. Every movement. Feel your heart pumping. Feel your lungs expanding. Focus. Don't think about anything else. At first, it seemed pointless. Saphira shifted uncomfortably, and Jasmine's brows furrowed in concentration. But after a few minutes, something changed. Their breathing slowed, their postures relaxed, and the tension in their faces started to melt away. They weren't just sitting anymore, they were sinking into themselves, becoming hyper-aware of their own bodies in a way they'd never felt before. Good. Malik noticed that rather quickly. Now, here's the hard part. Focus everything on your brain. Jasmine's eyes popped open. What? I said focus on your brain. All your attention. All your energy. Do it. That doesn't even make sense, Saphira muttered, cracking an eye open to glare at him. Malik's gaze was like steel. Just do it. Grumbling, they closed their eyes once more. Again, at first, nothing seemed to happen. Then, slowly, they began to feel a strange, tingling sensation, like a current moving through them. It started in their limbs, spreading through their torsos, circling their hearts, until it finally surged toward their heads. The moment it hit their brains, it was like flipping a switch. Pain exploded through their skulls like their minds were being torn apart and stitched back together at the same time. Both of them screamed, their hands flying to their heads as they writhed in place. Keep going. They did, and their screams only got louder. Don't stop. Push through it. Malik kept encouraging them like that, and hours passed. The pain didn't ease, it just shifted, becoming something deeper. It wasn't just pain anymore, it was transformation. They could feel their bodies changing on a level they didn't even know existed, their very essence being rewritten. It was terrifying and exhilarating all at once. And then finally, when they thought they couldn't take it anymore, it stopped. The pain ebbed away, leaving behind ether that buzzed through their veins. Slowly, they opened their eyes. Everything was different. The cave wasn't just a cave anymore. Malik could easily imagine what they were feeling. They could see every crack in the walls, every droplet of water as it fell from the ceiling. Jasmine blinked, her hand trembling as she held it up to her face. What a broken bar. What is this? Saphira let out a shaky laugh, tears streaming down her face. We did it. We're broken bar. We did it. We're Magi now. Jasmine's shock turned to excitement, then to pure joy. She jumped to her feet, her laugh echoing off the cave walls. We did it. We actually did it. Hell yeah, we did. Saphira joined her, the two of them laughing and shouting. They were now filled with unrestrained happiness, forgetting everything else. A celebration of survival, transformation, and the promise of what was to come. They had ascended. They were no longer just ordinary people struggling to survive. They were something more now, something divine. Closer to God. Sinbad. Malik watched them silently, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. You'll allow me to be happy for them just this once, won't you? Outside the projection, the hall was losing it. Did a broken bar? Did he just turn two mortals into fucking Magi? Yeah, he did. But how? That shit's possible without an incubator? With that question, further chaos arrived. Magi were yelling, pointing at the projection, and some just stared in shock, knowing exactly what happened but just too shocked to process it. That's not even possible. A woman with thick glasses waved frantically. No, you people don't get it. That's an ancient technique. Like, stuff only our ancestors did. A broken bar? That's the old way? The one that used to kill people just for attempting it? Gasps rippled through the crowd like a wave. Holy shit. I thought that was outlawed centuries before then. Outlawed? The same woman's voice cut through the murmur. No, that was only in our time. In theirs, it was just abandoned. Our Sultan was the one that banned it. So the incubator? Yes, he was the one who created that method. It's only natural. He knew just how risky it was firsthand. A man beside her gestured at the projection, where Saphira and Jasmine still glowed faintly with residual ether. But it worked. Or was evident in his tone. They survived it. Not only Lady Saphira but Jasmine as well. Barely. A skeptical voice shot back. That pain they went through? Most people would have died before they even got halfway. Right. A fact that makes them monsters now. They did it in their first attempt. Something I'm sure the Sultan didn't expect. Yeah. The hall collectively turned its gaze to Saphira. Her earlier embarrassment was gone, unmentionable in this context. And though she felt their eyes on her, she didn't react. locked onto the projection. The crowd didn't care for her lack of interest in them. Palpable reverence was in their stares. They simply looked at her in a whole new light. She wasn't just a beauty like no other but a beast as well. But not just Lady Saphira and Jasmine. The scarred woman tilted her head toward the projection. Don't forget him. He's the one who guided them out alive, and a broken bar. Her voice lowered, almost hesitant. If he's teaching this method, it means he went through it himself. All eyes now shifted to Malik on the screen, still leaning casually against the cave wall, watching the girls with an unreadable expression. He did these a broken bar as what? A 5-year-old? An old man nodded grimly. Yes. No way he'd know how to guide someone through it otherwise. Wait. Holy, someone whistled low, unable to express their thoughts. So, it's, starting, now? It was followed by many others. Finally, it started to click for the crowd. They weren't stupider. Far from it, but somehow, it had taken this long for them to really process what was staring them in the face. Yeah, they realized it long before. The Sultan they knew began to show himself in this Malik on the projection. But connecting that to actual achievements, for whatever reason, that was a harder pill to swallow. They'd gotten way too comfortable with the image of him suffering. Like, really comfortable. It was easy to forget that wasn't all there was to him. Sure, the pain was a huge part, but still, just a part of the bigger picture. A part of something extraordinary. And the first to fully wrap her head around that? Not surprising, really. After all, I knew it. The technique Malik used? Oh yeah, her family still practiced it, ban or no ban, they didn't give a shit. And now, watching him pull it off, any suspicions she had? They were practically screaming in her head. This wasn't a coincidence. No way. There was some kind of connection between Malik's guardian and her family. She didn't know if it was a good one or not, but one thing was clearer. She was all in on figuring it out. Just a few more clues. Just a few more, and I'll have it. Inside the projection, seeing that the two girls would be fine without him, Malik left them to consolidate their newfound power and went deep into the cave. He figured he'd scope it out, make sure there weren't any nasty surprises waiting to ruin their little camping trip. The place was like a mirror of the cave he'd holed up in before, a yawning maw, cloaked in an oppressive silence. All the walls were slick with moisture, and the smell was horrendous, somehow worse than what he'd gone through with. Yeah, if there were awards for awful stenches, this place certainly would sweep the competition. It got worse the deeper he got. Like someone took the wet socks of a rotting corpse, infused them with shit, threw them into a swamp, let them marinate for 10 years, baked them under the shams for another few, and then set the thing on fire. It was that bad. But Malik? He just wrinkled his nose and kept moving like the reek didn't even faze him. After everything he'd been through, a little olfactory nightmare wasn't about to knock him off his game. Each footfall of his was cautious, eyes scanning for any sign of danger. Malik wasn't about to get caught slipping. If there was one thing life had drilled into him, it was that quiet usually meant something was gearing up to hit the fan. He deemed it an unspoken universal law, where calm always preceded calamity. And he was sure that now, it wouldn't be any different. For a few minutes, it was just more of the same, empty corridors, the drip of water echoing in the stillness. But then, just when he entered a large open space, the smell hit a level that could have dropped a lesser man. Even Malik, who thought he'd smelled it all, found himself gagging. That was when he saw it. A hell had unveiled itself before him. Corpses, 10s of them, all scattered across the cavern floor like discarded meat puppets. It wasn't just the number, it was how wrong they looked. Skin peeled back in strips, exposing raw muscle and bone. Some bodies were so decomposed they were basically skeletons. But others? They looked freakishly fresh, almost preserved, like they'd only just stopped breathing. Malik, covering his nose and mouth, crouched beside one, forcing himself to take a closer look. The injuries were a broken bar rod. I have to. Standing back up, he approached another corpse. Why? His thoughts didn't change. They only solidified. He went to another. Did they really? Still. Then another, and another. Same deal. The injuries just didn't make sense. Slashed wrists. Deep gouges in their necks. Perfectly precise, like someone had performed surgery, and there were no signs of a struggle, no defensive wounds, no blood trails suggesting they tried to crawl away. They did this to themselves, a broken bar. His whisper was true. Or was it? Malik's brow furrowed. Why would they a broken bar? It didn't add up. Why would so many people off themselves here, and in the exact same way? Maybe they were knocked out? Is that why there were no signs of struggle? But really, not even one person woke up? That's hard to believe. He stood slowly, his boots nearly slipping in the blood-soaked stone. Before his curiosity could grow any further, he quickly shook his head. I shouldn't bother with this. Curiosity killed the cat and all that. Whatever had driven these people to such desperation, he didn't want to find out. Malik knew where those paths usually ended up. Besides, he didn't want more responsibility than what he already had. And yet, tip-tap, tip-tap, the responsibility had come to him. Instincts kicked in and his dagger was in his hand nearly in an instant. He turned toward the source of the noise. Taking a stance, he braced himself for an attack, muscles coiled like springs. But what emerged from the shadows wasn't a monster. No, far from it. It was a beautiful little flower. It was Jasmine. She stopped a few feet away, her face pale, likely nauseated from the smell. Malik's grip on his weapon didn't loosen. What are you doing here? Go back. Jasmine slowly crossed her arms, her chin lifting stubbornly. An number. This isn't a debate. It's dangerous. Go back, and leave you to face this alone? And no way. Malik's frustration boiled over. Why are you so stubborn? She hesitated, her gaze softening. Because I'm worried about you. You act like a different man all of a sudden, ignoring us, not even answering a single question. I don't know what's bothering you. But at least I want you to know that I'm here for you. You act like you have to carry everything on your own. You don't. You shouldn't. Her words caught him off guard, a display of intellect that surprised him. Just what kind of barely pubescent child talked like that? Malik didn't have the answer. For a long moment, he just stared at her. Jasmine. Her name meant a gift from God, and right now, it felt painfully apt. A flower that wilted, yet still found the strength to bloom again. Fine. He finally spoke, his tone colder than he intended. It seemed that her arrival switched up his plans, making him no longer interested in retreat. It's better if you stick with me anyway. Safer than going back alone. Jasmine's expression softened, a faint smile tugging at her lips. She fell into step beside him as they continued deeper into the cave. The corpses grew more numerous, hundreds of them lining the cavern floor. Each one told the same story of despair and self-destruction. Jasmine's stomach churned, but she pressed on, following her teacher with all that she had, her mind racing with questions that she didn't want the answer to. Then finally, and certainly not soon enough, they reached the end of the cave. A sea of bodies welcomed them. Yet that wasn't all. There, atop a protruding stone, a single note rested, its edges yellowed with age. Malik jumped over the corpses and picked the parchment up carefully. Going back to Jasmine, he began to read the faded words. To all staff, I regret to inform you that our worst fears have been realized. We've fallen till our last man. This camp will be gone in a day, as I'm sure you understand. Exfiltration transport is not available. We are out of holy relics and are so far from the south. If you wish to abandon the camp and try your luck on foot, you may do so. I have neither the power nor the will to stop you. The barrier will unveil at 0800 hours and remain so for 15 minutes. Godspeed. For those who'd rather not fall into depravity, there will be a gathering in the community room at 0777 hours, and Nurse Gadir will make multiple means for an end available. I want to underscore how proud I am of each and every person who decided to stay. Our choice is the right one. I just hope that makes this a little easier. Malik's brow tightened as his eyes scanned the note again, his mind working overtime. The thing was packed with way too much info to absorb in one go. Still, one line stood out, nagging at him like a pebble in his shoe. Fall into depravity. What the hell does that even mean? Fallen? In what way exactly? Though he didn't know the meaning, the words left a sour taste in his mouth. He turned to Jasmine, intending to ask if she could make sense of it. Hey, doer. But the question died on his lips when he saw her face outside the projection. Just then, When Malik turned to face Jasmine, the projection had paused. The moment that happened, the once silent hall broke out into chaos. Why, and I mean this from the depths of my soul, why the hell does it always cut off at the tensest part? Exclamation mark. Stop with the fucking cliffhangers, god damn it. Is it some kind of sick joke? This is psychological warfare. Is it not showing her face on purpose? I swear if I ever meet the arcanist who designed this damn thing, a broken bar. It's her face. A younger voice piped up, their tone bordering on desperation. It has to be something about her face, right? Some twist? A reveal? Like she's secretly a— Oh, shut up, kid. An older woman cut in, rolling her eyes so hard it was a miracle they didn't fall out of her head. You've read too many novels. We're not here for your wild theories. Why don't you shut up? The junior shot back, red-faced. At least I'm thinking. A low buzz of frustration and speculation filled the room. People pacing, groaning, and muttering curses under their breath. Maybe it's a glitch, some random Magi suggested hesitantly, though they immediately regretted it when half the hall turned to glare at them. A glitch? The old man from before barked a laugh that held no humor. You think a 10 commandment that survived God knows how many centuries just glitches out? Get real, son. Before the argument could escalate, a sudden flicker drew everyone's attention back to the projection. It's starting again. About damn time. Shut up, everyone. Don't miss anything. Nobody needed to be told twice. Conversations died instantly, and all eyes locked on the flickering image like their lives depended on it. Saphira was the first of them. Her green rubies stared unblinkingly at what was before her, blocking out everything else. She already had a sinking feeling about what was coming next, and it brought her immense sadness. She didn't even realize tears were streaming down her face until one dripped off her chin. A broken bar. I'm sorry. It wasn't clear who she was apologizing to, Malik, Jasmine, or herself. But that word carried the weight of 1,000 regrets. Inside the projection, Malik blinked, then blinked again. Nope. Still there. Once more. Still there. Twice more. Still. Then rubbed his eyes so hard he swore he was going to see stars. When he looked down again, he almost wished he hadn't. Same thing. He turned away, focused on literally anything else. The cave walls, the floor, even his own damn hands. Then slowly turned back. Nothing changed. Black. A broken bar. Eyes? Right. Jasmine's right eye was fully black. Yes, not just the iris, the whole thing. Like someone had dipped her eyeball in ink. His mind scrambled for some logical explanation, but just that unsettling void staring right back at him. Okay, a broken bar. This is fine. I'm just seeing things. Malik lied to himself. He could not have that happen again. So he blinked. Maybe if he did it hard enough, it'd go back to normal. It didn't. If anything, it looked worse. The black was a broken bar, spreading, crawling, even alive. Fine lines of black, like cracks forming in fragile porcelain. Panic kicked him square inches the gut, forcing him to take a step back. Jasmine. His voice shook more than his heart did. What's happening to you? She didn't respond. You're a broken bar. Or maybe she couldn't. Your eye, it's a yeah, number. Words weren't helping. He just gestured wildly at his own face, hoping she'd catch on. Jasmine didn't. Her body swayed slightly, her breaths shallow and uneven. It seemed that she was out of it, unable to form the most basic of thoughts. Malik didn't waste another second, knowing he had wasted enough in his panic. With a burst of speed, he scooped her up into his arms and bolted out of the cave. Every step he took felt like thunder in his chest. In no more than 10 seconds, he ran past Saphira, who still sat cross-legged, obliviously deep in cultivation. Dirt and loose rocks flew as his boots pounded the ground, carrying him faster than he'd ever run before. The starlight hit him as he burst out of the cave's mouth, but he didn't slow down. Not yet. He needed to be as far away from that cursed graveyard as possible. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't look back. Only when the shams began to dim, and his legs wobbled, threatening to buckle beneath him, did he finally skid to a halt. Panting hard, he looked down at the weight in his arms. Jasmine. Carefully, he knelt and lowered her to the ground, his hands trembling like leaves in a storm. No, no, no. This isn't happening. He hovered over her, eyes locked on the black cracks now snaking across her skin, spreading with each breath. "You gotta fight this." She showed no response. Yet he didn't stop. "Whatever's happening to you, push it back." "Nothing." "Use your ether." "Focus on it." "You can do this." "Please." Still nothing. Just her lying there, her chest rising and falling in shallow, uneven breaths. It killed him seeing her like that, but it would have been preferable to what he saw next. Her other eye started going black too. "No, no, 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 no." Desperate, Malik pressed his hand to her second heart and channeled his ether into her. The energy flowed into her body, but it was like throwing water onto a raging inferno. It helped naught. Rather, it only did the opposite, somehow fueling the chaos. Her body jerked violently like it was being wrung out by some invisible force. The black veins that webbed across her skin bulged, crawling up her arms, her neck, her face, ear spreading like wildfire. And then Jasmine screamed, a sound so raw and agonizing it cut Malik to the bone. "Jasmine, Noah, stay with me." Her back arched off the ground, bones popping in ways that should have been impossible, limbs stretched and contorted as black ichor seeped out the cracks like tar. Then her body began to broken bar shift. Her figure melted into grotesque, misshapen bulges of flesh, riddled with black pulsing veins. Her face morphed, features barely recognizable. Her mouth split open into something alien. She had become something else entirely, an ugly, grotesque glob of meat, skin, and black. Then, after her transformation was complete, people. Her mouth, though if it could still be called that, struggled to form a single word. Please, broken bar. It was a voice so broken, a barely human. Malik froze once he registered it. His heart couldn't take it anymore. He dreaded this to the core, and yet it still happened. The fact that her mind still lived haunted him. It was all so sudden. Everything seemed fine, but then, "Kill me." Hell had arrived. "I can't, a broken bar. I can't take it, a broken bar. Anima, a broken bar." She continued to beg, her words choking out between wrong-sounding sobs. Malik, please." The thing that had been Jasmine let out a shuddering gasp as black tears spilled from the corners of what seemed to be her eyes. "Yeah, broken bar." Malik's hand reached for his dagger. The blade hissed against its sheath. As he unsheathed it, the weight of it felt unbearable. His hands shook so hard he nearly dropped it. "I can't, a broken bar." He stared down at her. There's a broken bar thing. That wasn't Jasmine anymore. But her voice, her plea, it was still her. Somewhere in there, she was still Jasmine. "I can't do there's a broken bar." His hands shook harder, his breaths rough. "I can't, a broken bar." He lowered the blade. "I won't allow this." And then he turned it on himself. "Not again. Don't make me go through this again." The tip trembled as he pressed it against his own neck. "Not again." With that roar of anguish, he plunged the blade with all his strength. Darkness, blink. Everything stopped. No, everything rewound. Malik's body moved backward as though invisible strings puppeteered his actions. He watched in horrified awe as his blade withdrew from his neck. The grotesque form of Jasmine reverted, her skin smoothing, her left black and dye fading. Malik picked her up and began to run backwards into the cave. The world around him blurred, colors and shapes streaking past him in reverse. Time picked up speed until he found himself standing just outside the cave, untouched by what had just happened. And then it stopped. Time resumed. Malik staggered, his knees nearly giving out beneath him. He turned and saw Jasmine, whole and healthy, standing a few steps away. She looked confused but unharmed. His breath hitched. It didn't happen again. He was in disbelief. Hey. A short, broken laugh escaped his lips. He stopped thinking. He just moved, wrapping Jasmine in a tight embrace. He held onto her like she was the only thing anchoring him to this world. Malik. Her voice was soft and startled. "What, a broken bar?" He took a play from her book and didn't answer. Instead, he just held her tighter, pressing his forehead to her shoulder. Though extremely surprised, she didn't push him away. Looking at them, Saphira stayed surprisingly silent. Yet clear enough to anyone watching, her eyes burned with jealousy. It was a nearly blank look that screamed death, one that was barely noticed by Malik. For obvious reason. Right now, His entire world was the flower in front of him. And that very flower even brought her petals up to return the embrace, albeit hesitantly. She cared not for its cause anymore, only wanting to dispel whatever had ailed him. Unknowing of her jealousy, she had gestured for Saphira to join them. This one simple act dispelled the girl's jealousy completely. Malik, though, didn't care for any of that. He didn't care about the questions swirling in his mind. All that mattered was that she was alive. That hadn't happened again. Outside the projection, the hall was silent. Not the kind that brought peace, but the heavy, suffocating kind. Their chests felt crushed, their throats clawed, their minds somber, gone through whiplash. Every single person there felt it like someone had taken their heart, wrung it out, and then stuffed it back in their chest. Many hands twitched, clutched into fists. Others stared, eyes wide and unblinking, like they couldn't look away even if they wanted to. Their mouths burned dry as if they'd been screaming but they hadn't. Of course, they hadn't. No one made a sound since the reveal. Their heads were spinning, still trying to catch up. 1 second, it had been great, then good, then bad. Then it was worse. Then a broken bar. It was over. Now it was great again. 0 to 100 and back to 0, or so the ignorant would think. It, unfortunately, wasn't over. Far from it. Even now, watching him celebrate like the whole world had just been saved, they couldn't feel the relief he did. Not because they didn't want to. God, they wanted to. But they knew the truth. One shoe had dropped, and now they somberly waited for the other. No one wanted to say it out loud, though. Saying it would make it real, and they couldn't handle that. Not after seeing a broken bar that they feared that it'd be unveiled before them once more. So instead, they did what people always did in moments like this. Something that even their betters did. They ran away. Began to pretend. Pushing it down, burying it deep, and acting like it hadn't happened. Their minds scrambled to latch onto anything else. Anything less horrible, anything less real, less grave. And that was when a single voice finally broke the spell. What kind of messed up crap is this? Then another. Fuck off with this shit. Then another. Didn't the Sultan have enough? Then another. What the fuck did a kid like him do to deserve this? Then another. God damn it. They were confused, angry, and fearful. Each Magi gestured wildly, murmuring and cursing about something or another. A few, like Saphira, Layla, Azim, and unnamed others, stood nearest to the projection. Pain welcomed them there, great, unfathomable amounts of it. Unlike Huda, this act of theirs wasn't out of atonement. No, in their minds, they had nothing to atone for. In lieu, it was to walk a meter in his boots. Witness. Feel what he went through to the last detail. If they did, maybe they'd understand how he could do the things he did, at least a little. Their camps, meanwhile, stood outside the pain transfer's perimeter, almost frozen in shock. Saphira's relatively tiny camp had it worst, not expecting their mistress to have gone through such things. Nor all looked at them with a smirk, one so sharp it could cut glass. She was leaning back on her floating throne, her hand wrapped around a long smoke pipe. She didn't even bother masking her contempt, letting it radiate off her like heat waves on desert sand. This emperor didn't give a single damn about Malik's struggles, his emotions, or the pain playing out on the projection. If anything, she found it mildly entertaining, like watching a particularly messy play unfold. Roya, thought for broken bar. She was on a whole different level. Noor's disdain was passive, a casual dismissal. Roya's, that was active and dripping with malice. She didn't just enjoy watching Malik suffer a number. She took pleasure in it. She adored it. She basked in it. She thrived on it. Relishing, savoring, and loving it. Every crack in his facade, every wince, every flicker that danced across his body, it was like the finest wine to her, intoxicating and addictive. She didn't even pretend to be indifferent. Sure, she looked outwardly disinterested, her posture lazy as though she were barely paying attention. But her blue eyes betrayed her. Oh, they drank it all in. Every detail, every nuance. And they were hungry, devouring each moment with an almost disturbing intensity. Especially his face. His expressions were her favorite. Fear, regret, anger. She'd cataloged them all in her mind, a twisted gallery she could revisit whenever she pleased. But this, what she was seeing now, this was a masterpiece, a level of anguish so pure, so unrefined, it put everything else to shame. Because, of course, Malik didn't know the truth. He had no idea. Jasmine's fate was already sealed, written in stone long before he could even grasp the pen. And soon, watching him flail, watching him fight so desperately to change what couldn't be changed. That was the pi-diaresis-ra copyright assistance. Her lips curled into the faintest of smiles, so slight it was almost imperceptible. Almost, until he figures it out. He'll just keep going in circles. She couldn't wait. Watching the serpent chase its own tail. And oh, how she was going to enjoy every single moment of it. Yo, Azim, mind spilling the tea? Layla's voice cut through the silence shared by their little masochist group. You've been around him the longest. Seen all sorts of wild stuff, right? This got to ring a bell. Or should I ask Roya? Nah. Scratch that, as she'd probably charge me for the answer. Roya snorted softly at that, clearly unbothered, but Azim? He just stood there, staring at her, head in the clouds. Then finally, with a sigh, he nodded, his face grim. I'd answer, but you gotta tell me this, what do you call the fallen? You mean us from the Dark Continent? Well, I've never been there long, so I'm not sure, but I heard that it depends on the village. Yamas embraced. Drowning lotuses. There are many others, I didn't bother remembering them though. I see. He nodded once more. As you've seen in the note, its official term is falling into depravity. His voice was lower than usual, like he subconsciously didn't want the others to hear. Corruption. The moment that word dropped, it was like someone had detonated a bomb in the hall. Azim didn't care, though, continuing to speak. But this shit? He gestured toward the projection with a quick jerk of his head. This exact case? Nope. Never seen it. Not in any records. Not in any stories. Not even documented rumors. Whatever this is, it's been buried deep, a cover-up. And if I had to choose who? He let the sentence hang, but everyone caught the implication. The former Sultan. Such revelation would have sent the common Magi a doozy before today. But after that little glimpse of the real Cyrus in the projection, shady everything was to be expected. So no, their focus was on a more curious word. Corruption. That word was more than just a word. It was a scarlet letter, a loaded flintlock pistol, a goddamn death sentence for anyone unlucky enough to be connected to it. And the crowd wasn't exactly taking it well. Some folks glanced around like the accusation alone might somehow infect them. Others froze, their faces blank but their thoughts running a mile a minute. Why? Because corruption wasn't just some magical boogeyman. It was history, bloody, horrific history. Mass destruction, massacres, genocides. Whole villages, cities even, were wiped off the map. Wells were poisoned, farms were burned to ash, lands cursed so badly that no one dared step foot in them for generations. Corruption wasn't just scaria, it was catastrophic. And it wasn't just the corrupted that terrified people. Oh no, the consequences were often way worse. Wars had been started over it. The balance of power was already as shaky as a drunk tightrope walker. Sometimes, all it took was a single whisper, so-and-so's camp is harboring a corrupted Magi, and boom, armies were marching, innocent people were dying, and no one even stopped to check if it was true. That's how loaded the word was. And now? The crowd was terrified. Most of them had never even seen corruption up close. Not a glimpse, not a hint. The stories they knew were either centuries-old legends or stuff they overheard from seekers passing through. That told them two things, clear as day. 1. The sultans of each era had been working overtime to keep corruption on the down low, scrubbing it from history and locking it behind layers of secrecy. And 2. Malika, their sultana, had been especially good at it. He buried the truth so deep it might as well have been in another dimension. Corruption? Don't be ridiculous. Falling and being corrupted are two separate things. Layla scoffed, undoubtedly feeling some fear herself. Corruption only happens to those at higher ranks. Jasmine was just a beginner Dune Guardian. It's impossible. Is it? Saphira cut in. Is it really different? Don't they both share the same symptoms? Layla shook her head. No. Corruption makes Magis stronger. Even boosts their rank by 1 or 2 sub-ranks. Falling into depravity only ruins them, making them look like that. Saphira scoffed. a hint of sadness clear in her voice. It's the same. You're just repeating the propaganda each sultan spews. Oh, yeah? Yes. The only difference is that corrupted Magi had bodies that could handle the transition and Fallen didn't. But if you're so sure you're correct, then explain what we just saw. Explain why she turned into that. Layla glanced at her husband and then looked back down. I don't know. But it's not corruption. It can't be. The conditions are so unfathomably far from being right. She needs to be a Maladiarisis K, studying the same divine laws as a true sultan, or at least exposed to something tied to the divine laws are the same ones that he governs. Only then would his knowledge corrupt her soul. It doesn't just happen out of nowhere, and certainly not from rotting corpses. And yet, it clearly happened to her. To others. Sighing at Saphira's quick rebuttal, Layla glanced at Azim. Speak. He chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. The reason? Can't say. It's a state secret. Only the sultans know how Magi fall into depravity. This revelation sparked a fresh wave of murmurs, though none reached the group. But you should know some things at least, right? Azim hesitated, then blinked, his red eyes calm once more. This isn't random. Depravity targets Dune Guardians specifically. Always has. I see that. But why? Layla demanded. The conditions aren't met, so what makes them so special? Is it just their connection with him? It can't be that simple, can it? That. He raised his hands in surrender, his gold rings jingling. Is the million-coin question. Saphira piled in. Then what about teacher? Why didn't it affect him? That question made them pause. All eyes turned to Azim, who looked annoyed out of his mind. I don't know. Clicking his tongue, he ruffled his hair, revealing all he knew and theorized. I don't know why the Sultan wasn't affected. Maybe a broken bar. Maybe it's because he's a higher rank in the divine hierarchy. Maybe his experience as a Dune Guardian gave him some kind of resistance. Maybe it's because of that black speck we saw after his first return by death. Maybe it's just a side benefit of his curse. I don't know. Zafar, who had stayed quiet so far, keeping to himself, suddenly countered. Or maybe he just got lucky. Azim ignored him. I don't know why Magi fall. But still, I do know that it's incredibly rare. Whatever happened to Jasmine? High chance it wasn't random. Layla wasn't satisfied with that answer. Then what? It was induced by the corruption in the cave? Fucking hell. I said I don't know. He snapped a little, his composure finally cracking. I wasn't told anything about this, whatever this is. It's not in the archives. It's not in the records. It's a broken bar. It's a complete anomaly. He looked hurt by those words he uttered, as if betrayed, but no one commented on that. Damn it. Layla's eyes narrowed. Oh wait, the barrier. What? Saphira asked, turning toward her. The note mentioned a barrier. Layla's voice grew louder. It said it would unveil at 0800 hours. What if that kept the corruption from spreading? It dissipated over time, sure, but some remained in the cave's ether. Jasmine had just unluckily taken that on when she went deep. Azim, now calm again, turned to her. Plausible theory. Before he could continue, start another back and forth, Zafar spoke up, realizing something. Wait. Lady Saphira, do you remember this happening? All eyes turned to her, whose face turned pale, her green rubies wide and glassy. Number. When she finally spoke, her words were barely audible. I don't remember this. I don't remember any of this. The hall fell silent again, the weight of her words sinking in. If Saphira didn't remember this event, well, that meant one of the two things, and neither was good. Either her memory had been altered, which was highly unlikely, or this simply wasn't the end of their tragedy. Malik had died once more. He had not accepted the inevitable. How? All couldn't help but wonder. How many times did he repeat her death? It truly seemed that there was no rest for the wicked. Inside the projection, thud thud thud. Jasmine was utterly confused about what was happening. Malik. One moment she was hugged by him right before the cave. What is going on? The next, she was on his shoulder as he ran with the speed of 10 horses. What are you doing? He didn't answer. His focus on something else entirely. His legs moved on their own, pounding against the dirt with all their strength. And the rough, He made sure Jasmine wasn't about to fall off any time soon. He had her glued to his right shoulder like she was some kind of priceless relic. His arms ached, lungs burned like a forge, but he didn't stop. "Malik, put me down." Not even when she cried for him to do so. "I won't run away, Jay, just put me down." She began to smack his back with her little fists. "Even if it's you, I won't allow you to do anything." She wasn't pulling her punches either, though still, he barely felt anything. "I won't, okay? I really won't." Her screams were laced with anger and fear. In another time, another circumstance, hearing that would have hurt him deeply, but now all he could focus on was that memory from a broken bar before. That black eye. That cursed black eye. Her twisting and writhing body. The black veins tearing across her skin. Her voice a raw, pleading telling him to kill her. The blade in his hands. And how he hadn't done it. Too many goddamn nightmares to count. They all bled together, and somehow, there's a broken bar. This mess right here was their ugly grand finale. Whatever this was. Do whatever you want with me, then. Jasmine's mutter was sudden, cold, and resigned. She wasn't swinging at him anymore. Instead, her body went limp, dead weight in his arms, that hit Malik, right in the gut. For a second. Just a second. Then he shoved it down, buried it. Kept moving. No time for her breakdown, no time for guilt, sympathy, or anything remotely human. He didn't even let himself think about it, couldn't afford to. Depravity didn't allow it. Eventually, his legs began to scream, threatening to give out. But Malik didn't give a damn. He kept going. Even as his knees buckled, even as his lungs felt like they were about to burst, he pushed forward. One dragging step at a time, further than last time. Way farther. He didn't care where he was headed, he just knew he couldn't stay there. Couldn't risk a broken bar it happening again. Sure, the cave was far behind him now, but it still felt too close. Like if he stopped, it would drag him back. So he didn't stop. Not until his legs finally betrayed him, crumpling under the dying light. Malik hit the ground hard, collapsing into a small clearing. Jasmine slipped from his shoulder and landed awkwardly next to him with a soft thud. Sheet a broken bar. That mutter was all he managed. No energy left to apologize, to move, or even to glance at her. He just stayed there, on his knees. Hands dug into the dirt, mimicking a drowning man clawing for air. Sweat poured down his face, soaking his clothes. If it was only that, he would have easily managed, having gone through worse. But his vision wasn't doing so well too. It spun like he was stuck on a carousel from hell for a few hundred years. "I'm done." The thought was loud in his head, echoing like a bell. He wanted to collapse fully, to just let the earth swallow him up. But there was no rest for men like him. Just when he began to catch his breath. "Please." Malik turned to look at Jasmine, and that was when he saw it. What he so dreaded. Her right eye. It was black. Not fully, for whatever reason, but it didn't matter. A dark stain had started creeping into her iris, like ink spilling in water. Jasmine's fall had begun. Why? His stomach dropped. Time slowed to a crawl. No words, no thoughts, just raw panic. His body, acting on instinct alone, dragged itself toward her. She was sitting up now, clutching her head like it was splitting open. Soft groans escaping her lips. "Jasmine, a broken bar." His voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. The little girl glanced up at him, and then she saw the look on his face. Her brow furrowed. What a question mark. Before she could finish, his hand shot to his belt, drawing his dagger from its sheath. The blade gleamed, the edge sharp enough to cut through his own hesitation. What a question mark. Jasmine's words cut off when he raised the blade to his own neck. Her eyes widened in horror. "Malik, Noah!" exclamation mark. The dagger bit into his skin, cold steel meeting flesh, and then a broken bar. Darkness, blink, rewind. Again. The world unraveled. Time twisted and bent around him like threads being pulled loose. He saw it all play out in reverse. His hands pulling the blade away, his body rising to its feet, the look of panic in Jasmine's eyes fading to confusion. And then Malik was back, standing at the edge of the cave. Just like last time. The weight of what just happened or what had unhappened crashed into him all at once. He stumbled, nearly falling, but he caught himself, his chest heaving like he'd been running for hours. Malik took a beat, then looked up at Jasmine. She stood there with a puzzled expression. Normal, whole. The faintest hint of black creeping into her eye was gone. Malik turned to Saphira. Don't ask. He didn't have the energy to explain. We're leaving now. Her eyebrows shot up. Leaving? What are you talking about? We just got here. I said we're leaving. He screamed louder than intended, but he didn't care. We can't stay here. It's not safe. Jasmine was still staring at him, her arms wrapped around herself like she was cold. Malik, a broken bar. What's going on? Why are you acting like this? He couldn't meet her eyes. I can't explain it right now. Just a broken bar, trust me. Please. Dot. 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 For a moment, no one said anything. Just a long silence. Then, finally, Jasmine nodded. Oh, okay. Reluctantly, Saphira did the same, though clearly less than thrilled. Sure. It'd be better for us to memorize a little more anyways. Thankful for her flimsy excuse, Malik didn't push or rouse them. Just turned south, away from the cave, and started walking. The pace he set was calm. Not too fast, not too slow. He was careful, oh so careful, not to do anything that might stress Jasmine out. It was ridiculous, of course, picking at straws, but he couldn't help himself. He clung to the hope, however irrational, that keeping her calm might just change the outcome. The three of them walked in near total silence for hours, maybe 5, maybe more. Time blurred together. Saphira kept herself busy with her scroll, occasionally shooting curious glances at the other two. Meanwhile, Jasmine a broken bar. Jasmine just looked tired. Exhaustion weighed her down like chains, her shoulders sagging. Every so often she stumbled, and every time she did, Malik's heart jumped into his throat. He noticed her every wince, every struggle. It was only of course that he did. The man simply couldn't stop himself from checking on her. Over and over, his eyes darted to her, his paranoia growing with each passing minute. His mind churned with worry, with fear, with the haunting memory of that creeping blackness. And then, when the light began to dim, he saw it. Her right eye. That same black stain, bleeding into her iris like ink spilling across parchment. It was faint, just a small shadow of what it had been, but it was there. Malik froze mid-step. His blood turned to ice. Not again. Not again. His whole world was crumbling before him, and he could not do anything about it. Questions like why or how didn't bother to register in his mind. Without thinking, without hesitation, he drew his dagger. Jasmine turned to him, startled. Malik, what are you? ? He didn't hear the end of her stumbling words. The blade sliced through his throat. Darkness claimed him. Blink. He was back. The edge of the cave. The same checkpoint. This time, he didn't hesitate. He didn't stop to hug Jasmine. Didn't stop to explain. He scooped her up, turned, and ran. Malik, stop. What's wrong with you? Jasmine's screams returned, as did her punches. Teach, where are you going? Saphira followed, or at least tried to, shouting questions. But he blocked them out, not bothering to look back. This time, he wasn't just running from the cave. He was running from everything. From fate itself. Fate wasn't so easy to escape, though. Hours passed in a blink and Malik's legs eventually gave out. He dropped to his knees, the ground scraping through his pants. His whole body shook, not from exhaustion, not from the hundreds of miles he'd run, but from the sheer weight of everything crashing down around him. Malik let Jasmine slip from his shoulder. She softly fell to the ground, still breathing. That made it worse. So much worse. Her right eye completely black. The darkness spilled out in jagged lines that crawled across her face like vines. Malik couldn't even process it. His heart felt like it was shattering again, piece by piece. Each breath he took was like swallowing shards of glass. Every thought was a thorn, digging deeper and deeper into his soul. The pain was immense, unbearable. And yet, it wasn't like before. Not a single tear. No outburst, not even a tremor of sound. His whole body was just cold, empty, a hollow void where his emotions should have been. It was as if the very essence of who he was had been sucked out, leaving nothing but a shell that could do nothing but stare at her. That was all he did for what felt like years. She was all that he could see. And then, all of a sudden, a broken bar. His world spoke. He heard them. The words. Agonizing, familiar. Kill. Me. 2 words. So simple, so soft. Yet they slammed into him like a mountain, crushing what little resolve he had left. It was barely more than a whisper, but it carried the weight of her every scream. Every moment he'd failed, every life of hers he couldn't save. Her body convulsed slightly, the black veins spreading further. Slowly, she was twisting into something unrecognizable but depressingly familiar. Malik's hands trembled as he reached for his dagger. For the first time, his eyes showed a certain emotion, one that'd make anyone step back. Not anger, not fear. Despair, pure, unrelenting despair. He turned back to Jasmine. The blackness consumed her like a living thing. Her one good eye met his, and in that moment, he saw No, he saw something that tore him apart more than anything else ever could. She wasn't scared. She was relieved. So relieved. Please, a broken bar, just a broken bar and a broken bar. Malik's grip on his dagger tightened. I'm sorry. Darkness, blink. Time rewound, dragging him back to the same tragedy. The edge of the cave. The checkpoint. Malik stumbled, his knees nearly giving out as reality snapped back into place. He slowly looked down. Jasmine was there, her eyes bright and free of darkness. Saphira stood a few feet away, arms crossed, her expression confused. It was like nothing had happened. But he knew better. This time, he wasn't going to let it happen. This time, he'd figure it out. Even if it killed him. Blink, 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 blink. Malik stood at the edge of the cave, staring into the devil's throat. Pale, rotting hands numbering in the thousands had welcomed him. They reached out, wrapping themselves around him. His body was completely engulfed in corrupted flesh. He blinked. They disappeared. Slow as a snail, he stepped forward and sat on a protruding stone. How? He didn't bother looking at Jasmine or Saphira. He couldn't. Not after how his hope was taken away from him. He felt unworthy, like he didn't deserve this responsibility. Yet, no one could claim that it was his fault. Malik had tried. God, had he tried? The first 10 deaths were chaotic. Desperate, he ran in every direction known to man, hauling Jasmine as far away as possible. It didn't work. In the next 10, he burned through every ounce of ether he had, channeling it all into her. During those attempts, he turned hollow, growing old and withering into dust. Still, that didn't work either. His inhumane effort was for naught. Next, he tried keeping her under constant ether flow, mimicking cultivation. It only sped up the process. He tried fighting the blackness directly, tried slashing at the veins with his dagger, tried cutting away the parts of her body that had been infected. It did not work. Nothing ever did. Her eyes still turned black. The cracks still formed, and the black only came back faster, angrier, swallowing her whole until she was nothing but a sack of meat begging for release. Malik couldn't even count how many times he died now. Every time Jasmine begged him to kill her, he cursed the first 100 or so times, screamed the next. After another few, he stopped feeling anything at all. Tens of thousands. It had to have been in the tens of thousands by now. Maybe more. He didn't know. Didn't care. Every option he'd thought of, every desperate attempt to it, all led to the same thing. Death. Jasmine's death. It was unquestionably inevitable. Malik didn't bother anymore. He led Jasmine to the cave's depths. Saphira trailed behind them, silent for once. There, the air was oppressive, and it stunk. Bad. Really bad. It clung to their skin like wet cloth. Malik, a broken bar. Why are you taking us here? Jasmine glanced at him. He didn't answer. Saphira, however, wasn't having it. Okay, no. I'm done with this. Done with this cryptic nonsense. You've been acting weird for hours now. What is going on? Malik said nothing, almost as if he couldn't hear her. His boots echoed against the cold, hard floor of the cave. Deeper and deeper he went, the darkness swallowing them whole. Eventually, he reached the spot, the place where it all started. Here, a rotten stench like no other made camp. It belonged to the army of corpses that were left to rot. Malik stopped and turned towards Jasmine. He placed a hand on her head, lingering for a moment. She looked up at him, confusion etched into her features. Malik, stay here. Why? You're not making any sense. Saphira snapped, her nose and mouth covered by both hands. Malik ignored her, eyes scanning the cave walls, the floor, the ceiling. There had to be a clue here, a sign, a reason why this was happening. Why Jasmine was doomed no matter what he did. He paced, touched the walls, searched the cracks and crevices. Not a single stone was left unturned. But nothing. The cave was just a cave. There was no cursed holy relic, no arcane carved into the walls, no sign of some secret society, nor some pulsing core of corruption, just cold stone and silence. But Malik wasn't ready to accept that. His responsibility demanded more. He started with the bodies. Each corpse flipped and searched top to bottom, side to side. Not one body was left untouched. Yet, hundreds of bodies later, he found nothing besides their shared method of death. Nothing was unique about them. Malik knew that this was going to happen. He knew it. That was why he delayed it till the end when all his options were exhausted. Damn it. He dropped to his knees. Damn it. His fists slammed into the stone, punching with rage. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The sound of his own anger bounced back at him, a cruel mockery of his failure. His rage unquelled, he returned to the girls. His responsibility. They didn't move much from where he left them, making it quite easy to find them. The moment he spotted them, his eyes flicked to Jasmine. She was now lying on the ground, Saphira hovering over her in a panic. Her left eye had already started to darken. It was happening again. Of course it was. Of course it was. It always did. It always came back. Malik took a shaky breath, his grip tightening on the blade. There was no other way. There was no fixing this. There couldn't be. No matter what he did, no matter how many times he tried, Jasmine's fall was inevitable. He was powerless. So utterly, completely powerless. For the first time in what felt like an eternity. I'm sorry. A single tear slipped free, carving a slow path down his cheek. I'm so sorry. It burned like fire, and Malik began to openly weep. Only now did he allow himself to. He'd apologized to Sinbad later. You'll rest soon. The dagger found itself in his neck. Blink. Malik stood at the edge of a small lake, skipping rocks across its calm surface. Jasmine sat nearby, her knees tucked up to her chest, watching the ripples spread across the water. Soft light cast long shadows through the trees, and for a moment, it felt a broken bar. Peaceful. It was nice. Like everything was okay. But it wasn't. Peace wasn't something they got to have. After the blink, he told Saphira to stay behind and train. She had protested, of course she always did, but he'd just told her he needed some air to think, or whatever other nonsense came to mind. She eventually gave in, though not without giving him one of her signature glares. Once she was out of sight, he turned to Jasmine. Come with me. He gestured toward a distant forest. One of the he visited during his little manic episode. She hesitated, her brow furrowing. What for? Just come. Trust me, all right? So she did. And now, here they were. Whoosh! Malik tossed another rock, watching it bounce 3 times before sinking. He grinned faintly, a rare flash of genuine pride. Not bad for a first-timer, huh? You still can't beat me at this. You know. Jasmine sighed dramatically, picked up a stone, and lobbed it toward the lake half-heartedly. It hit the water with a sad plop, sinking instantly. Where did it go? She rolled her eyes. Guess I'm out of practice. Oh really? You know, being in a cage for so long kinda kills your hand-eye coordination. Or maybe you just suck. Malik continued his teasing, flashing her a smirk she hadn't seen in what felt like forever. Jasmine snorted, unable to help the chuckle that escaped her lips. Yeah, maybe. They spent the next hour throwing rocks, making dumb jokes, and trading half-hearted insults, acting more like siblings than a teacher and student. For a little while, it was like the world outside the forest didn't exist. No monsters, no danger, no pain, no depravity, just them. But the cracks were there, no matter how hard they tried to ignore them. Malik could see it in the way Jasmine's hands trembled when she thought he wasn't looking, in the way her jokes came out a bit too fast, like she was desperate to fill the silence. And then there was her right eye. Over the course of their walk through the forest, it had started to darken, just a little. Malik noticed it when the light hit her face just right. A subtle shadow creeping across the sclera, barely noticeable unless one was looking for it. He didn't comment about it, or even say anything that might relate to it. Neither did she. For the pain she undoubtedly felt. They just pretended. As their star dipped lower, the two of them wandered further into the woods. Malik led the way, his hands resting lazily on his lower back as his boots kicked at the fallen branches scattered across the path. You ever think about what you'd do if all this crap wasn't happening? Jasmine followed a few paces behind, her steps quieter, hesitant. Like, if their world wasn't trying to kill me? If I wasn't captured like some stray? My parents killed, sold for the highest bidder in the holy city, thrown in a cage for a... I get it, I get it. My bad, deep question. Now enough with that. Tell me, she hummed softly, tapping her fingers against her thigh as she thought. Dunno. Probably a housewife or something. Malik stopped dead in his tracks, turning to stare at her, half amused, half shocked. A housewife, seriously? Her cheeks flushed, and she crossed her arms defensively. What's wrong with that? Nothing. He grinned. I just figured a kid like you would want to do something more freeing, like exploring the world or whatever. Yeah, well. She shrugged, her gaze dropping. Maybe I've had enough moving around. Just wanna relax somewhere. Malik's grin faltered for half a second before he forced it back. Fair enough. Guess I'll just stick to being the cool one, then. Jasmine rolled her eyes, the corner of her lips tugging up despite herself. Sure but aren't you gonna ask who I'd like as my hubby to be? At that, Malik immediately looked away, picking up his pace as if he could outrun the conversation. Jasmine stumbled a little as she hurried to catch up, her voice rising in protest. Why not? He kept his eyes fixed on the path ahead, not sparing her a glance. Because it's your personal life, ain't got nothing to do with me. But she wasn't letting it go. Her hands reached out, tugging lightly at his sleeve like a child vying for attention. Why yes it does. It has everything to do with you. Malik stiffened but, using all that he was, managed to not pull away. Barely. Arguable. Jasmine didn't back down. Her hands dared to slide further up, wrapping around his own. It was an incredibly bold move coming from someone her age. Don't you want to be my hubby? There it was. The dreaded question he had tried so hard to avoid. Malik let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders sagging as if the weight of the world had just doubled. That's a really cruel thing to ask, Jasmine. The sadness in his voice seemed to make her heart twist painfully, even though she was the one that caused it. Quite ironic. Yes. Slowly, she glanced at him, then let go. Her lips pressed hard against each other as her thoughts began to swirl. Why was he acting like this? Why was he joking and teasing her like he used to? Like he was trying to be the Malik who had saved her? That Malik, the one she was introduced to, was warm, brave, and impossibly kind. He made the darkness seem lighter, the danger feel a little less suffocating. Her hope and the others were worn by him like a mantle. It made them feel heard, feel special. But one random night, just at the beginning of their journey, that Malik was buried. What replaced him was a bitter, defeated one, and now her savior was back, if only for a moment. Jasmine knew there was a reason for his change that night. Yet she wasn't so curious. Though feeling bold, even she didn't dare press further, at least not to the point that she'd ruin what she so hopelessly wanted. After all, she didn't have long left. For now, she wanted to have fun, not worry about this or that. Who cared about the details? Yeah, she'd much rather enjoy her walk with him. The one who always had a snarky comeback. The one who made the world seem a little less cruel. But it wasn't real. He could never truly go back to being that Malik again. This was just an act, a prize-worthy one for sure, but an act nevertheless. Perhaps Jasmine had long since figured this out and chose to ignore it. Chose to live in happy ignorance. Malik didn't know. All he knew was what he could read off her face. And that it told him that he was doing quite well. Just answer the question. This did as well. Malik let out a sigh, then reluctantly nodded his head. Yes, of course Tilda. Anyone would be lucky to have you. HMPH. Of course they would. Though she knew his words were only said to appease her, they still made her happy. Extremely happy at that. To the point that she didn't realize his dodging of the question. And so, they kept walking. Their banter grew softer as the trees around them grew denser, taller. The forest was alive with the sound of chirping critters and rustling leaves. But to Malik, it all felt muted, like the world was holding its breath. Jasmine's steps had started to slow. Her breaths came a little heavier, a little shakier. He noticed but didn't say anything, didn't have to. When they finally stopped again, it was at a small clearing, bathed in the cool blue light of dusk. Jasmine sank down onto the grass, leaning back on her hands. Malik plopped down beside her, close enough that their shoulders brushed. Nice night. Yeah. Silence fell between them, heavy but not uncomfortable. Jasmine was the first to break it. Thank you. Malik turned to look at her, confused. For what? For this, for a broken bar making me feel normal, even if it's just for a little while. His throat tightened, but he forced a smile. Well, you know me, always going above and beyond. She smiled back, but it didn't reach her dark gemstones fries. A broken bar, it's enough. And then she said it, the words that brought an end to their play. You should kill me before I lose control. Malik froze. His mind screamed at him to do something, to say something, but all he could do was sit there, staring at her. Like always, she wasn't scared. She wasn't tired either, nor relieved. No, she showed a whole new emotion. One he hadn't seen throughout all his attempts. Content. This time she was content. Without a word, Malik shifted, kneeling in front of her. He pulled her into a hug, his arms wrapping around her tightly. Malik. Jasmine hugged him back, her fingers gripping his shirt as if she never wanted to let go. I'll love you. Yeah, I'll remember you. His words cut through hers, firm, final, and heart-shatteringly quiet. It happened too fast. Faster than he wanted. Faster than he could process. One moment, they were holding each other. Her warmth against him, her broken voice confessing love he didn't deserve. And the next, calloused hands found their way to the confessor's neck. They pressed hard, cutting off the blood flow to her brain. Her body almost instantly went limp in the confessed one's arms. I'm sorry. With utmost care, he laid her on the grass. Please. She couldn't hear him, not anymore, but he continued to whisper. Forgive me. Then, his dagger did its job, quick and clean. Because I sure won't. A trickle of blood stained the earth. Jasmine's chest rose and fell one last time before going still. Malik stared at her for a while, unblinking. Despite the veins marring her skin, she looked so incredibly beautiful. A dark flower, blooming defiantly in its final moments, fragile yet hauntingly radiant. Her black hair was spread across the grass like a tree's roots. It was a sight that would have brought many to tears. Yet he was silent, unshaken. Gently, he closed her eyes, his fingers wavering as they lingered over her face. His gaze fell to her lips, still curved into the faintest hint of a smile. It was cruel. That smile was cruel, because it felt like she was telling him it was okay. That it was all okay. It wasn't. She was gone. And the world felt quieter than it ever had. Malik pulled his hand away like her skin had burnt him and stood up. He walked a few steps and looked around, searching for a good spot for a grave. Like his first time doing this, when burying him. His little brother. The very one watching him right now. This dirt seemed stubborn, packed tight from years of rain and erosion. But Malik had grown stronger since then, much stronger. A signal stomp softened the hardened surface and a kick dug out much of it. He kicked repeatedly for a few seconds until more than 6 feet of dirt was out. Then, he dropped down, fixed it up a little, removing the excess dirt. Done with that, He returned to Jasmine, about to lift her body. Unfortunately, though, his arms wouldn't cooperate. Malik just couldn't find the strength to do so. She felt impossibly heavy, as if the weight of her loss had manifested physically. Ha, broken bar. Malik let out a bitter laugh, collapsing beside her. You're pretty heavy, you know. You should think of losing weight sometime. Maybe add that to your little bucket list. You know, the things you'd do after getting out of here. Besides being a housewife or something. Hey, ahahaha. Still can't believe you've said that. Ahahaha. The laughter quickly turned into something else. Jasmine, a broken bar. He turned toward her, his arms wrapping around her lifeless body, pulling her close. Jasmine, a broken bar. Talk to me, a broken bar. Tears dripped onto her blood-stained shirt, soaking through the fabric. I'm Malik, you know, a broken bar. I'm Malik, a broken bar. I'm Malik, a broken bar. Malik repeated the words like a broken prayer. His voice grew quieter with each utterance until only the faintest whisper remained. Then, he looked up, his golden eyes empty. Dead, ... Why? He asked the heavens, though he didn't expect an answer. A broken bar actually. Don't bother. Just don't. But then, just before he could look away, he saw it. A massive crimson owl came into view, its pink glowing eyes boring into his soul.